presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Five, four, three, two, one, Lottie.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the HCS MX Regional Finals live from Mexico City. And as you can see, the weather is absolutely gorgeous. Our Halo players are ready to go for their LAN here on this regional final, and there's a lot on the line, including a wonderful broadcast team. My name is Lottie Van Prague. I'm going to be hosting this weekend, but I do have two wonderful gentlemen waiting to talk about this incredible region and what they have to offer. I do have Gaskin and Clutch joining me as well. Fellas, good to see you. So excited, obviously, about today and kind of what pool play is going to bring for us, because the last time that we actually sat down properly, watched these guys on our screen on broadcast was, of course, the Super. And I'm super excited to see some of the changes that are coming through. First of all, Gaskin, how are you, dude? We got a LAN event to watch.
Yeah, I can't wait. This region has shown so many surprises throughout this season. Like when we got to watch them back at the Super, I was delighted with some of the play that I saw. We saw a top 16 finish for Pittsburgh Knights at Kansas City as well. So they're pushing the North American teams, the international competition. And I think now we've seen a few team changes. We could start to see the other teams try and top that Pittsburgh Knights squad who have just dominated this region for so long.
They really have. And I think that is the big question, like coming into this, of course, we do have a lot of stakes on the line as well, which we'll get into a little bit later on. But Clutch, Pittsburgh Knights, they have been the talk of the town in this region. They have been untouched so far, and they have put up some numbers when it comes to kind of our global stage and how they did in Kansas City as well. What do you expect out of this team right now, and what's it going to take to get them knocked off that pedestal?
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to get knocked off that pedestal this weekend, but I am looking forward to seeing them once again with Pelu back on the squad. They made a team change, so obviously the dominance in the region, not enough for these guys. They understand that they want to compete on a global scale. They want to compete on the biggest of stages, and they're trying to put together that squad, and that shows me that they're always trying to improve and that they're not just satisfied, very similar to the likes of Ascend. We saw them pick up Respectful, even though they were having a dominant run over in the European scene. We saw that pay off at the regional. So I'm very excited to see what Pelu can bring to this team and if they're going to pick it up even another level from what we've already seen.
I am very much looking forward to seeing that, and hopefully that does happen on our screens today, because lots of crazy things happen at LAN. And speaking of LAN, speaking of all of our events that we have across our roadmap this year, let's take a look at the schedule and see what's coming your way, because of course we do have a couple of events on the horizon, all leading up to that World Championship, of course, but we do have our Mexico Regional happening currently right now at LAN, and our next Super for NA, which will be actually pushing things forward for Orlando, as well as our regional in Melbourne. So there's still lots of events to be able to go and attend. There's a lot on stake actually for today as well. Looking at our roadmap, our top three from this weekend, will actually qualify for Orlando pool play, and this event, of course, is $50,000 on the line, which is going to be crazy. We'll get into all of that later on as well. But let's talk about this format for the event. We have 8 teams competing in pool play currently, so it's going to be 2 groups of 4, and it's going to be a single round robin. We've seen pool play happen before, Gaskin, and crazy things can kind of occur here, because a lot of these teams in pool play are looking to upset the pools and get a better kind of chance in that championship bracket.
Yeah, I think pool play is a nice introduction to some of these teams, a chance to try what they have maybe been practicing leading up to this event. You finally get to play on LAN. It's a very different game. You're not necessarily going to get away with the same things you might have done online. And of course, the same pressures that would occur at home are not going to be apparent here on LAN. It's going to be very different indeed. And I do think that a lot of these guys will enjoy this chance to play in arguably the biggest event we've seen in Mexico. So I'm very excited to see who's going to stand up, who's going to impress us in pool play, and who's going to give us that confidence to go on to win the entire thing.
Indeed, and we're going to be looking at that first and second place finish in the pools as well, heading into our winners bracket in the championship bracket. Of course, the last 2 there who won't have made it into the winners will be going into the elimination bracket as well. But we're also looking forward to our open bracket team who's going to be coming in, playing through the open bracket. And Clutch, that can also cause some upsets. We're yet to really see that, I think, on any of our regionals coming forward. We haven't really seen an open bracket team come and surprise us. Do you think this could be the region to do it, maybe?
Yeah, I think this actually could be the region that does have some surprising names come up out of nowhere, right? I think once you start to talk about the 1 through probably the 4 seeds in this region, they're pretty solidified. But once you get past that point, there's opportunity for upsets and up and comers to make names and statements for themselves. It's just about who's going to make the right plays, and if one of these teams has been putting in the work that they so deserve to create the upset, and that they have the talent to do so.
Yeah, and just a note as well, 52 teams we have competing. That's the biggest turnout ever for the LATAM Halo region. So that's massive here coming into LAN. And we also have the biggest prize pool ever as well, which is just absolutely crazy. $50,000 on the line. And, you know, Gaskin, that does so much for a region, obviously, having that competition there, having that prize pool. But the fact that this is also the biggest turnout, there's so much to compete for. And Pride is definitely one of them. But 50K, that's game changing.
Yeah, we're starting to see records broken in several regions. I mean, Europe, we also saw the biggest prize pool as well back then. It's amazing to see this kind of money and these players having the chance to compete for it as well, because this could be that moment that just propels them into better things, better places, or even just better teams. You never really know where you're going to end up with your Halo career. But I do think that even though money is very important and everyone's going to be thinking about that, it's pride at the end of the line. Like, we know what it's like to play on LAN, to beat your enemies, your frenemies, whatever you want to call them. These guys would have played against each other, with each other. We've seen so many team changes, as Wes was talking about. So they're going to know their inside out. They're going to know how they play. And that should create for some very exciting and banter-filled games for sure.
It should indeed. And also that top three, that qualification for Orlando, for me, that would be the eyes on the prize, the chance to get onto that global stage and have a chance to play some of the best in the world and see kind of where you stack up as well. Let's take a quick look at the schedule, though, and see what is coming our way today. We have a lot of games to get through, as of course, going through pool play, having to find out who's going to be in the championship bracket, where they're going to stack up in the bracket as well. So kicking things off, we do have Chosen Squad versus Cinta Negra Nubis, Timbers Esports versus Cinta Negra X, Chosen Squad versus Cinta Negra. As you can see, a lot of Cinta Negra teams that are coming through here. Knights versus Timbers Esports after that, Cinta Negra versus Cinta Negra Nubis. So it's a battle of both Cinta Negra teams here, and Knights versus Cinta Negra X as well. So there's a lot to get through. The round robin is no joke. They're going to be playing to see exactly where they're ending up in that champ bracket as well. You guys actually can catch all of the action in two different places, twitch.tv/Halo or twitch.tv/Halo_ES as well. We do have an incredible broadcast happening there. If you are Spanish speaking, go over it, check them out, get a couple of tabs open, make sure you're chilling with all of our broadcast team across the weekend, of course, here in live from Mexico City. So incredible stuff. And we also do have some epic things for you guys at home watching to reward you. I see it all over Twitter. Are there any Twitch drops? Any Twitch drops, anybody? Are there Twitch drops happening? Yes, they are. They are happening. You know HCS have you. All you guys have to do is watch the MX Regional Finals at HCS Mexico City to earn the Hammerhead Squadron for your Scorpion and your armor coating. So absolutely incredible. Those are pretty clean, I gotta say, Clutch. Like, what do you make of those? I love that kind of color combination. And we also do have the weapon charm as well, boots on the ground for the grand finals. You're gonna be trying to cop both of those. I know you're already getting your tabs open.
Yeah, I'll have the stream open. I'll hopefully be able to cop those. Honestly, I feel like we should get some kind of access code to those as talent members, but we don't either. So we're all hoping for Twitch drops, but this will be one of the only events that we're able to like really compete for Twitch drops because we are at home, unfortunately, but there is a little bit of a bright side. We have an opportunity to potentially cop these out and throw them on the gun, throw this gun buddy on the weapon, as well as maybe a tank skin or two.
We love to see it. We love a bit of a weapon charm there. So you guys can grab that, watch for an hour, of course, at the main broadcast, and watch an hour in the grand finals as well. Well, we need to talk about first match of the day, and that's going to be Chosen Squad versus Cinta Negra Nubis. And let's talk about them. So, you know, we have Chosen Squad here coming forward. Gaskin, what can you tell us about this roster? We've got Kula, Elio, Soilia, Rocha, and Kruno.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting one because when you look back at their performance back in the Mexican Super, they didn't really have a great day. And it's just going to be one of these situations where have they improved? Have they been practicing? And I'm excited to see what happens. Excuse me. My dog is really trying to ruin my day today, but I'm gonna kick him out. It's fine. I'll focus.
It's impossible for a dog to ruin the day. Your dogs can't ruin days. It's impossible, mate. But I'll tell you what, we need to talk about, of course, Soilia Rocha as well, because you know, our only female player going to be competing on that main stage. I'm so excited to see what she brings to the table. I've heard really, really good things, Clutch, and I just feel like Chosen Squad right now, could they be your Chosen Squad of this weekend? Are they going to cause an upset, do you think?
I don't know if I would call this first series an upset. I do think that this team comes in potentially as a favorite here in this series. I am very excited to see what Soilia Rocha has to play as well, because it's not often you see a female professional player or compete at a high level in Halo, and the ones that have in the past have actually been very, very solid throughout all of the years of Halo. So very excited, honestly, to have her get some spotlight very early in this tournament, see what she's capable of. But this squad coming in with a little bit probably more gel, more opportunity for practice, seeing that 3 of these members have been together for quite a long time, I would say that they probably are the favorites coming in, at least in their first series of the day.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Elio's been, you know, here since 2016, actually, on Chosen Squad. So, you know, a lot of experience coming in there for the Latin region and tournaments. So this should be no kind of first day of work for this team, which I'm excited to see how they compete up against, of course, Internegra Nubis. You know, one of the 3 Internegra teams here. And Gaskin, how do they stack up? You're looking at 3 Internegra rosters. You know, where are they right now in this pack of Internegra?
Yeah, it's a tough one to try and call, isn't it? Because there has been these team changes back and forth. We've seen several of these players already compete on different rosters, then almost be traded between these Internegra rosters. But I do think they're around kind of 5th, 6th at the moment when we look at this entire kind of lineup of all these teams that we've got at the moment. But I think upsets are definitely possible. I do think that they could maybe cause one, and if it is going to be any, I think it is going to be this series. I think Chosen Squad, I have the biggest question mark over their head, so this would be the time to show up. This would be the time to show that you can actually get an upset in pool play, take away that seed, get a better bracket, and then you can look towards the tournament to try and achieve, you know, arguably a placement you didn't necessarily expect, but one you could certainly deserve.
One you certainly can deserve. And Clutch, you know, looking at Internegra Nubis here, is there anybody that's really jumping out to you to really kind of lead the squad who may have had a little bit of experience previously?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. When we do these regional tournaments, it's a real opportunity for me to get some lenses on potential upcoming talent. So this is one of these teams that I don't have a ton of knowledge on. Heavenly is a player that I can recognize, and hopefully that this person and their experience I know has a little bit of the MX regional scene under their belt, can lead the others to a win in this series or a potential successful weekend for this team. But as far as the rest of the squad, these are all newcomers in my eyes, and newcomers, what they do is they can have an opportunity on this stage in pool play very early in this tournament to make a name for themselves, make a statement, make a play, go out there, hit some, and allow everyone else in the venue to kind of remember this performance. Because if you have a strong performance here in the first series, it can do so many dividends for the rest of the tournament that I'm really looking at the other 3 on this team to step up and show us what they have. And this is the time, if now then ever.
100%. I think as well in pool play, that's kind of where you need to step up the most as well. I mean, obviously champ bracket is huge, but I think it's where you land in champ bracket that can sometimes honestly be a huge decider for the rest of the weekend. So day 1, you can't be sleeping. You got to be wide awake, ready to go, ready to play. And I like that you mentioned Heavenly there as well, Clutch, because obviously making top 8 in the MX Super previously, but with K9 Internegra as well. So we'll keep our eye on Heavenly, see how they do with the rest of the team here. But I'm excited about this matchup. But I'm also really excited to bring our casters into the mix as well, because we do have our first 2 on board, and you already know it's gonna be Bravo and Onset taking us through our first pool play match of the day. We do have Chosen Squad versus Internegra Nubis. I believe if we're throwing, we might be throwing. Yes, we are.
La primera vez que jugué Halo fue, digamos que de forma casual, desde que se dejé este juego allá por el 2001, pero compitiendo fue allá por más o menos como el 2012, 2013 fue mi primer torneo.
Estaba con mis primas, me enseñaron un juego que se llama Halo 1 y desde ahí pues me enamoré de la saga.
Creo que todos desde que empezamos a competir o a conocer esto es a donde esperamos llegar siempre. Está bonito, está chido.
Mi mejor anécdota es en un torneo al que asistí de Halo 4. Íbamos 4-4 en el score. Me aventé un overkill, no sé de dónde me aventé el overkill. Regresé a la bandera, me la llevé y todo el mundo estaba gritando mi nombre.
La mía fue en un torneo, también fue un LAN, donde nos enfrentamos contra un equipo que era algo fuerte. Nadie se esperaba que en ese entonces el equipo con el que estaba les ganábamos y ganamos 3-2 por nosotros y eso fue genial.
Pues la mía, sinceramente, yo creo que es esta, porque pues digo, llevo tiempo compitiendo, pero un torneo así de esta magnitud, creo que es pues hasta ahora lo mejor que me ha tocado vivir.
En el 2016 llegué a ganar la primera regional que hubo de Halo, el Halo World Championship fue el primer torneo, y el hecho de que justamente Chosen ganara ese torneo, nos ganáramos nuestro pase al mundial y pues todo lo que conllevaba eso, jamás voy a olvidar ese día, jamás voy a olvidar la experiencia de estar hasta arriba en el top y de que pues como el sueño de niños se haya cumplido. La primera vez que jugué Halo fue, digamos que...
What we just saw there in front of us. But I'm very excited about this matchup. I want to quickly ask you, Clutch, obviously you've had so much experience with LAN events, and we've kind of had like a back and forth season with LAN and online, and it has been that kind of dual battle with it. What does first day of a LAN event that you've been looking forward to so much as a team, where you're trying to prove yourself? It's pool play, there's a lot on the line here. What's running through your head as some of these teams trying to make a run?
Yeah, I think Dan touched on it a little bit in the opening of the show, and it's just a matter of, this is going to be a lot of these players' first times in a LAN environment, right? So you want to try to find ways to feel comfortable, and if you're unknown and it's something new, it's very difficult to understand how to find your element in all of the noise that is the main stage, the crowd, the light show. You see the lasers going on in the background. It can be overwhelming at times, and especially for new players that have been putting in a lot of work, this is a very important moment. So honestly, the pressure is going to build up for those guys. But what do? I mean, first off, you kick off your day with a nice solid breakfast is what I always try to do. Get there plenty of time early.
Question, what you having?
I used to try and eat something as healthy as possible, like some oatmeal, a banana, maybe some peanut butter. But I mean,
if you're not having tacos for this event, then I don't know what you're doing.
Tacos
here, right?
are for dinner. You gotta fuel the body with the correct preparation, Dan. That's what I'm saying.
Can we talk about that crowd as well?
Yeah,
it's amazing, honestly. And it's only Friday, so that crowd is going to get bigger and bigger throughout the weekend. But as a player, in simple, the only advice I can give you is just remember to breathe, control the heart rate, and remember that just be confident. You put in the practice, you put in the work. There's a reason that you're here. There's a reason you're coming in as the number 2 seed if you're chosen. And at that point, you just take care of business. And as long as you don't let the moment get too big, or you don't let the jitters and the noise from the outside get too loud, all you're doing is playing Halo, and you've been doing this every day for quite a while. So should be business as usual for these guys.
Yeah. I mean, definitely a lot of business as usual. I'm talking about business as usual. We got a coach as well coming on board in June as well for Chosen Squad. We have God Bambi, who joined the roster as well. How much of a big difference does a coach make at LAN as well, Gaskin? Because, I think a lot of people kind of look at coaches as kind of like timing OS, timing, all sorts of different things, camo, power-ups, power weapons, you name it. But they do so much more for that in terms of the team and where they have to be at what time, in game, kind of different strategies and stuff, especially coming into Halo Infinite. So what kind of a difference does that make in terms of teams and kind of the dynamic that can create as well, having a 5 up there on the stage?
Yeah, there's 2 types of coaches. There's a coach that gets ignored and no one really listens to them. They just do times. Maybe like when Wes used to kind of coach, probably didn't get the respect he deserved. But I'm joking. I know he got the respect he deserved. But you are going to see some teams...
As a player, as a caster, as a coach, still no respect given.
No
but
respect at all.
You can't expect people to give you respect. You got to take it from them.
But you will see some teams use a coach as that 5th voice, right? To call out maybe for a player who's a little bit more quiet, likes to focus on their gameplay, maybe calling out too much is going to be a little bit of a distraction for them. And yes, okay, there is a lot that's timed for you in Halo Infinite, but there are some things that you have to keep an eye on that are not going to be timed for you and also need to be a priority. Even just things as simple as dynamo grenades need to be constantly on top of by the coach. And you've got to make sure that you are in a positive attitude as well, so that you can be with the rest of the team, you can spend time with them outside of the game, so that chemistry is there, so you can lift them up if they are going to be struggling. I think I've coached a couple of teams back in the day, and you really have to know how to pick them out of that kind of bad situation if they've gone down 2 maps. You need to know what it is to get them back into it so they can go for that reverse sweep.
Yeah, I think it's really important to be able to kind of have that kind of knowledge, outside knowledge. It's so easy to get sucked in, obviously, to your own POV. Obviously, at LAN, you're able to kind of screen watch as well, which is a really nice thing about kind of having your teammates right next to you on the main stage, but also with the coach there being able to kind of be there for the team and kind of allow them to do what they do best without the pressures of knowing when the timing of things needs to come up. And speaking of timing, it is time to right now have a look at Cinta Negra and Nubis and how they're... Oh no, I have actually been told we're going to actually go straight into gameplay. So we're going to go into the match, which I'm so excited for. So let's get into the first match of pool play here at the MX Regional Finals. We've got Onset and Bravo on the mics.
You do indeed, lot. And here we go. Andy, firstly, welcome to the MX Regional Finals. It's a lot of fun to have you here, buddy. I'm looking forward to getting into this games, and already you can see in front of us, we've got a series layout.
Hey, thank you for having me. It's great to be here. Excited to be alongside you for this series. I think the guys on the desk teed it up really well. We're excited about this event because it means a lot to this region, and this region means a lot to competitive Halo, right? I think they've had a lot of highlights and a lot of big chances over the years, but this certainly is the biggest opportunity for them. And as we heard, Chosen Squad versus Cinta Negra and Nubis going to be our first match of the day. And taking a look at this series layout, to be honest, it's got a lot of good game types.
It certainly does indeed. It's got a lot of opportunities for big plays, which I love seeing. And one thing that I kind of took from the MX Super that we were lucky enough to be a part of and cast over some of those games was you can almost expect the unexpected for some of these teams at certain times. But one thing we were impressed with was that individual ability, right? The multi-kills that we had on display was certainly entertaining, to say the least. And I just want to touch on something you said as well during your little intro there, which is how big an event this is for the region. Because I feel like you can see the crowd on the Friday. That's nuts. That's the crowd you don't usually see on a Friday. That's a Sunday crowd. So who knows what it's going to look like when we get to Sunday.
There's one thing we know about the Latin American region is that they show up to LAN events. The energy, the hype, the enthusiasm, it's unmatched. I don't care what North America has to say. They don't come close, as you just saw. Even at your biggest North American events, and I'm talking not just these days, even back in the day, the Friday crowd was not a huge thing because a lot of your open teams, they're in the open pit, etc. This is a packed house. This looks like a grand final sized crowd already. So a huge shout out to everyone in the room in Mexico City who always shows up and holds it down for the underground. It's amazing to see them already with such great numbers. But excited to get into this. As we said, some familiar names here on the main stage for this first matchup. I'm lucky to call people like Elio and Leah close friends. We've been in events for a long time. You and I, of course, were with them at the 2016 events as well, back at the regionals and also the finals. And it's going to be great to see what they're able to do here on the main stage.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. As you say, it's a landmark moment here for the LATAM region, right? You've got the biggest turnout, you've got the biggest payout as well with the prize pool that we have on the line. And alongside that, one thing I wanted to kind of highlight was from the little video package that we saw a few moments ago from Chosen Squad, how impactful these moments are on the region and the players. Everyone kind of looking back on those moments, and one player coming out and saying, oh, this is the moment. This is the biggest moment for me as a player. And I think it's something that can't be kind of translated in a way that it should be, in a big enough, grandiose way that it should be, because it is such a huge, monumental and historic moment for these teams.
It really is. And I think one of the cool things, too, is the fact that these players are realizing that, right? They're knowing that this is their moment, and they need to, as Clutch kind of alluded to there earlier, they need to really take in these moments, be present for them, because these are moments that could really impact your career. You look at what happened with players like Tapping Buttons, right? Having a stint on North American organization with EG, and he's now pretty much a household name, even for North American Halo. Everyone knows the name Tapping Buttons. And I think Tapping was a great example of what can happen when you show up in the Latin American region in a big way. And I think a lot of global talent realized, even the likes of someone like Barcode in Australia is somewhat following in those footsteps, that when you put your team on the map, when you put yourself on the map in another region, you become a global name. And I think a lot of the players here on this stage are realizing that this weekend could be their weekend. It could be a huge payout. It could be a huge weekend, for the trajectory of their careers. And depending on what they do here, right, you're going to see Orlando spots guaranteed, maybe some world spots thereafter. It's a pretty exciting time for all these teams, without a doubt.
It certainly is, and off the back of that, it's not just a couple of spots, it's 3 spots actually available for pool play for Orlando. So that's massive, right? We would, arguably say that Pittsburgh Knights would expect to take one of those homes, but the fact that we've got 2 other spots available, Andy, for pool play in Orlando, that should be enough for these teams to want to knuckle down and fight through that bracket. We're going to see some super intense games, not just when we get to that grand final, but for those qualification spots, those games are going to be massive.
Yeah, the one thing that we're going to definitely be looking out for later on in the bracket certainly is what Cinta Negra does. I say that because they have certainly been the biggest challenger to Pittsburgh Knights, especially over the past 3 weeks of Pro Series. But the interesting piece is that Pittsburgh Knights has gotten better and better in their results, and Cinta Negra has looked worse and worse in the scoreline overall, right? At first it was 3-2s, then 3-1s, then 3-0s in the most recent Pro Series between Pittsburgh Knights and Cinta Negra. So does that mean that Pittsburgh Knights is getting that much further ahead? Or is maybe Cinta Negra slipping, and do they maybe risk not grabbing one of those top 3 spots? Of course, we've got 3 days of Halo to decide that, but it's going to certainly be an interesting race for that second, third, without a doubt.
Oh, it certainly is. There's been a lot of team changes in the region as well, which will be highlighted as we get through these games and we see some more of these teams, not just from pool play, but some of the open bracket teams as well, with some very notable names on from the region. So we'll have to see if a little bit of that chemistry suddenly comes to the fore when it comes to those big games, and some of those new players to the lineups are going to make that difference. But let's go back to focusing on what's in front of us, because we do have Cinta Negra Nubis taking on Chosen Squad, and Chosen Squad are certainly a team who I think are going to be looking at one of those 3 spots and thinking, if we put together the kind of run we would like to at this event, then we might have the opportunity to go to Orlando and play in pool play in that major. And what an opportunity that is for the lineup.
Oh, it really is. And what's cool here is you do have a lot of veteran talent on this team, right? Especially when you look at it compared to the rest of the teams in the Latin American region. If you look at, like I said, Elio, he's been here before. He knows, he's been to Latin American regionals. We saw him at Halo World Championship stuff in 2016. And the same with Leah. I think a lot of people have seen Leah in different roles. She's also hosted, she's casted. She's just a well-known figure in the LATAM community. But let's not forget, she's first and foremost a competitor and a player. And Jen, she's here to play this weekend. And couldn't be more excited for Leah. Have had a chance to be at events with her and the crew for a long time, and I think it's going to be a big opportunity for them. On the other side, for Cinta Negra Nubis, to be honest, a bit of a challenge for them. They can't take the likes of Chosen Squad lightly, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Heavenly was a player who certainly stood out to us when we were looking back at the MX Super. I think he got top 8 with K9 Cinta Negra at that point, so a decent performance from him, but obviously you're going to have to step that up if he wants to get into one of those top 3 placements. But if we do get the opportunity to bring up the series layout again, just to talk through the game types, I think Recharge Oddball is always a fun one to start off with, Andy. We're going to get a round-based game type, we're going to have that shock rifle, and we're going to have players having the opportunity to put on a show for us here.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to looking through each of these game types. Also, I think there was a Game 3 CTF Aquarius, which you and I are always partial to as well. It's a good game type to have early on in a tournament, early on in pool play, to see teams really kind of be able to feel each other out, have a little bit of tug and war back and forth, and it just provides a little bit of a different dynamic, certainly, than something like a very fast-paced Strongholds or a very fast-paced ball game as well. But I agree, Ball Recharge is a great way to start the series because it's just guns firing, guns blazing. It's a lot like starting something off back in the day with something like a midship map, right? You're going to have to just be on your toes right away, and I think it's a really good test for the main stage. You really quickly thin out the rest of the teams when you start off with game types like that require so much early on.
Well, the good thing here is that we can not only see that the players are ready on the stage at the moment, even with a couple of stretches going on. Always good to feel good, feel loose. You know how it is, Andy. When you're about to go into a big matchup, especially on that main stage. But we can also see over the shoulders of the players down the screen, the lobby looks like it's almost ready to go. Which, to be honest, is the most important thing, because not only us at home and everyone who's watching at home is going to want to see some gameplay, but also that amazing Friday crowd is as well. So hopefully we can get into the gameplay as soon as possible. It looks like we're just moments away at this point.
Yeah, excited to jump in, certainly. And I think there's a lot of nerves on the main stage as well, right? These players are just as anxious as we are to get into the matches. And with the more time that goes on as they get ready, you have to think maybe
regional finals. What a monumental moment this is for the players and the teams. The biggest prize pool we have seen in the Latin American region, plus the biggest turnout as well. The first 2 teams that get to kind of set the stage for the rest of this tournament are going to be Chosen Squad and Cinta Negra and Nubis, and we've got Recharge Oddball to play.
And what a moment for them. Like we said, these players and teams, they've been playing for a very long time here. They know what's possible. They know what's on the line here, but still to be the first main stage match on the biggest tournament in Latin American history, quite a big deal, and you have to think there's going to be a lot of nerves on the stage. They're going to be excited to get into this one, and with a game type like this to start things off, I think the team that's really able to calm those nerves, to control those nerves, just like Clutch said, that's going to be a big factor here when you have a packed house already on day one. Like we said, this doesn't happen even at the largest North American events. A lot of people are going to be maybe walking around the venue, checking out some open matches. This is already a packed house, and this is going to be a loud room here, even on the first series of the day.
Good point you make as well, like about how the open teams usually make up some of that Sunday crowd, and the fact that that crowd is already full. You can only imagine what it's going to look like on Sunday. Maybe it's going to be a case of standing room only, and I tell you what, it's going to be an amazing atmosphere to be a part of for the region and everybody who is there in Mexico at the moment. But for now, we're on Recharge, and that's where we're going to start off this series. And I'm going to ask you, as I like to do, for a player to watch in this series, Andy, who's going to be the player who firstly kind of takes our breath away with some of the plays they're going to make?
Man, you know what? Out of this series, there's a lot of names that we talked about in the pregame show, but I'm going to highlight one that you mentioned. I think it's Heavenly. Whatever Heavenly might be able to do here, I think is going to be a big indication of what this team might do for the weekend. Like you said, top 8 during that Mexico Super. It's a considerable finish, but also one that I think he's going to want to improve upon, and the whole rest of the squad will as well. So Heavenly on the Montenegro Nubis side. And to be honest, I think Elio on Chosen Squad, right? This guy's a veteran. He's been here before. He's been with teams. He's played, he's played internationally, probably the most international experience on the squad. So I think he needs to step up and really be a rock for his team and step up in a big way.
Here's a question for you. This is 100% throwing you under the bus. So I'm sorry, this is the third series. Obviously on Mangler in North America.
That's a good question.
Do you reckon that there is a GA in place? I'm imagining there is. For this event, or do you reckon we're going to see someone get a bit cheeky and pick up the Mangler?
Okay, purely based on how much matchmaking we've played, and keep in mind, of course, we get certainly Latin American players, Mexican players that come into these lobbies. Because the global GA is so strong, I'm expecting certainly in the Mexico City event. Now, but that said, I do think it also stands as the event where it could most likely to be broken as well.
The only reason that I asked that is because if it's me and I'm playing in Europe, I'm just saying, game 5, 49, it might slip through my fingers, the BR, and I might find myself with a Mangler in hand. But we'll have to wait and see. I'm sure the GA, of course, will be in effect for the entirety of this tournament. But one good thing here, Andy, is we're getting a real good look around Recharge. We haven't played a lot of it. We've watched a lot of it. But sometimes when you're just going through these map overlays over and over, you get to notice something a little bit different every single time. You know what I mean? And I'm just trying to read what's actually on the back of those batteries.
Yeah, so the reason that people are so worried about those batteries is because maintenance is required, which explains that battery that people started to abuse here, and the system does need a restart. And that's why people were taking advantage of the system and kind of getting, if I'm going to say it, they were kind of getting into those hacks that the kids talk about.
Yeah, it's very, very true. Maybe there's more of a warning on this map than we realised a lot of the time. But I mean, Recharge, it looks like we're going to have a few moments here before we actually get into some gameplay. It gives us a little bit of time to talk about our ball and how the teams have been playing it across the globe. And it seems like a lot of the time, early on in this game, early on in Halo Infinite, it was all about a setup over at blue or pipes, right? But now we're seeing more transitional setups. We're seeing those rotations come in. Just break it down for us while we've got a little bit of time here.
You bet. I think there's a few different things you could do. You can rotate, you can throtate, you can go with the flotate. There's a lot of ways to move the ball around the map. And like you said, I think the best teams in the world are doing just that. They're making sure that they're moving the map. The second they identify a spawner, they're knowing exactly where they need to go. If they're going, for example, if they're going through pipes or if they're going through all the way through control. It sounds like we might have an opportunity to see a little bit more from Montenegro Nubis, though, before we get in.
Pues la verdad se siente muy emocionante y más que nada inspirador.
Pues para mí la verdad como que fue un sueño. Entonces en este primer Halo que me dedico al competitivo y llegar a estas instancias como que es muy emocionante para mí.
No es mi primera LAN, ya llevo compitiendo algunos años y me emociona mucho volver a competir. Volver a estar ya en escenarios más profesionales aumenta la emoción y pues tenemos que darlo todo el día de mañana.
Me acuerdo que mi papá vivía en Estados Unidos y de vez en cuando nos mandaba juegos y entre uno de ellos venía el Halo, el primerito. Entonces lo jugué y pues me enamoré de ese juego.
Mi mejor anécdota es a finales de Halo 4. Llegamos, digamos, siendo los rivales más débiles y terminamos siendo los campeones de ese torneo de Halo 4. Torneo muy largo, pero esa es mi mejor experiencia. O sea, poder ser campeón nacional ha sido mi mejor experiencia en todo Halo.
Yo creo que pues, va a ser la más reciente, porque fue competitivamente, fue cuando clasificamos a Kansas, porque fue mi primer torneo
Tengo muchos recuerdos, sí, pero creo que mi favorito fue mi primera LAN, porque no conocía a nadie y yo ya traía amistades en Xbox Live. Entonces, conocer a todas estas personas, como que sabía que tenía un amigo por un juego y no me esperaba algo así. Creo que ha sido de mis mejores experiencias.
Here teams, Andy, and a chance for Sintenenga and Nubis there
Pues
to express some of their feelings about this event, history, everything that they're going through. And one thing I always love is that little bit of an emotional link, right, from a team who is looking at things and playing on Xbox Live to then meeting the teammates in real life and experiencing that first LAN event.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal, and what a time to do it, right? When you're talking about the region that's finding themselves with the biggest prize pool ever, an amazing day one crowd, and also, like we said, the largest turnout in Latin American history as well. So a perfect time to get on this main stage and have the first main stage match under your belt. And even though there's a lot of pressure on that, maybe it's a good time to get the nerves out, right? If you find yourself on the winning end of your first main stage match, that's going to give you pretty good vibes heading into the rest of the weekend.
Certainly. Indeed, especially if you can get a win under your belt and maybe just get that first game under your belt as well. That's going to be the most important thing. And it looks like, and I don't want to get ahead of myself here, is we've seen this a few times now, but the first match on the main stage is about to be ready to go. So it is going to be still, everybody, recharge oddball, and hopefully we're going to see something more than just a static kind of silent battleground, and we're going to see some teams starting to shoot some guns and those battle rifles start to sing.
It's true. We have been able to catch some little nuances, like you said, though. Also, the fact that the shock rifle does indicate danger on its own as well, and that's going to be a dangerous weapon. We'll have to see which player on each side might be able to pop off that, because we know that weapon can certainly blow the game open. And I think one thing to note here in pool play as well, it's going to be a little bit different than maybe pool play in North America or Europe, where you have a little bit tighter of a pack in that top 8, and might see some blowout wins here. So I think these teams are going to have an opportunity to really rack up the score against their opponents if they start to catch some fire.
Yeah, and also on the flip side of that, I'll play devil's advocate a little bit here. You might see some very, very scrappy games, which means that it usually comes down to a last-second grab, a huge play in the last few moments to deny that oddball grab or whatever it might be. So this is going to be certainly an interesting game type to give us a feel of how these teams are playing, how they expect to play some of these objective game types as well, and who's going to be the player also who tries to control those power weapons, who's going to be the player who goes for that shock rifle and has the responsibility on their shoulders to hit the shots when they need to.
Also looking forward to seeing which players really are able to prioritize the objective in a meaningful way. I think it's one thing if these teams just kind of slay and overslay and they're scrapping time, but looking forward to seeing, like you alluded to, are there other teams that are finding those early rotates, that are rotating the first second that they realize that they've killed the last player they needed to, and they can start that rotate? Are players who are last player alive being really meaningful and intentional with the way they play objective, if they're getting the ball out of elevator to bottom middle, if they're making sure to play the ball off of back blue? I think things like that are going to be really interesting to see here early on in the pool play stage as well.
To see if anyone's going to get their repulsor and hit some nollie jumps as well. Grapple as well going to be available. There's a system error over there as well. Someone needs to take a serious... Andy, I need you to put like mechanics hat on. I'm not sure if that's actually a thing, right? And just spend a couple of hours running around recharge and fixing some of this stuff, because there seems to be errors everywhere. Every single screen is not working.
I do wonder what a mechanics hat would look like, to be honest. I think I would just probably use a hard hat.
Let us know.
Yeah, let us know what you think a mechanics hat should look like. Most mechanics I find pretty weird haircuts in general, generally speaking.
It's a sweeping statement. But if you are a mechanic watching, please confirm or deny and let us know if there is.
We apologize as well.
Well, Andy apologizes. I did not say that they all have weird haircuts. That was all you. But as you can tell, everybody, we're still waiting for the games to get underway here. Apologies for us going slightly off track. Well, hopefully, as I say, get into the games as soon as we can. Hopefully the players are going to get into the game as soon as they can, because I'm sure more than anyone, both viewers, commentators, whoever you might be, is looking forward to getting into the game more than anything. But once we get this LAN underway, trust me, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. You just got to bear with us for a few moments while we work through these moments.
That's absolutely right. And like we said, for the teams that have already got their matches underway in the open pit, right, there's already going to be a lot of energy in the venue here, but certainly a lot of apprehension here on the main stage as the players are waiting to get into this match. But like you say, once we get into that game number one, I think that everything will fly away and the players will remember what they came here for and what they're excited to do. But maybe we could take a look at the series layout again. We'll have to see if we can get that, because we can talk about more game types than just the first one, which we've talked about now at great length.
Well, we might be able to see it. Who knows? We'll find out in a few moments' time, and it looks like we might get it right now. It's just us again. Don't worry. You got a little cheeky peek at the venue for a few seconds, just to remind you that obviously this is live event, and players are still waiting to get going. But yeah, the series layout, I can't remember what game 2 was, which would be interesting if we could bring it. No, we're back to recharge. It looks like hopefully we're going to be getting into the game again, but I'm not going to promise that anymore, everybody, because I've said it 2 or 3 times now, and I feel like I'm just doing you disservice if I tell you that again. So hopefully when the guns start firing, I'll tell you that the game is live.
Still looking for this series layout. What was that game number 2?
I could Streets. It might have been Street.
It was Street Slayer. Street Slayer, my guy.
We got there. I got you, brother. Don't worry. I got you.
Street Slayer.
Street Slayer. Well, again, we get to look at that Friday crowd, Andy. Look at it. Beautiful faces in the crowd.
They're just as stoked as we are. They're just as stoked as you are at home.
Already.
It's packed in here. These people cannot wait for this match to start. We can't wait for the match to start. We know you at home can't wait for the match to start either. Give us a second to talk about Street Slayer, though. Mark, thoughts on Street Slayer as a game type?
Well, it's going to be game 2, which is that we worked out for sure. As a game type, I think it's certainly a Slayer that can start to snowball a little bit. You were seeing one of those. I think it's one of the most notable Slayers that we have. That when you do get control and you start to get a few split spawns and rockets and a couple of power weapons, with the sandbox that's currently available on the map, I feel like it's very difficult to fight your way out of a 4-dead situation. And I think it's also one of those game types, a little bit like we did talk about on Bazaar sometimes, where if you do go down by 12, 13 kills, you have to keep in mind that that can be reversed if you manage to get a couple of kills and get weapons back in your hand. So it's kind of like a mental test, this game type, and Slayers in general, I feel, on Halo Infinite sometimes can be a little bit like that, is not letting the leads kind of distract from the fact there's always an opportunity to get back into those games.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those game types, I couldn't agree more, where you need to be thinking big picture, and you need to be thinking, okay, what will the next, as we take a look at the series layout here, we're talking about Street Slayer game number 2. When you have a few maybe opportunities coming up, you need to think about what will the next 4 to 8 kills look like, right? It's never just this 1v1, say, on Neons, or what does a 1v1 in Tires or Rail look like. You need to be thinking about, if we get this kill, this damage, etc., what does that look like in terms of the next 4 to 5 kills? And I think it's certainly a game type where that's going to apply as well. Game number 3 going to be CTF Aquarius.
Yeah, and game number 4, we're going back to Streets for some King of the Hill, one of the newer game types again, and one of the second opportunity for us to see it played in the LAN environment as well. Of course, we had the EU regional finals. Had to just go back through the memory banks there to make sure they got the right title of the event, but it was interesting to see King of the Hill and how it was played and how it has developed and how it's going to be played in this region as well, because we always do see with new game types, sometimes it's a little bit of a kind of a copycat of how North America is playing things. Teams from around the globe watch that, try to pick up on some of the tendencies of players and teams, and I'm interested to see how King of the Hill does play, and also how different maps play. Some of the newer maps that we've got in the circuit as well. Catalyst is going to play in the region.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more on King. I think we're probably going to see a little bit more of a scrappy King, even more than we saw in maybe North America previously, as well as in Europe, just because I think teams are going to be, right, they're, like we said, they're going to be anxious to get into these games. They're going to want to put points on the board, and that's exactly what they're going to be trying to do. And I think you might see King of the Hill played really fast, even less control-based than we see in other regions, and I think it's just going to be a lot of guns blazing, flying into hills, and trying to put as many points on the board. But I'd love to be proved wrong. Maybe we're going to see teams like Pittsburgh Knights that play a more control-based game type.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I also want to see somebody take responsibility to be putting out more chairs in the venue. Now, I don't know if it's a safety issue, if there has to be certain room for people to walk around, and exactly. Maybe the fire marshal can be put onto the events ops, quite possibly, who knows, and see if we can get some more chairs out there for the people who are currently standing, because that really is something at the moment. Just looking at that crowd and thinking, that's a Friday. That's not just a Friday as well. That's first game on a Friday. And it's true. Yeah, I mean, for those players on that stage, it's going to be quite the experience.
Yeah, Mexico City shows up in such a big way every single time, whether you talk about a Gears event, whether you talk about Halo events, any Xbox events really, and gaming events in general. Mexico City just never disappoints, and you can see that already on Friday. The Mexico and LATAM community showing up in such a big way, and not surprised to see it. I think this is even the biggest Friday crowd we've seen at an event ever, and they just keep going bigger and bigger. So excited to get some matches underway for this crowd when we can.
Yeah, I don't like to kind of wish time away, because obviously we're going to have some amazing matches today and tomorrow, but kind of looking forward to seeing Sunday and what it looks like in that crowd, and how the teams are going to be getting pumped up and hyped up and making plays that the crowd are going to be certainly remembering for quite some times. And I wonder what's a more chantable name, by the way. I've been thinking about this. Is how my brain works, everyone at home. It's a scary, terrifying place a lot of the time, but I'm thinking, is Pittsburgh Knights more chantable than Cinta Negro. What do you think, Andy? I want you, because I can think like Pittsburgh Knights, but then I think like Cinta Negra. You know what I mean? Like there's a couple of different options there.
Wow. Oh man. I would say they're equally chantable. That said, though, keep in mind as an American, our chants here are really bad. You know what I mean? Whereas
I was gonna go Cinta Negra kind of fits in with "Let's Go" insert name, which
like what I like is you being from the UK, also having a lot of European football and UK football watching under your belt. You've seen some epic chants. I'll be the first to say that in the US, I'll be the first to say
chants in the football stats.
I bet you have, and in the US, let me tell you, our chants they're just not the same. They're really bad. They're not good.
I mean, I'm not going to bring up the "Let's Go Seattle" one, but
don't.
That's the bar that I set, by the way. Okay,
that's a very low bar. It's a very low bar.
What we've been told, and I can only relay what we've been told to you at home, so apologies for the wait here. That the gameplay is extremely close. I was told a matter of seconds, so hopefully we can get into that again, and we can get some Halo to cast over. But for now, unfortunately, it's the On San Bravo podcast featuring the MX Regional Finals. So sit back and enjoy. That's all I can say. Andy, what do you got for us? Gameplay?
We got gameplay. We got gameplay. It looks like we were thinking about gameplay, and at least we do have gameplay on screen. You're going to probably see a match end here. But don't get it twisted. That means we're very close to some games.
It also means technically we did get gameplay.
Was that gameplay?
Yes. What else would you call it?
I would call it shooting teammates.
Okay, I see that as gameplay. That's what I do a lot of the time.
That's true. But I could see why you would have thought that was gagameplay. Actually, I could see why that to your eyes looked like gameplay.
Okay, funny. I get it. Right?
Funny.
I was gonna say I'm probably one of the only people who enjoys like enemy friendly damage being turned off in this game, but you know what can I say? Yeah. Pockets up there as well. You know, maybe he would have enjoyed it. A lot of the pocket rockets, it's not quite as devastating as they used to be, but it looks like we're getting closer. Everybody, we're kind of like creeping up on the gameplay. We're not quite there yet, but we're certainly taking steps to get there
slowly.
And you can't be mad at that.
No, we're in the right direction here, folks. To all of you in the room, as well as everyone at home waiting for this game number 1, which won't be bizarre, by the way.
It will, by the way. I feel like we've already failed. We haven't even got a game on our screens yet. And that's, for us, usually it takes a couple of games, maybe a day or so before we start to fall over. But first game of the event, even for us, that'd be early.
If it's not recharge, I'm actually going to have a call with League Ops and make it recharge.
Got that power. You got that swing. You've been in Halo for a while.
Oh!
Here we go.
Wait, no. Don't. Almost. We had an extra player on the red team. Thought about it.
Looking into that.
But think about it. We are now on recharge.
We're getting closer, everyone. I told you we're creeping up on it. We're not quite there yet. We are getting closer. We had players playing a video game called Halo Infinite. That was a great start. Wrong map. Now we have the right
major. It's a lot on the line, and it all starts here for both of these teams. And I think they know that it's going to be a long weekend journey, but a win here is going to be big in their pool play results, because the last thing they want to do is find themselves towards the bottom of pool play, either being eliminated or finding themselves right away into the elimination bracket. And getting that first win under your belt is going to be a big momentum booster as well.
100%. It's going to be really important for you in pool play, just to get off that good start, just to give yourself a cushion if you know that you've got to play one of the highest seeds in your pool as well a little bit later on. Than if you have that 1-0 scoreline before you go into a series like that. It's kind of like you have a free roll of the dice, so to speak, against one of the highest seeded teams, right? Because you know you've got that win under your belt. It's not a case of going 0-2, you go 1-1. So it's a much different outlook after knowing, once you've dealt with the big dogs, so to speak, in the group, that you've got an opportunity to still progress into one of those top spots and go through into that upper bracket. But on the flip side of that, going into that lower bracket is the last thing you want to be doing from pool play. It's a tough position to find yourself in, and it means you've got a fight on your hands to make it through to Sunday.
Absolutely. And to be honest, it's going to be a long weekend of Halo. And I think the players that have played on LAN before, especially those with international experience in North America and elsewhere, they know just how long these weekends are. And yes, you need to be going at 110% every single series, but keep in mind, this is 3 days of Halo. A lot of them might have traveled across Mexico, across Latin America to get here, right? So long travel days getting in. It's going to be long days of Halo. Might be tough falling asleep right away in the evenings here, especially if you're at your first LAN event. So keep in mind, this is going to be a marathon, and whichever teams come out on the end,
on Sunday feeling the healthiest, feeling ready to go, are going to be finding themselves in a pretty good position to take the title.
If we find ourselves in a pretty good position by getting some games, let's see if we can get into this one. It looks like it is still going to be Recharge. It's potentially going to be Oddball, and we're potentially going to have 4 players on each side of the stage ready to take each other on in our first game. And it almost feels like it's been so long since we talked about the 2 teams actually playing in this series, Andy, and maybe it's just going to be an opportunity to do so, or maybe it's just going to be bad to us. Hey everybody, how you doing? It's great to be here.
We need to get some word from the station referees on what's going on here. I'm not hearing much from them. They're awfully quiet. They're awfully quiet, these station admins, not giving us the info we need. But yeah, I think all that's been said has been said.
Well, for now, we get to have a look at one of our teams on the main stage. This is going to be Chosen Squad. We have a look across at some of the players ready to play. But the question is, Andy, like you asked, where are League Ops? Are the station referees on that stage? And what is their number for you to get a hold of them?
It's true. Are they getting these matches started as fast as they can? I'm not sure. Here's Chosen Squad on your screen. As we said, team with a nice mix of players here. It's going to be Cooler, Elio, Leah, and Kruno. And we've seen them, of course, in the Mexico Super. As we said, we've seen them also historically in quite a few different LAN events as well, both events in the US as well as events, of course, across Latin America as well. They're not only a mainstay, but players that have become pretty well known in this region, and excited to see exactly what they might be able to do here. Some words going on from station admins to the coach here could indicate a potential match start.
Let's hope so. Maybe he was just whispering in the ear. It's Recharge Oddball. It's time to get the game underway, and it is going to be time to get underway here, everybody. Apologies for the delay, but the good news is we have gameplay on our screen. It's the first match of the MX Regional Finals. Onset and Bravo to talk you through it, and it's going to be Cincinnati Nubis, taking on Chosen Squad.
Yeah, excited to get into this one here, and great to have gameplay on the screen. Let me tell you, great to also have you joining us in the room in Mexico City, also joining us online from across the world, across Twitch and YouTube. Great to have you here for the Mexico Super. And like we said, there's a lot on the line this weekend. There's a lot of pride in this region. There's a lot of deep history in this region. And at the end of the day, we have 3 spots going to Orlando, as well as a $50,000 prize pool. Everything to play for Latin America.
Some nice shots coming in there. She's going to maybe create an opening, but the ball time here is going to be Chosen Squad. So at the moment, it looks like Cincinnati Nubis aren't too happy with something that's going on in the game. Maybe there's a little bit of a problem happening, or maybe it's just going to be a case of just taking a few slides and making sure the controller is feeling good. And maybe that was the case, Andy.
Could be. We'll have to see. In Chico's screen, no, it is going to be a match end. And unfortunately, that will be just a teaser of what Recharge Oddball can truly offer.
We are creeping up, ladies and gents, on our first game. When is it going to be completed? Time will only tell, but we are getting closer. See, that is another step in the process to getting the series underway. Let me tell you, when the series does get underway, and even when the series, it seems a little bit rough, Andy. Unfortunately, we can't give you that information at home. We can only hope that someone can screenshot it, maybe when they're at home, they're sat on their Xbox or their PC, and they can send us that information to really make the most of this situation.
I think they were trying to help you out, Mark. I do believe they were trying to give you a freeze frame on those screens just to give you a little bit of intel. And given your vast knowledge of many, many programming languages, you might have been able to get in there and get this game started off of that console.
Hey, yep. I mean, I appreciate you telling everyone that I have talent when it comes to programming.
You do.
I don't, but I'm sure I can give it a go. How hard can it be, right? If I've learned anything from the internet and Twitter, it's not that difficult to program games if you're a player. That's all I know, okay? That seems to be very simple.
It's true. It's true. Actually, I wasn't expecting you to say that. You really caught me off guard. You caught me off guard, and you're absolutely right. It's much easier from a maybe a 15-year-old Redditor's point of view to make a game than from people who have actually made some games, without a doubt.
I think we're going back in a game here, everybody, and I'm telling you, this might be the one. This could be the one. Maybe this is the one. Maybe this is going to be the one that stays with us for quite some time. Let's see if that is going to be the case, as it is still, everybody, going to be Recharge Oddball to kick things off. We've got gameplay for you. No, we've got a map overlay first.
Just to remind you here, game number 1 will be on Recharge here. Got a few little things to play with downstairs in the tunnel, a little repulsor action, and we are into gameplay. Shock Rivals in play.
Heavenly's got it. He's also got the Oddball. What a start that is. Grabbing all of the goodies. And we're also going to see Leah here with the camouflage, but gets eliminated almost immediately. So 2 dead here for Chosen Squad. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, Andy, everyone's moving, everyone's grooving, and everyone is finally starting to play some Halo Infinite.
Oh, by the way, gotta say, so excited to have of course, the gameplay itself in the Spanish language here in the Mexico City Super. Not every day you get to hear a little bit of Spanish announcer audio and also some Spanish dialogue, so you get a little bit of cool things. The remote detonation sounds even better in Spanish, and of course, you're even going to get your call-outs here. So if you were hoping to learn your call-outs in Spanish as well on the bottom left, you're going to have those on screen too.
I think that will be the case here. I'm certainly going to learn something. I'm sure that Wes is certainly going to learn something. He's been trying to impress us with his Spanish in the last few days, and let me tell you, there's a lot to be desired there. But a lot to be desired is certainly something these teams aren't going to want to be saying when it comes to the end of this series. And we are seeing a very tight start here. It's going to be Cintanegro Nubis with this setup around Elevator.
I gotta say, I want to apologize in advance. This is a great time. I'm so glad we have the first series because I want to disassociate myself with any Spanish that Clutch speaks, not only this weekend, but actually ever. Because I actually had spent some time with him, as many of you know, in Valencia, Spain. There were attempts made at Spanish. I'm probably not going back to the country for some time because I was seen with him. So I'm going to apologize early on. However, though, I do encourage Clutch to give it his best go.
100%. For now, though, one thing that should be encouraged is this setup over at Elevator in a Cintanegro Nubis looking very, very strong with this hold. You can see the score just approaching that 40-point mark already after Chosen Squad got off to somewhat of a good start here as we see a little bit of cooler POV. His job is to watch that cross and now try and collapse onto these players who have taken a bit of damage, but 2 players here. And the shock rifle combining with the battle rifle means that the break won't come in this time, and it will be Heavenly who has the ball in hand.
Yeah, nice little hold here, and they've held that Elevator hold pretty comfortably since early on and really have not looked back as they're able to put some more points on the board. Elio trying to get away, difficult to do so, of course, around that mid-bridge. Sometimes you have to do a little bit of dipping and diving to try to double back on opponents, but now back on board once again with Cooler here for Chosen Squad.
4v2 on the map as well. All the players now alive for Chosen Squad. 2 of them just coming off the respawn. Means there's going to be a little bit of a staggered push here, but they're taking their time. It would appear, I'd say. One player actually flies in and gets that opening kill. It's going to be Elio who manages to do that. Cooler trying to move in to clean up the damage that's going to be done, but Cintanegro Nubis now find themselves 2 dead, so a little bit of a ruckus going down here on the bottom of Elevator, and Chosen Squad do get the break.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and answer back here. It's a very, very clean break, and it looks like so far it's been not really chaotic gameplay. It's actually been some really solid pushes coming in. It took a little while for the Chosen Squad break to come in, but when they did, they're going to be able to put some more points on the board. Though, long way to go there. They're down by about double.
Down by double, but as we say, not a huge difference in the scoreline. Not like it's 100 points, not like it's completely out of the realms of reality to make a decent hold and hold off a couple of pushes here to get back into this. One way to do that is going to be for a Chosen Squad to start heating up with a couple of power weapons, and Kruno is going to be in possession of that shock rifle. 2 players, unfortunately for him, his team do fall, and now he's got to do some heavy lifting himself. Manages to pick up one, the shock rifle ready and loaded and primed to maybe look for that double, but for now he's just staying alive, prioritizing that life.
Knows he needs to try to hit this shot quick. He's not going to have a lot of time. You can see right there, anyone who's played that situation from any kind of pipes or whirlpool peak into back Elevator, you need to hit that shot. You need to do it very quickly. And the second that another player comes into view, you know that it's too late and you haven't hit that shot. It's really difficult to do. It's kind of a high-risk, high-reward play, and that push will not pay off, so that'll be more time on the board.
I mean, let's give some credit here to Cintanegro Nubis, right? We were talking about Chosen Squad, some of the more known names, if you like. Well, some of the newer teams and some of the newer players to the scene are certainly having a good time here in round number 1 as Heavenly tries to make that push in, and they're only a few moments away from actually closing out round number 1, Andy. This has been a really solid hold around the Elevator for the majority of this game.
And just like you said, they're going to do it right away before we can even really get deep into that round. They do it very, very quickly. They're going to put that round on the board, and it really came off of, like you said, consistent Elevator holds. They had a great early game hold. They lost it for a little bit in the mid game, but then they bounced back with a very strong win there as they're going to go ahead and put the second hold on the board. And it's not every game, Mark, that we see a game that was only held at Elevator. That tells you just how fast that game ended, right? It was really only 3 holds total. 2 of them go to Cintanegro Nubis, and they take the round.
Yeah, just that one break that came in as well, but they weren't able to reslay off the back of it, which really did hurt Chosen Squad. For now, though, Chosen Squad are going to find themselves 2 down, and that might turn into 3 as the trade comes in from that camo player. So Elio finds himself as the last player alive, and once again, it's going to be movement back to that Elevator, looking for the setup that brought them so much success in that first round.
Yeah, they seem to love this hold here at the Ascensor. at the elevator. It's home for these teams, and so far we haven't actually seen the ball held anywhere else throughout the entirety of that first round or the early stages of the second round either, and there will be some early time on the board.
Chosen Squad just getting picked off one by one at the moment. Just well, each manages to get some trades on this push, which might allow Chico to move in and give some numbers advantage to his team. He's got 2 one-shots in front of them, and he's going to get both. He might even pick up a triple here, but unfortunately for him, Cooler is going to live up to his name and have the ice in the veins enough in that 1v1 scenario just to make sure it's going to be a little scrappy hold here. But once again, Cincinnati get their hands on the ball, and now unfortunately for Leah, she's going to find herself in a position where she's trying to survive, but she gets hunted down.
Yeah, there were strong plays in the end there. Chosen Squad able to find themselves with the last player alive. It was able to get a little bit of time there in the back elevator. It's actually resulted in back-to-back 3 deads here. Cincinnati Nubis will find themselves with 1 player alive, and then eventually will be cleaned out. But to be honest, Chosen Squad allowing that one to slip away. You really can't let that last player play that ball off a top 8 of bottom middle.
Things that will make the difference, especially when you get into those slightly tighter matches against some of the higher seeds in the tournament. They really can be the ones that decide the rounds overall and how these games do swing. But for now, Chosen Squad have got an opportunity to maybe get a little bit of time. Unfortunately, though, Gorilloco is going to be taken down, and that's going to be Chosen Squad once again with a numbers disadvantage here, which again is allowing Cincinnati Nubis to be objectively efficient, get that ball straight back into elevator, and again get time on the board.
Talking about players that we wanted to see pop off, and I mentioned Heavenly there on the Cincinnati Nubis side, and to be honest, right now, not the biggest numbers in the game because players on that team are putting up huge numbers. Look at Chico already here, 17, 7, and 9 early on in the game.
Yeah, Chico looking really, really good at this point, and there's going to be an opportunity for him to pick up even more kills. You can see he's just picked up his 18th as well. So 18 kills, very, very strong start, and that's translating most importantly into this scoreline. Again, that ball just hasn't been challenged on elevator. This has been such a strong hold as Heavenly, the player that you mentioned, looks for his 9th kill and looks to move towards double digits. It's just going to be damage done on the players trying to rotate in and make that push from the blue box, but Bruno now in position to maybe give themselves an opportunity, but his teammates fall around in that bit. Now be Chosen Squad find themselves 4 dead. So again, Cincinnati just dominating that hold round elevator.
Yes, they certainly got to be feeling good about how this has gone for them. And now we look once again, Heavenly with the shock, just going to be holding on bat ledge here, trying to see if anyone's coming through. And for the first time, actually, we're going to see a rotate here out of elevator. So even though it has been the popular spot, really the go-to place to be in Mexico City, some fantastic shots from Heavenly to win that in pipes. However, it's also a good push from Chosen Squad. It's Gorilloco is going to get away as the last one.
Cincinnati Nubis, who took that first round away, as Chosen Squad are looking to tie this game up at 1-1. But for now, the push is going to come in once more. Chosen Squad have to win important fights, and Kruno's going to win one at least.
Yeah, he wins one there, but in the end, might not be enough here, as Gorilloco is going to be the one who just tries to skip away with the ball if he can. He's going to go right back up to top yellow and try to continue to put more points on the board here. And right now, they're looking pretty good. And unsurprisingly, Mark, they want to get back to elevator.
Yeah, not surprising. When something works, it's why change anything, right? Double team push is going to come in here on the pipes as well. However, those shots are pretty crispy coming in from Elio. So now he's going to get control of that shock rifle, but there's going to have to be more from that from Chosen Squad. They have to make more of these plays, pick up the slays quicker and quicker. If they get this third, maybe the elevator will become their place to hold.
See what they could do here. Backs against the wall in this first game. They had a great hold and a great push in that first one. I think they realized that that round could have been theirs if they were able to make that happen a second time, or maybe hold off the second Cincinnati Nubis push. In the end, they found themselves falling short, but right now, mounting the comeback and continuing to put points on the board. They'll trade 1 for 1 first off.
Say, if you can get this game close, you can get the pressure back onto your opponents. They start to do some silly things sometimes, start to push 1 by 1, thinking they've got more time than maybe they realize they have. However, it's going to be Chico again. Chico bounce, looking to pick up the kills he requires to get the time on the board here for Cincinnati Nubis to close things out. And I tell you what, that's a very confident thing to do in game 1 of a series, as we've seen in the past. Maybe game 2, game 3, when you're up 2 or 3-0 is a good thing, but unfortunately game 1, sometimes that thing can be a little bit dodgy to do.
Chico doesn't only bounce. Chico also a little bit of Chico brags, and we'll call it as a maybe a family appropriate way to say what we saw on the screen there. And he's pretty excited about the scoreline so far. Right now, for good reason, they're not too far away from closing out the second round.
Too far away, but Chosen Squad now have managed to get their hands on that oddball, and Loco has the sword, and he's going to be able to break his, and that's going to be the difference maker. It's going to be a trip ski, simple, served up like dinner. That would be 3 kills in a row for him, and Cincinnati, even though things got a little bit scary for them from just in this tournament, taking home that first game of the series here in 4 play. And now we as we know, Andy, we've discussed game 2, we'll be going to streets. Or we continue, we would imagine from the slaying prowess we saw from Montenegro that should be a pretty comfortable win for them.
Yeah, honestly, with the way that Cincinnati Nubis played that game type, I couldn't agree more. I think the way that they played was one step ahead throughout the entire game. They were comfortable with whatever came their way. And when they did lose control, they realized, okay, we're 3 or 4 dead. We don't need to continue pushing. Let's wait for each other when we spawn up. Let's get the damage we need, and let's make it only one push, right? You might have an opportunity for a few pushes with a lead like that, but why be inefficient? Why waste time? And I think what we saw from them there was really convincing. And I think, like you say, they might look good in Game 2 Slayer as well.
We'll have to see if they can do that. Sometimes you can get a little bit carried away with a mistake.
Yeah, I think the one thing the Chosen Squad has to remember here is they did have some very nice holds at the elevator. They didn't put as many points on the board maybe as they would have needed. However, they got clean breaks of the setups, and then they got clean holds, right? They had the fundamentals down. Their difficulty was in repeating that because it's tough to do against a team like Cincinnati Nubis. So I think if they just take that approach to Slayer, realize we have put the time in, we know how to play this game, we know what we need to do. Let's slow things down in a Slayer. Let's focus up on things like the Rockets. I think they could find themselves in a pretty good position to take this game.
Yeah, also controlling that Stalker rifle. We talk about it a lot, but I'm seeing it more and more be an influence on the map and more really be this thing that takes over games, and not even take it over games. Sometimes when you find yourself on respawn after a 4 dead, you're spawning in that tram, right? And if you can get hold of that weapon from the balcony and just manage to get that first pick to allow a little bit of space for your team to move, that could be massive. So I feel like responsibility is a huge thing when you have that weapon in your hands.
It really is, and I think that you bring up a great point about streets in general, right? The smallest amount of damage, it's a Slayer map where the tiniest amount of damage, if you get 2 shots on a player, or even 2 shots, like you say, with the Stalker rifle, that can be all the opening you need. If you think about other symmetrical maps, that can be really different. If you think about something, just to pick random examples, right? Something like a Sanctuary Slayer, a Countdown Slayer, the symmetrical Slayers that have been played throughout history, that kind of damage didn't dictate that you have the opening. But on streets, if you get the right damage from the right place, it can really be a really big difference maker.
So here's some of the replays from that game number 1, which, as we said, is historically and will become iconic as being a recharge oddball that we finally managed to get into. But it was kind of the story of the elevator, right? It was the elevator hold that was so dominant for Cincinnati, and it was the difference maker between the two. It just seemed like Chosen Squad didn't have an answer to breaking that setup successfully.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the Chosen Squad, they're able to do it, like we said, once or twice each round, and that's not enough. You need to be ready to throw everything you've got in a really coordinated effort at your opponents several times throughout the game, and you need those pushes to pay off, and you need to be at least winning 50% or more of those pushes. That's really the only way, when you look at the nuts and bolts of these game types, that you're going to find yourself winning across the 3 rounds. And Cincinnati Nubis put up a great show, and they took those 2 rounds in a pretty convincing manner, and now they need to bring that to Game 2 Slayer as well.
Impressed with Chico as well. His slaying prowess was certainly on display for everyone to enjoy. You saw him in the feed numerous times, and this was an example of what you can do, right? You got 2 1-shots in front of you, prioritizes both of the kills perfectly, and almost managed to turn a no-shield situation into a triple kill. And those kind of players, those kind of plays, is something that you just can't put a price on.
Also love the gamertag Chico Bounce. I mean, that's got a good ring to it, and I think if Chico keeps it up.
I've seen you do that on the dance floor, the Chico Bounce, I'm pretty sure.
Chico Bounce, I mean, I'll be the first to say maybe it's not my finest move, but I will try to throw down a Chico Bounce here and there, especially when in Mexico City. It really is the move these days. But speaking of Chico Bounce, if he keeps this up, could become a household name in competitive Halo, could find himself at the Orlando Major as well.
Really, really good opportunity, and I'm sure that every single player that's there in Mexico at the moment has that on their mind, the opportunity to go to the major. Orlando, obviously the last major of the year before we get to the Halo World Championships as well. So that kind of adds a little bit more spice to this tournament. Thinking about that, Andy, the fact that there's 1 major to go before World. So there's not a lot of opportunities now in this season to actually get into North America and get onto that major stage.
No, this is it, right? And just because of the timing of the regional events, you happen to be right up against that, right? This Mexico City regional happened to be later in the year, so they know right now everything is to play for, and in just a few months' time, they could find themselves not only at the Orlando Major, but also at the World Finals, right? So really, if you look at from a Latin American perspective and a Mexico perspective, everything's slammed up towards the end of the year, right? Everything to play for. You've put in the hard work since this game came out, right? We're going on a year since the game came out within the next few months, and it's pretty wild to think that this is really their opportunity. And we're going to see teams who put on a show here, who have an opportunity to show up at both of those events in a big way.
Well, for now, maybe it's going to be the opportunity for players that thinking about the fact that Orlando may be the opportunity for them to get onto one of these teams as well. It's like you're saying with Chico Bounce, right? You're looking for players who are going to stand out here at the LAN environment, which is a very different environment to what we see online. Who's going to be kind of the breakout star of the LATAM region, so to speak, and maybe he's going to get the opportunity to not only join one of those teams or qualify in one of those places that takes them to Orlando, but also with Worlds around the corner as well. What an opportunity it is to put your name in the hat for a lineup who goes on to compete at the World Championships. It's a massive chance and an opportunity for all the players here at the event to do so. And I tell you what, a Street Slayer, you put up a 15 kill game, you put up a 20 kill game, your name is certainly going to be being talked about as the days go past in Mexico.
Definitely. 200-11 is your final score in favor of Cinta Negra Nubis. As we said, very much off the lead of the slaying of Chico Bounce. And speaking of, I got to say, Chico Bounce also a very chantable gamer tag as well. I could see it.
Chico Bounce. Chico Bounce. Chico Bounce. I thought you were putting a little bit more rhythm into it then. I thought you had something different, something a little bit more maybe appropriate. I don't know. Mine was a bit kind of bland. Were you going with the same thing?
No, I was going straight up Chico Bounce, Chico Bounce. That's it. I think that's all you need.
Okay. I thought you were going bounce.
Wait a minute.
Chico Bounce.
We're going back to recharge?
No, come on, man. We've done this now.
There's no chance. They're putting us back on recharge.
Game 2 is... Look, we had a long discussion about Game 2, and it's definitely going to be Streets. Okay, everyone, do not be fooled.
Wait, there we go.
There you go. What we had to do is walk through the exit of recharge and into the...
Straight into the back of that station, like you said.
Yeah, and then you go back in, and the next stage is the next station, is the series layout, which is where we find ourselves.
Actually, it takes you straight to terminal. You're back in Halo 2.
Oh,
and you're riding a bullet train that's going to run people over.
It's going to run you over.
It's wild.
Dear, it's one of my favorite.
Sorry, I was going to say maybe there's deep lore around the trains how they connect and through these maps.
Wow. Okay, we need to make some phone calls about this. Maybe Hidden Spirit can give us a little bit more insight onto that. Maybe there's more to the tram station than we realized. That's the first time I've ever seen that sign.
Could be.
By the way, that's the first time I've noticed that sign. Kenya vibes are some of the best vibes, everybody. Kenya Vibe.
There they are.
I'm telling you, someone open a bar called Kenya Vibe, I will be your first customer.
Oh, we'll be there.
Ready to go.
We'll be there too much, actually. You will be so sick of us at Kenya Vibe, but you can find us every Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I was going to say we're going to get kicked out and have to take residence in Nairobi instead.
Which is fine too. Keep in mind, if we get kicked out of Kenya Vibe, the pho place is right there. You can get some fine noodles right across the street. So I don't mind if we get kicked out of Kenya Vibe. I'm just getting some noodles.
I'm slightly worried if we get kicked out of Kenya Vibe that we're going to end up in PD.
That's true.
To be honest with you. So we'll have to maybe try and outrun the Mombasa police and get ourselves back to that tram station and away. But for now, enough of the nonsense. Let's talk about what's happening on the screen. And that is going to be Game 2 of our first series here of the MX Regional Finals. Cinta Negra and Nubis are up by 1. The Chosen Squad looks to tie things up.
And they look very good here off the opening. Take a look at this. 3 dead, and it's actually going to be off of that damage. A nice little grab here for Elio. They will now get 4 dead. They will lead 4-2 off of the opening. So perhaps the start the Chosen Squad was looking for.
Play being very this corner. Just about enough with a little bit of assistance coming in from some frag grenades, but a much better start here. 5-4. At the start, all of a sudden, seems to be a raise. That's kind of woken up Cinta Negra and Nubis here a little bit. I don't think they enjoyed that opening strategy too much.
No, you do not want to find yourself, especially after the momentum of that first game 1, you do not want to find yourself 3 dead off the opening there when you had such a dominating Game 1 win. And unsurprisingly, they answer right back, and they make sure to keep this one close.
Well, a couple of missed beatdowns. The second one will connect, and it'll be Fabio who tries to at least get that lead back into the hands of Cinta Negra Nubis, which is exactly what he's done. It's only a slender lead, the 1 kill, but quite the turnaround. A spike grenade onto the driveway is certainly something that's going to upset the asphalt when any players who are trying to move up that little tight corridor towards the arcade. 2 shots down isn't going to be enough to pick up that kill, but the teamwork is going to be there, and now with help from a little bit of help from his friend, should be able to clean this one up.
Nice job there from Sobrio. The patience in arcade is so key because you're so vulnerable to shots and angles and grenades, but if you can just stay alive, force the opponents to hit those nades, and they've probably already thrown them if we're honest. If you can stay alive in arcade in a situation like that, it's such a pain for the other team. They can't clean up those kills. You're going to be able to provide support like we just saw into driveway, into balcony, and things like that, and plays like that are really going to pay off.
I mean, the pace at which this game is being played at the moment is frantic, it's hectic. And at the moment, nobody's really able to get any kind of control or consistent control on the map. You can see the score is extremely tight between the two teams, and Chico Bounce is looking to put up similar stats to what he did in that previous game. And at the moment here, struggling a little bit, but he's going to be tying up his KDA now as he finds himself at 3-3-3, but that death is going to unfortunately put him back into that -1 column.
On the board here with Cooler now. We'll see what he might be able to do on this A push, and finding players all around back A as well as PD as they're going to need to clear this out. More pressure coming in. And like you said, it's been a lot of teams pushing as a 2. And what you find when you have teams that are pushing in that manner, typically they can find themselves on the receiving end of shots from behind. And I think that's what we're seeing here. They're having trouble regrouping and holding down any single part of the map so far.
Flank is going to be good on the Laundry though. The jump up towards Tyres is going to produce an opportunity to find a 2v1 situation, but Cooler's going to have to back out of this just for a few seconds. His teammate will fall, but there is a small advantage here to Chosen Squad, as there's going to be another trade that comes in on the arcade, and that's the beauty of LAN, right? You get those 2 shots, you know the beatdown's going to be landing, you can guarantee the trade most of the time.
Look at the score here between these two. It's a very different game number 2 for Chosen Squad, and Leah tries to get the kill out of Tires there. She will be taken down, but not before doing enough damage here. Maybe Cooler can capitalize.
Needs to be sneaky, needs to be quiet here, Cooler. Instead, he's going to make a little bit of noise with that Bulldog. Should be able to push up here and maybe get the clean up on that player who was in Tires, but his teammate's going to be there just before he was. Now he's going to have to use the Bulldog, and that's going to hit extremely hard, as the Bulldog on LAN is a different beast, as is, of course, the Microwave, Andy. We were really kind of blown away a little bit by how strong that weapon is when you get onto the LAN environment, watching it at the EU regional finals.
I mean, you and I actually, we were just rewatching some of those EU regionals, and my God, the speed at which, if you are connecting with the Sentinel beam for every single hit tick, the speed at which it could take down opponents is wild. And I think the more and more people, the more the experience they get on LAN, they're going to realize you have to prioritize that weapon, because especially if you're shooting uncontested, if you sneak up behind someone with that weapon, you can just blow a setup wide open.
Yeah, you can shred the shields extremely quickly as well. It really is just a nuisance, as is most of the pickups on the map in Halo Infinite. But for now, you are seeing a lead here for Chosen Squad, and they're keeping the pressure on. It's going to be up to Gorilloko here to try and kind of drag his team back into this one at the moment. He's getting a little bit too frantic. I feel like they need to try and just slow things down a little bit and not let this frantic pace that Chosen Squad are succeeding with really come to cause them some problems, but they've let the rocket slip through their hands, and Chosen Squad are looking strong here.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. Elio makes sure to convert on both of them. That's well done. And as we say too often, at high-level Halo, that's easier said than done, certainly, to make sure that both of your rockets connect. He's going to be happy that both of those put some extra numbers on the board.
Definitely going to be moving through the arcade. No time to play any games for him at the moment. They're trying to work their way back into this one. It's only a couple kills, a couple of shots away from being a tied game around the 35 kill mark, which is such an impactful time, as we always know. Here's Cooler again. It's going to be a trade in the back of the base, but Heavenly's going to be there for Sintonegro Nubis to try and make sure that this is for Chosen Squad to get that trade and make sure the score doesn't get too out of hands. Bulldog again going to be an influence, and the Bulldog again this time from Chico Bounce is going to be enough. We jump over to Elio now as he spots out so many players there on the arcade. Huge information for his team.
Yeah, worth noting here, Chico Bounce not bouncing back after game number 1 with as notable a performance. I mean, he absolutely slayed out in that game number 1. Here in game number 2, certainly nothing like bad numbers on the board here. He's 8-4-9, but not popping off in the same way he did in that Slayer.
Yeah, respectable numbers, I think, is the best way to put it, but not game-changing numbers that you would want from a player who's certainly going to be feeling hot after that performance in game number 1. But have you noticed, Andy, it has started to just slow down a bit here until it looks like one player decides to get a little bit invested in making a push. Cooler now trying to hold off the rest of the push coming in from Sintonegro Nubis, as the lead is extremely slim at this point. And it's actually going to be Sintonegro Nubis who do go into a lead now. So having been behind for the majority of this game, perfect time to go into the lead when you get towards that 50 kill mark.
Certainly would be heartbreaking as well to see this Chosen Squad falling after what has been an otherwise great Slayer. As we take a look now, going to be 44 kills on the board here for Sintonegro Nubis, and it should be a rocket grab as well.
Yeah, this is a rocket grab. That is really, really huge for them. A kill does come in though. And it's going to be Chosen Squad who managed to get the pick. Elio's trying to move up and be aggressive with his team and kind of flood to where this push is coming in from, but he's going to be caught out just at the wrong second. Chosen Squad will lose 3 players, of the 4, and Bruno finds himself now as the last player alive, as we see Sobrio now trying to move through the back of PD. He should have a pretty good angle to keep his teammates in a position to stay alive. But now you've got Chosen Squad. This is their opportunity to get back in. Maybe try and think about sending this one down to a nail-biting finish. The Rockets, 2 still in the chamber here, Andy.
I mean, he has to make sure these count. Not only that he gets the right kills, but also he gets them in the right place, right? 2 kills is not going to be enough here with these rocks. He needs to make sure he's also using these rockets to get the key openings so they can make sure to close this game out. He's got the game in his hands.
Yeah, needs someone to make a play for him, though. Needs someone to just create a little bit of space, make a little bit of a risky move into an open area so that he can create an opportunity to create the space for him to maybe make a push. He doesn't want to fire that rocket onto heaven, and I kind of like that. There's a little bit of a cross map, but that's going to get cleaned up. Now they need to push. Wow. That's the second, and Chrono plays it perfectly, and Chosen Squad are back into the game.
Just like that. 2 dead there. Might even get the kill on tires as well with no trade. Fantastic work here from Chosen Squad in the late game.
Managed to get 4 dead. Now, what can you do off the back of this? The rockets were there. The rockets were used, and the Rockets have given them a lifeline. Elio's trying to ping a couple of players to his teammates. Elio now moving up on these stairs. He's got the Bulldog as well, so Sandbox is going to be a difference maker. He gets the back smack. He collapses in, but the trades are also happening elsewhere on the map, so he needs to try and hunt down these players. One should be taken down here, but no! A player will escape and somehow manages to stay alive.
Oh, and look at that right at the end here. Not going to be able to close it out in the end. And whoa!
Wait,
whoa,
what?
What? The timing of those kills. And it looks like we have a 50-50 tie, which I have not seen. You're going to see smiles there on Leah's face and Elio's face. I don't think we've seen a pixel-perfect 50-50 tie in HCS play, and certainly not on LAN play in the Slayer.
I am gobsmacked. What? 50-50?
I cannot wait to see the replays on that. It is tied 50 to 50. To give you an idea of how uncommon and unlikely this is, we've been doing this a long time. 50-50 ties in Slayer, I want to say at major LAN tournaments, you probably have less than 2 ever in over 20 years of competitive Halo. This is unbelievable. That's going to be the only way for this to happen, is that on the same heartbeat of the game, right? The game has a certain refresh rate to the server. On that same exact beat, that kill would have come in for both teams. So they essentially, whether it was a trade or based on the fact that we were watching a kill on B stairs that looked like a kill happened at B stairs, the same time another kill was cleaned up on the other side as well. And this actually might be, I think we've seen it once before in actually LAN history that I can remember, but a 50-50 tie for game number 2, that is absolutely wild, and I cannot wait to see the replay there, especially of those final moments.
Yeah, that was nuts. I don't know if it was a trade, whatever it was, or if it was just, like you say, just pixel perfect timing. That means we have a 50-50 standoff, but I got to give a lot of credit to Chosen Squad. The way they managed to actually just eke their way back into the game. The rocket play was huge.
Huge. And when I was teeing that up, I was wondering if Chrono could do it. And the reason I was adding so much weight to the fact that he needed to not only get 2 kills, but they had to be very specific kills, and they had to do it correctly. And you made a great point. Someone needed to make a play for him, and luckily he did have 2 players making damage at Neons as well as Heaven to get that help. Then he single-handedly gets the kill in tires with no trade. They brought that back from 43 to 47. They go to 47-47, I think right around 48-48. We saw 49-49 for a second, of course, and then we tie at 50. Now, it goes without saying, but it will be, of course, the rule here would be a full restart in the event of a 50-50. But my God, that's quite a way to start off the Mexico Regional, because it's a pretty historic result. We very rarely see that. It's as uncommon as it can be, and it's a 50-50 Slayer in game. Excuse me, a 50-50 tie in Slayer in game number 2.
I mean, just making history already, and it's only the second game of the event. It's a ridiculous thing to see, and it will be a full replay. This is some of the replays, excuse me, from that game number 1, and you're going to see, hopefully, these final moments and see exactly what happened.
A great Slayer, truly. I mean, you had really everything you wanted there in a game number 2. You had a nice lead for the team that was down in the series. Chosen Squad was starting to really heat up in the middle of that game, and then you saw Sia and Nubis once again start to get right back into the match in a huge way as well, really back and forth between the two.
In those final moments as well, with the shotgun, just managed to make a little bit of a play towards the tram stairs. We see that be such a difficult place to hold down if you've got a player has that Bulldog and just kind of gets the jump on you if you turn your distraction away for just 2 seconds to help out a teammate. But These are some of the final moments here. That trade not coming in for Cooler, just didn't get the 2 shots that were required. But this is the Rocket play, Andy. This was the one where they really slowed it down well.
Look at this from Kruno. Look, he thinks about Heaven, like you said. He thinks about Heaven. He also sees shots and hears shots. But he picks up the 2 kills from Neons as well as Heaven, then goes into Tires and blows that wide open. That's what brought us to 47-47. Unfortunately, we didn't get the final moment. We'll have to see if replay can get it for us, because I'd love to watch, even from the POV that we had on screen, from front C into B stairs. I'd love to see how those kills came in the feed, because it's not every day you get to watch the final moments of a 50-50 Slayer in the end. But regardless, it's a fantastic game number 2. And normally we say the game couldn't have been any closer. When we see a 50-49, that now we really mean it.
And we can finally get some weight to it.
I'm not actually going to say that anymore about 50-49s, because now we have a 50-50. And you know what? The game could have been closer, but this time it truly could not have been closer. 50-50 is your final score in game number 2 between these 2 teams, and neither of them wanting to go down. A pretty historic game number 2 in a pretty uncommon circumstance.
And we'll have to see if that restart is going to be something which is taken advantage of by one of these teams. Maybe it's going to be Cintanegra who can kind of fight their way back into it and get off to a bit of a better start, because it was Chosen Squad who actually started their game the better, for sure. I think they had a 5-2 lead at the start, and the opening strategy seemed a little bit superior, but you can see on the big screen there in the venue the game is underway, and that means we're going to jump back into the gameplay. We're going to have to see if CN Nubis can answer back to the opening strategy that Chosen Squad had on lock the first time we saw them.
And one of the more interesting things here, nice little rocket there on the 180 from Heavenly. He's going to fire that to the dumpster and try to stay alive on Neons, as well as they're going to actually find themselves this time on the winning end of that. Surprisingly, the second one doesn't connect. They'll still be up 3-2. But the question for me, Mark, is which team, how did each team take that, right? Do they play this game a little bit more conservative because they don't want it going down to the wire in the same way, or do they keep the aggression up? That'll be the question for game number 2.
I feel like we're going to start off at a very similar pace than what we did see in that first game, and Heavenly is going to be doing a great job to clean up the damage done by teammates. He's going to find himself 3 as well. Where is it? Call it out for me. Let me know. It looks like his teammates did, but he just wasn't able to be given the opportunity for that overkill. But a triple is always a nice way to get yourself going in a game where you just have to restart off the back of a 50-50.
Casting double back and reload. No problem, though, as Heavenly's going to pick up another one. Tries to get the drop shield down, and he was just flying in from B, flying in the driveway, picking up some great kills, and that's going to give them just a little bit of a lead here.
Heavily now off the respawn is going to grab that Stalker Rifle. We talked about the impact that's just a weapon can have if you can hit those 3 clean shots to create an opening for your team. But Leo's been doing the work with the shotgun for the most of this game. Every time we seem to see him on our POV, is holding down this pink street, and he's causing some problems. There's going to be some help, though, for the teammate, though, on the bus stop, and he's going to be taken down.
Tough angle on those benches. If you have a Bulldog, you're just trying to get around it, but some good support coming in from the side of Cintanegra Nubis. To have a player B stairs there, that's really going to protect your benches player, make sure you get away without trading those kills.
Well, it's a very similar pace to what we saw in that first game. It's a very similar score to what we saw as well. Extremely tight between the 2 teams. This time it is CN Nubis who do have a slight advantage in comparison to what it was to Chosen Squad, but Chosen Squad showed the ability to slow the game down. They showed the ability to use the power weapons when they came up on the map, and not only just pick them up, Andy, but as we always talk about, good to have them in your hands, but you've got to translate them into kills.
Leah on the push here at B, should be able to pick this one up, will be traded out. It's a good trade that comes in from the other side. 3 dead, though, for the side of Cintanegra Nubis for the moment. 4.
Bruno is going to be the player who does manage to execute that final player, and now it's going to be surprise, surprise. Elio with the Bulldog. He should have 1 at least. There's a player weak in front of him. He's pre-firing and backing down smartly from those grenades. I'm telling you what, I would have been flying in, dying to both of those if that was my POV, but this is a player who certainly looks like he's been in that position a few more times than I have.
I've seen it many times from my POV, your fearlessness with the Bulldog, which, to be honest, I admire, and I think it's one of the things that makes you so great, Mark. Now taking a look back here at back A, the push is going to continue to come in. 3 dead for Chosen Squad at the moment.
Yeah, Chosen Squad just seems to be falling in a little bit too quickly in waves at the moment. They're trying to be aggressive, but if you lose that first fight, you are being aggressive, and you've got BR's just team firing on you in the way that you can't really get out of the situation, haven't committed to it so hard, then you can find these big swings starting to happen, and that seems to be the case. Once again, Chosen Squad find themselves 3, make that 4 dead, and the score now is starting to just creep away from them.
2 dead right there, as you said, and really it's been a story of Chosen Squad being on the bad spawn rotation. You see them to find themselves falling 1 dead once again here. Let's see how these next few kills go, because they could determine whether or not we're going to see Chosen Squad with a chance in this game.
At the moment, it's looking like one push is not going to be enough again, because it seems like seeing Nubis starting to work out the way the Chosen Squad are playing. They're starting to be able to collapse onto them once they get that initial kill. And once again, you're seeing Heavenly just moving on initial damage being dealt with by a teammate. And at the moment, he's on cleanup duty. Unfortunately, the mob wasn't quite in position that time. This time, he makes sure those floors are a little bit cleaner, and then he come back what they did in the previous game. But now it's just about trading. If you're on CN Nubis, make sure that you're in position to help out our teammate, making sure that that lead does not start to get chipped away out. And it looks like they're now 9 kills away from closing this one out.
Unfortunate there for Kuno. Tries to go ahead and thrust in up top. Not going to pay off. He falls in that 1v2. And ooh, Chico bounce. Not the second time that we've seen him bouncing.
Tell you what, those knees are certainly getting flexed early on in the tournament, and for good reason. There's a little bit of help coming in from Chico Bounces. Now he's going to go for the Chico jump and the Chico challenge. Not quite as catchy, but certainly going to be doing the damage required, as Elio will fall as well. Just a couple of kills now to go, 4 in total for this to be a 2-0 series score. And I'll tell you what, those shots from the Stalker Rifle, they're going to make that even closer.
And Cheeky Chico bouncing once again. Oh, look at the Perfecto coming in from Gory Loco as well. Chico Bounce, a little bit of a difference maker here. We talked about how he had respectable numbers but didn't pop off. This game, he's 12, 10, and 8. It's a big difference.
Yeah,
there it
is. That is going to be the difference made as you see the last beatdown coming in after the Stalker Rifle plays. And it will be 2-0 in the series now to Sintonegro Nubis. And we're seeing a little bit of churn. I tell you what, Chico Bounce is my favorite player in all of esports. Just based off of this. It's game 1 on the main stage, pool play, and he's already given it. I had to just be careful with the broadcast language, but giving it.
Just giving it without a doubt. I love that. You know what I mean? Bring it. That's what we want to see on the main stage. A little bit of trash talk being sent down, and to be honest, you might say for good reason. 50-31 is a very different scoreline than the 50-50 that we just saw.
Yeah, certainly it's 50-50. It seems like it was maybe a little bit of a... It's just weird. It was just weird. There's nothing else to say. 50-50. Yeah. Never thought I'd see it in my lifetime. The steak dinner just avoided this time by Chosen Squad, but maybe the 50-50 was what was required just to wake CN Nubis back up.
Isn't that the quote in War Dogs when they ask what the chances are if they're going to survive the drive through like that the triangle of death? I think the guy goes 50-50. maybe not 50-50, and those are not the best odds, to be honest. Those are not the result that Sintonegro wanted, and they instead they answer back once again with a very different game. It's 50-31, and to be honest, it matches their game number 1 a little bit more.
It certainly does indeed. And after that, game number 2, now we move into Aquarius Capture the Flag. No need for a series layout. I remember that one for sure. And this might be an opportunity for Sintonegro Nubis to just close this one out, Andy, after the back of a very strong Slayer performance in the restart, which kind of seemed to refocus them a little bit. Plus, when she could bounce it up on the stage and give it a little bit of trash talk across. Surely this is the opportunity for them now to just really put a little bit of a button and a bow on this series and go 1-0 in their pool.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Chico Bounce not only bouncing in game, but as you say, bouncing on the stage as well, and he's got the team fired up. I think they're going to be feeling good about that because I think you pulled it apart perfectly. I think we saw Sintonegro Nubis finding the ways the Chosen Squad played that game too, and once you give them that information, they're going to have a completely different repeat when they had to replay that 50-50, and it was just a totally different story, and I think they looked a lot more like their game number 1 form, so I expect them to bring that same composure into game number 3 as well.
And just to note, these are some of the newer players in the MX scene as well, so it's good to see them coming through and performing at this kind of level. And like we mentioned, you never know where these names are going to go in about a year's time, what teams they're going to be on, what events they're going to be on, what upsets they can cause on the international stage, not just in their region. But for now, it's about the job that's in front of you, and that is taking home this series 3-0 and looking strong. But I think you're right. It was just a little bit of an adaptation in the gameplay, knowing that Chosen Squad were going to try and be almost over-aggressive in certain areas and just getting that initial damage to work from.
And it does feel like with the way that we watched the likes of Sintonegro Nubis in that first game, that right now they do look like the team that has the edge, and it certainly has shown in a really big way. And I think the way that they played that game number 2 was really impressive. I think they never looked back after they had that about 5 or 6 kill lead and they applied the pressure. I mean, when you see a team like Chosen Squad falling 3 or 4 dead 3 times back to back, that tells you just how convincing the control was from Sintonegro Nubis.
Yeah, and Grilloco here in these final moments as well. Look at these shots. Beautiful, perfecto. That's my Spanish for the entire broadcast, everybody. Maybe I'll say that one again. That's pretty easy for me to remember, but it looked pretty solid, those shots, and that's what you need to do, right? Just to kind of put the pressure back onto your opponents, knowing when they see you with that Stalker rifle that you're not a player to be challenged.
Absolutely. That was the types of battles that you need to win. You just saw the series layout in the venue here. You see it on your screens as well. 2-0 oddball recharge for CN Nubis. They will also take game number 2 on a replay after a 50-50 tie. Very uncommon occurrence. 50-31 is the final in game number 2.
Well, it looks like Aquarius capture the flag is being loaded up in the background. We can certainly hear it. We'll have to see if the gameplay is ready to go as well. And this is the opportunity for Cincinnati Nubis to close out this series, as we keep saying. And CTF Aquarius is a game type that if you played Halo for any amount of time through the years, that you're certainly going to have a good idea on how to play it. Running that flag. And that camouflage is always influenced who can get that initial damage to those kills.
All right, let's see. 2 dead for CN. There was 3 dead already. Heavenly's going to be the last player alive, which will mean Chosen Squad is holding forward, looking for an early pull.
Going to be an opportunity to do so. Getting this one back in towards that gen as well, and avoiding damage from that grenade. Got a lot of help and assistance here on the car side of the map. So even though CN Nubis just come off the back of almost picking up that steak dinner, a little fumble here might cost them. CN Nubis now find themselves 2 dead though, so it will be an opportunity for Caller to run this one home. And what a way to respond, right? You're 2-0 down in the series. You can fumble twice on the way back, but it doesn't matter because you get that first flag on the board. Perfect start here for Chosen Squad.
Really nice run, really nice opening damage. We didn't get to see it exactly, but they found themselves 2 dead on CN Nubis, and Chosen Squad is able to get 3 dead back-to-back during that flag run, which, like you said, fumbling those flag tosses could have really cost them if they didn't get the kills. Also, another big piece was avoiding those nades in gen. He really elegantly avoided those nades to make sure to not take too much damage as you ran that flag back home.
Well, Chosen Squad, unfortunately, after a great start, find themselves 4 dead, and now they're going to find themselves 2 dead again. Both players coming off respawn, and that is going to mean this flag should be going home. Kruno, we see his POV for just a second, but the POV we should be watching is the player running that flag home. There it is. It's going to be 1-1, so even after a really strong start here, Chosen Squad, unfortunately, find themselves tied up at 1-1.
Nice little cap of the flag here for Gory Loco, and a player that we're seeing on screen more and more because he seems to be a player who's in the right place at the right time. Great shots against Elio as well. Not afraid to continue firing from top mid. Eventually, he'll get back down, but CN Nubis answers back very, very quickly.
Gory Loco moving in as well, this time bottom car to get a trade. So it'll be 2 dead here for CN Nubis. So Chosen Squad with a chance to go forward. A little bit of help and assistance coming in here from Kruno on that player top pink to keep his teammate alive. There will also be eyes on the camouflage. He should be able to move in, but it's coming under pressure not only from the flag, but also from this player pushing through the gen. So camo still to play for. CN Nubis lose 2 players as well. As Chosen Squad, the return should come in very comfortably to send this one home, but Gory Loco has 2 players to deal with now, but Chico Bounce. Tell you what, if we see him pick up a couple of kills here, we might see those knees flexing once again.
Chico Bounce not only with a heat wave, but with the camo, make it a yeet wave. Oh, he gets sniffed out though, gets eagle-eyed by Kruno, who's gonna take that yeet wave, bring it to top mid.
The grenades being avoided with some fancy footwork, but not quite connecting with the burst to make that beatdown be good enough for the trade in that situation. Got to put that heat wave to use in those tight areas as Chosen Squad now try and be aggressive once more. Another trade comes in, so Cincinnati Nubis should find themselves 2 down, but Chosen Squad not with the map positioning to take control.
It's been really interesting having Gory Loco on the screen so much, and it's been for good reason. Look at this game already. He's 9-6 in a game where no one else has crossed the 6 mark threshold on either side of the stage. So pretty impressive stuff from him in number 3.
Well, Chico Bounce, who's been arguably the standout player in the series so far, has even had some more stats to his numbers, and he's going to be able to do so as well. That'll be 3 dead here for Chosen Squad. The flag was moving as well, but we'll have to see if the return is going to be able to come in. It should be pretty comfortable here for CN Nubis to send that one back home. And now they're going to flag running themselves, so they're going to get that flag back to the base. Chico Bounce positioning himself well for those overextenders, doing the damage required, but he's going to have to do even more here because there's still a player alive on the flag, and that return might come in. Chico Bounce, you're getting the kills, but where's that objective awareness? He's not going to be able to get that flag home.
That's tough. I think you said it right, though. I think he did everything he could there. Played bottom middle, stayed alive, and tried to get the damage. Teammates could not convert, and in the end, it's going to be Elio bringing this flag home with 2 still dead. This one will go in without a doubt, and Chosen Squad will take the lead 2-1.
Yeah, Chosen Squad, perfect counter cap from them. It was a last-second play. Oh, my word, great shots there from Elio. With the thrust coming in, a lot of the time you feel like you're going to win that fight, but it's going to be Elio on the back of picking up that kill, who's going to be able to pick up the heat wave and the camo, as you affectionately call it, the heat wave combination. And now we're going to have to see if the close range battles can be won this time. The Chosen Squad try and push forward once more.
All right, vamos, Leah. Let's see it here. Like you said, the Yeet Wave in hand might be able to pick up the first one in Gen. She does. Now looking for even more on the flag. Needs to stay alive with a teammate. Staying alive here will be key. Like you can tell right now, they're deciding in a moment who's going to actually do this run. She stays alive, picks up another one. But they might have waited a little bit too long there. They did not convert as fast as they needed to. And it's going to be a 3 dead for both sides.
And that's just a battle for that map positioning once again. You see Heavenly just waiting for some teammates to give him information on where he needs to locate that battle rifle. Looks like top pink is the call. However, he's got the heat wave, so he might be able to catch a few players off guard. Unfortunately, it's 2 to deal with. And Krunos is going to be good enough with Kruno, excuse me, is going to be good enough with that battle rifle to make sure that the range advantage that he might have had in that situation is put to use. And now, off the back of it, there's a little present for you. You kill a player with a heat wave, it means you can go to play with it.
We talked a lot about Gory Loco's numbers early on in the game. Kruno, now the player on your screen, is also 14 and 9, so putting up a pretty big performance as well. The only other player that's double digits in the game.
2 dead here for Chosen Squad, and the flag moving as well. You can see respawns coming in over the fridge. Means this should be a very, very comfortable run, especially when you've got a player just locking things down on the gen with that heat wave. He's going to have information as well, but he needs to maybe think about wrapping back here. If they pick up the kills that are required, though, then maybe there might be an opportunity for a double cap. So Brio's going to put this one in, and now we're going to have to see where that flag is moving, or if the player who was on that flag did get taken down. But it's 2 to 2 now. That's the most important thing to keep a note of.
Yeah, certainly. It feels like every time we see Chosen Squad with a Herculean effort, they do everything they need to bring the flag back. It feels like Nubis just gets a little bit of an easier flag run on the receiving end, and we're going to need to see something special from Chosen Squad. They cannot allow those flags to come in like that.
Now a little bit of a milk, and oh, I tell you what, Sabria made a little bit of a play there. They knew he was in the fridge. They knew approximately where he was, but approximately is not exactly, and managed to turn that situation into a positive one. It's going to be Elio now who's trying to play defensively, as Nubis are going to find themselves 3 dead. So Chosen Squad can once again move up the map, try and get a little bit of advantage, but a 2 to 2. And with the time remaining on the clock, these next caps start to get a little bit more kind of pressure, if there's a better way to put it. I'm sure there is. They simply up the ante a little bit onto your opponents if you're the team to get into that lead.
Without a doubt, going to be very, very important pivotal moments here, and it's big wins that come in from the side of Gory Loco. Unsurprisingly, look at the guy. He's 20 and 13, 21 and 13 now. Clears out the gen as well. Huge numbers from him, and we talked about maybe he might be a player to watch after those first games, and certainly has been. Also on the other side, though, don't forget Chico Bounce, the teammate, also putting up some good numbers as well.
Chico Bounce trying to challenge aggressively onto Elio. Kruno's going to be taken down, cleaned up by Gory Loco. As Elio now tries to once again just get control of that heat wave. Unfortunately, it's going to be a play around the corner, no shields, but didn't have no idea where he was, so he couldn't take the opportunity to really put the numbers back in his team's favor. And now we're starting to see a little bit of desperation on the car side from both teams. It looks like Chosen Squad will win that fight for now, but again, Kruno is now going to be under pressure. It's just constant flooding coming in from Nubis.
What a series it's been between these two, and you have to think maybe we got a bit gypped in the series score, right? Maybe Chosen Squad was truly a fraction of a second away from winning that game 50-49, and now with a 2-2 game in game number 3 with 4 minutes left, it feels like this series is really starting to heat up between these two. And Chosen Squad, though, no time to think about that game number 2. Even though they should be tied in this game and the series should be 1-1 right now, they have to make sure they stay alive in this series by capping one of these next flags.
Well, is it going to be Nubis here who make a play? Is it going to be them with this camouflage who can get this flag moving? They managed to get the stop, and it looks like for now there's going to be an opportunity to flank onto the top car. Going to go for the beat. Gets spied out though, and there's going to be a trade. Oh, a trade with the camo always hurts. Even though it's a 1-for-1, you always feel like with the advantage you have with the power up, you should be going 1-for-0 and staying alive to cause problems.
And just like that, it was also 4 dead. And of course, who's shooting bodies? It's Chico Bounce. He's not done just yet, and that was 4 dead. But right now, it's a pretty good response from Chosen Squad as they're able to get some damage early on, but 2 dead back-to-back, might be 3 dead back-to-back here. This should be a run for Nubis.
Where are those spawns though? Last player's going to be alive on the flag. Kruno's coming under pressure, and like I said, Nubis, who went down 1-0 in this game and have been down twice for the first time, might be able to go into a lead here. Just under 3 minutes left on the clock, and that is going to be the flag they were desperate for. Chosen Squad 3 dead as well. There might be an opportunity to go up 4-2.
Is that going to be the dagger? Is that what we needed to see from the CN Nubis side? We'll have to see what Chosen Squad has left in the tank. They trail once again for what feels like the 10th or 11th time in this series.
Bruno taken down as well. Chico bounce. Again, it seems to be such a kind of common occurrence, right? When Chico bounce starts to go on a spree, whether it be a killing spree, 2-3 kills in a row, all of a sudden seeing Nubis look like a completely different team. So you can see how much of an X factor he is for this squad, and if he can keep up these numbers throughout the tournament, certainly a player to watch.
Certainly, without a doubt. And also, we talked about Heavenly right now. He might be 13 and 16, but look at his assists. He got 15 assists. We talked about the fact that he might be a little bit of a factor on this team as well, but let's not forget, we have Gory Loco now 31 and 17 in this game. He has just under double the kills, if you see that, of anyone else. Kruno 21 and 20 on the other side, so maybe a little bit less than that, but he has double the kills of several players on Chosen Squad.
Yeah, he is frying right now, and that might be the difference maker between these two teams. Just 1 minute 40 left on the clock. He had the camo to play with as well, and now he's just adding kill after kill. It's a killing spree for him, and now all it's really left for him to do is pick up his 35th. He should be able to do it, and yes, he will. 35 and 17 for Gory Loco. The man is he's going a little bit crazy here.
Oh my God, he really is going absolutely Gory Loco here. Another one as well. Stays alive. Do not, Emmanuel. Almost pulls it off. Almost pulls it off from the Gen. Gory Loco. K-Lastimate, my God, amazing performance so far.
Chico bounce. He's going to be taken down as we're going to see a little bit of a frantic end here from Chosen Squad. They got 1 or 2 more pushes, really. This could well be the last one for them. They do get 2 dead here. As CN Nubis do find themselves losing 2 players. Also, Kruno has the dynamo grenade, so he might be able to do damage onto these 2 players who are playing at the back of the base. And this is the difficulty, right? If you play a little bit scared, if you do turn up at the base and things don't go your way, then all of a sudden you can get taken down. And Kruno with that kill is going to get that flag back to the Gen. But will fall, but it's 2 dead per side.
2 dead per side. What can they do off of that damage? That's big damage in the back of the base. They're able to get the flag all the way to the Gen stairs. Right now, it looks a little bit too much in control, but Elio gets the touch, and the flag will continue.
Oh, Gory Loco is the player to deal with, though, and he's been quite the force on the map, and Elio's just going to run it straight at him and hope that a little bit of help comes in from a teammate. He gets the damage done, and Kruno's going to be there off the respawn as well to get that trade. Desperation plays now coming in from CN Nubis. This is a crazy ending to the game, but it's looking like Chosen Squad might be able to force this one home. No, the return is halfway there. Gory Loco gets taken down. Camo's going to be up, and that will be the timer. Bringing this one to an end.
God, at the end there, and Cinta Negra Nubis, they will take the series there. Chico, man, maybe already a household name. I'm just going to say it there. Chico Bounce, a man with quite a series, and they're very happy on the side of CN Nubis to take that series. To be honest, that flag should have gone. On paper, without a doubt. They had the presence on Dynamo's side. They had damage in the opposite Gen. I don't know how the assists came in for CN Nubis to make sure they get all the kills on the Dynamo side as well, but what a game from Goro. Let's take a look at the numbers.
Yeah, really, really impressive. And I want to see his numbers. We're seeing the captures and we're seeing the return. We're seeing the objective stats at the moment. But as we know, I want to see the Giga Chad stats. I want to see the kills. I want to see the deaths because Gory Loco, I think he must have ended up close to 40, Andy. I think that's the real question. How much? Zoom in, cameraman. Let me see those stats.
I know. We need to see a screen. That's what I'm saying.
Just for a second, we were going to see it.
Someone's going to run over to that controller. Just flick it. Flick it.
Flick it right, left, whatever it might be. Just get us to where we need to be. But what a performance. I mean, 3-0 is going to be the series score, but I don't think that's truly reflective of the last 2 games that we saw.
No, certainly not. I mean, the fact that that game would go 3-2 on a down to the wire Gen run as well in the last final moments, and you had a game that was tied 50-50 in game number 2. This series was unbelievably close. And in the end, it's going to be a 3-0 on paper.
3-0 on paper, and a 3-0, which certainly was filled with interesting moments, Andy. We had Bazaar at the start that wasn't meant to be there. And then we had a 50-50, which I've got to be honest, I've never seen before in live tournament play. And then we saw a last-second desperate attempt to tie up that game at 3-3 from Chosen Squad, which was really a play that shouldn't have happened, but almost did. I'm excited to watch the rest of these series as we get through the days, because as I mentioned, there's one thing that the region certainly provides. It's entertainment and some nervy moments and some exciting moments for sure.
Oh, certainly. I mean, even the fact that you already had Chico just exchanging some words across the stage already this early on a Friday, it's a good sign for many good things to come. Here's your final series layout. 2-0 oddball recharge. The 50-50 will not be reflected here because it was a full restart, so 50-31 is the only score that will be added to the history books. And 3-2 CTF Aquarius. It's Sintenegra Nubis with a 3-0 sweep, but they had to work pretty hard to get it, not gonna lie.
Yeah, they certainly did indeed. And Chosen Squad, who went up in that first Slayer that we saw, and then made a very, very last-second comeback with that rocket play to make a crazy game ending 50-50. Unfortunately, I think it just took a little bit too much out of them in that game. The restart was all CN Nubis for sure, but the 3-2 Aquarius, again, Chosen Squad, come out of the gates hot, get the counter cap as well after making some last-second stops, but just couldn't find a little bit of magic towards the end of that game to send us into King of the Hill streets. It will end up at a 3-0, but I mean, here's some of the replays from that Aquarius, Andy. And to be honest with you, I kind of wish we were just on Gory Loco's screen for the majority of it, because the man wasn't missing and was certainly picking up a lot of kills.
It certainly was. Well, luckily, we're going to have to see in these highlights what the latest moment that we captured in the replays was for how many kills he had. But I think it's a story once again, right? Chosen Squad, they captured not only first, but they also captured the next go-ahead cap as well to give themselves the second lead of the game. And they started to let things slip away. And to be honest, Chosen Squad had to work so hard for their caps. It felt like CN Nubis got away with their caps.
Yeah, it certainly did. It was a game where I felt like Chosen Squad kind of had control a lot of the time. It was just the difference maker was Gory Loco. When you've got a player running around cleaning up kills like he was, it makes it very difficult to have consistent map pressure. You win a 1v1, but Gory Loco's there to trade it out. You've got an opportunity to create a 2v1. Gory Loco's always going to get a trade. And those kills were the difference maker. It was never a comfortable setup for them to try and run a flag. And when you've got a player who is just making sure he's a constant presence on the map, you have to kind of think outside the box a few times. And unfortunately for Chosen Squad, even in the final moments, it just looked like they ran out of ideas.
Yeah, certainly. We'll take a look here. At this point, we still had 240 left, and you saw Gory Loco was, or excuse me, that we'll jump forward in time there. So with 140 left, we saw 33 on the board for Gory Loco here on your POV, just picking up the double, picking up the killing spree. I think he just misses the triple, yes, here in Gen as well, and he wasn't even done after that. Picks up some even more kills, but that flag also should have gone home for the side of Chosen Squad. But the reason I bring that up is also because what we saw for the side of Chosen Squad was still a good main stage performance, and I don't think that's going to be the end of the road for them.
Yeah, well, this is what the pools are going to look like after that game is done and dusted. Of course, nobody else has managed to play their games yet, so it will just be Chosen Squad and CN Nubis who have those stats updated. And tell you what, if I'm CN Nubis, I know you're 1-0 in the pool, right? I mean, it looks like it's done alphabetically, or in that list. But I want to be top, right? I want to be at the top. I want to be at the top and letting everyone know that I've just won that series, and that everyone else has got to look up at me.
I want to be at the top too.
Yeah.
And I know Chico Bounce does too.
Yeah. League Ops again. He's going to go and speak with the station referees. Those 4 station referees, man, they take a lot of flack for things that really aren't their fault a lot of the time. But yeah, for Chosen Squad, unfortunately, it's a tight series, and with Sintenegra to play as well. Not Sintenegra and Nubis. Obviously, Sintenegra doing a great job of supporting a lot of the teams in the region. They're going to be looking to make that a 1-1 record before they, of course, find out who that open bracket team is going to be that they'll have to take on a little bit later in the tournament.
Yeah, and let's not forget, of course, Sintenegra, a team to watch here in Pool B, and that's not Sintenegra Nubis, but Sintenegra themselves, right? There's a team that has been in the last 3 Pro Series. They've found themselves in the finals time and time again. They've narrowly lost series. They've lost their grand final 3-2 against the Pittsburgh Knights as recently as May. So we'll have to see what they're going to be able to bring this weekend. It's kind of a story of which Sintenegra are we going to get? Are we going to see them bringing the best they've been, or are they going to be on the same trajectory where Pittsburgh Knights kind of edges them out more and more as the time goes on?
I feel like which Sintenegra are we going to see is going to be a question I'm going to ask, because I get confused very easily throughout 4 or 5 different Sintenegra teams who are obviously competing at this tournament. But it looks like the next game that we're going to be watching is Timber Esports versus Sintenegra X. So we get to see another Sintenegra squad being represented in the Mexico regional finals as well. But I mean, let's talk about players that impress you. I know you're going to say Chico Bounce, but I want to know why, Anne. Give me a why.
I'm going to have to go with Chico Bounce, Mark. Love Chico Bounce. Now, what we saw from him, I think, like he was the game clutch killing sprees time and time again. As we bring Lottie back in. Lottie, great to have you once again.
I like that.
We were just talking about how much we love Chico Bounce.
You know what? I've got to say, he was lively to say the least, wasn't he? Pretty sure every single map there was some body disrespect, there was some hugging happening with a gun on a body, and you know, I just like the passion that's coming through on the main stage as well. Just having, you know, I think something I love about LAN especially is being able to have those player cams, being able to see their reactions to the end of a map, to, you know, the end of a series, how they feel about it in that moment. And obviously pointing across the stage at his opponents was something he likes to do, and I want to see more of it. I'm here for that. I love that kind of pop-off. So yeah, really, really cool to watch that one kind of go down. And lads, I mean, exceptional stuff. We saw a 50-50 street slay. We said it 100 times, first time I've ever seen that happen. I got a full replay of that and a second story really as well for, you know, Sinta Negra Nubis, because what a turnaround that was. I feel like they really found their rhythm in that one as well. And talking about rhythm of things, we're gonna keep moving.
They're wolves. Back from the hunt. Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Capture.
We always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
The lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. They're happy with this use. Grenadine applying pressure right to the spawners. Oh, this is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could define everything. He misses the beat down, he snaps. Oh my God! was a reward.
Regional Coast City, and I'll tell you what, before the break, we saw an absolute banger of a series, to be honest. We really kicked things off. We saw something that we don't see every day, which is a 50-50 tie in a Slayer on Street, which was wild. So we got to see an extra map for you guys and had a full replay for that one. But I've got to say, Cinta Negra, Nubis are looking pretty damn good right now. They were definitely feeling themselves in terms of the confidence coming across the stage and on the sticks. Gaskin Clutch, good to see you guys back on the panel, of course. And we have some more series to get through. We do have Timber Esports versus Cinta Negra X. So we have another Cinta Negra squad to kind of take a look at. And I asked you earlier on, Gaskin, you know, kind of the pack in terms of the Cinta Negra rosters and where they all stand and how they're looking. You know, what are you looking out for in particular for the Cinta Negra X team here compared to what we just saw on our screens from their Nubis roster?
So I will preface it by saying that I do think Chosen Squad were a little bit of an outlier with where they were seeded, and perhaps seeded above where they should be in coordination with where like everyone else currently resides. I say that this Cinta Negra roster arguably could be a little bit better, but it's going to be a far more difficult match because we know Timbers Esports, they were the previous Legends Never Die roster that we saw back in the Super. They got 5th/6th, excuse me. And these guys know how to play the game, right? These guys are going to come into this swinging. They're going to show what they're made of. They're going to want to get a 3-0 stomp to show what they can do going forward, just to make that statement. So I think that this is going to be a tough one for Cinta Negra X, and Timbers Esports should be comfortable. But at the same time, we have already seen one upset today when it comes to seeds. So I'm not going to promise you a 3-0, but I'm hoping it could be a closer game.
I respect that. No promises made here, of course, because we just don't know how things are going to go. That's just kind of the name of the game here. But something I do know that's coming your way, chat. Listen up carefully. If you are watching right now, then you're very lucky. You're good as gold because all you have to do is watch 1 hour of our MX finals here in this region. And you guys can get your hands on our Twitch drops. That is right. You guys can get the Hammerhead Squadron looking so fresh on your Scorpion, and of course the armor coating as well. And all you have to do is watch twitch.tv/Halo or twitch.tv/Halo_ES. You can also get our limited edition Boots on the Ground weapon charm to have on any of your weapons in game, and all you guys have to do is watch an hour of the grand finals on Sunday. Super easy stuff to be looking absolutely fresh in game in Halo Infinite, and that's all you guys have to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride that is our fantastic MX Regional Finals. So let's talk about obviously the game that we have coming our way. We kind of prefaced it a little bit. and Gaskin, you know, you kind of put a little bit of kind of, I guess, pressure on some of these Sintonegro rosters here. But Timber Esports, I'm sure they're going to be feeling some pressure as well, because we need to talk about the changes that these guys have made. I mean, the last time we saw them was in our MX Super and Clutch. Timber Esports, they were really challenging Knights. You know, they were looking really good. They're gunning for that top. But we've kind of seen some notable changes coming in through here. And, you know, Noble's the only returning player from this roster from seeing here in the Super. And we've got, you know, Gambino, who's dropped from Knights for Pilo, so he's actually joining as well and joining his fellow duo Noble. So what do you make of this kind of revenge roster that's kind of forming here for LAN?
Yeah, I think when you talk about this entire region, you're going to see this like makeshift of players that have played against each other, competed at a high level. I mean, like you're saying, Noble and Gambino competed against each other in the finals of that Super not too long ago. But now it seems like because of the replacement from Pelu onto PK, what was Gambino's job? His job was to put together a team that could potentially rival the team that dropped him. Everybody wants revenge when situations like that happen, and this is the roster that Gambino's put together. So he's got to have a lot of confidence in a player like Noble, players like Nugget and Strikey, in order to potentially dethrone who we know to be the best in the region. So I'm excited to see this entire Timbers Esports roster play. But it really is going to have to be a phenomenal performance all weekend long from these guys if they want to rival the dynasty that is this PK Knights.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we kind of talked about the revenge part and aspect of this team. And, you know, Gaskin, when it comes to kind of the makeup here, we've also got Strikey and Nugget as well. You know, Strikey placed third in our MX Super as well, actually, when they played with Rebel. And Nugget, who placed top 6. So how are you feeling about the actual dynamic of this team and maybe what they can produce?
I think that both of these teams are going to come into this event like practiced enough that they should expect to perform well. Like there shouldn't be any possibilities where they're thinking, oh, we're not very good at this map. This isn't one of our maps that we should be throwing away. Like you need to be 100% focused coming into this, well drilled, well practiced, that you be confident on that main stage. I will say it again, I think that the Timbers are going to be the better side. I think that Sintonegro X are going to lack a little bit, but the fact they've got Sepstars, you know, he was formerly on this roster, he's going to know a lot of what they like to do, he's going to know a lot of how they like to play, and that info can help you out quite a lot, actually. Even though we've seen a couple of changes here or there, the like kind of strategy is probably going to be the same. If the leader, as it were, or the captain is still on that roster, you're expecting similar starting strategies, similar method of play style. So perhaps he can learn something Sepstars after being dropped or moving from this team and now forming Sintonegro X.
Very true, and moving on to Sintonegro X, next. I mean, yeah, it'll go. We also have some pretty high-placing players on this team as well. We've had Lior, who's third in the MX Super, also played with Rebel, so again, a little bit more of a revenge story coming through here for our two teams across the stage from one another. But also, Lior actually really did impress us, actually, in the MX Super. He was kind of a standout here. We also have a top 6 from Sepstars as well in the MX Super, also playing alongside Nugget. So these guys know each other really well. And Clutch, in your experience, when you have two teams who have previously teamed before, there is that kind of element of revenge, you know, what can we expect out of this series for maybe some of these regions who, look, you're looking to qualify. This means a lot to you. You have to really turn up and kind of show out here. So, you know, what kind of intensity can we expect on the main stage?
Yeah, this is like one of the most intense series these guys are going to play all weekend long, because there is going to be that extra revenge factor. There is going to be that chip on each other's shoulders, trying to be past teammates, friends. This one, it's more personal, right? And when things become more personal, the BR fights, they become a little bit more pressured, right? And with that pressure, some players tend to thrive, some players tend to like miss shots, and even like small things like that can build up throughout a series. So this entire series is going to be all about how these players can deal with that little bit of extra pressure, knowing so much about the other team, knowing so much about an individual on the other team, wanting to win just a little bit more than you would in some of the other series we have here in pool play. But I think, like you said, this Sintonegro X team, I think it has a ton of talent. I think this is one of the top 4 teams at this tournament. They're going to be playing the team who we potentially think is the second best team at this tournament in Timbers. So this series could be what we're looking at when we're talking about an elimination finals later on this weekend. And to have that in pool play this early on is a big moment for both these guys to get off to the right start.
It is a big moment for sure. Well, look.
Siempre hay que pues, dar lo mejor de nosotros, no importa realmente el resultado.
Simplemente hay que dar un buen espectáculo y hay que intentar hacer el mejor trabajo posible.
Y llegar al campeonato o al regional, pues normal. O sea, no es la primera vez que juego esto.
Pues un poco nervioso porque sientes como que todas las miradas en ti. Entonces lo único que yo espero de mí es hacer lo que siempre he hecho bien desde mi casa. Venir a jugar aquí y hacerlo bien como lo he hecho ya. Y lo importante es que aunque tú llegues más alto o llegue a convertirse en un trabajo, lo que es un simple juego, es que siempre lo veas como algo divertido y que te apasiona.
Siempre es como un reto porque obviamente el nivel es muy alto y pues yo que vengo desde los lugares de infección en Halo 5 y fuga, pues es como un salto de nivel muy grande.
Después de que le inviertes todo tiempo a algo y luego da frutos, o al menos tienes la oportunidad de intentarlo, pues se siente bien.
Mis papás me habían regalado el primer Xbox y en unas vacaciones vino un primo y trajo su Halo. Y ya nada más lo veía jugar a él porque pues nada más teníamos un control, pero pues, el juego era, no lo sé, era increíble para mis ojos, ¿no? Era revolucionario.
Antes nada más era salir a disparar y a ganar tu gunfight, y ahora es aprender toda una rotación, los respawns, bastantes cosas que están en el juego.
Una vez que estábamos esperando a Cepsa y de repente empezó a llover mucho y no escuchaba nada más que su lluvia en su micrófono, y aún así le ganamos un equipo de... Era un equipo muy muy pesado en ese entonces. Fue como divertido que entre risas y el juego pues los ganamos y fue divertido.
Hoy estamos aquí compitiendo y vamos a tratar de hacer un buen papel.
Well, here we go. I believe we have the series layout on our screens. I believe so. Well, let's just talk through it just in case we can be heard on the stream. Gaskin Clutch, look, we're starting things off with Oddball Recharge. We've seen this fly through quite a few times, so we know what to expect. We know exactly where things are on the map. So let's just talk about how we want to see this start. You know, when we saw this first series of the day, which was Cinta Negra Nubis versus Chosen Squad, I feel like we saw quite a heavy one-sided situation here. But something I definitely noticed, especially about Chosen Squad, was they just kind of didn't utilize anything on the map very well. Power-ups, power weapons, etc. What do you want to see out of this series this time round? Because I feel like we need a bit of a competitive map one. And Gaskin, how will they achieve that?
I think that you've got to look at, you know, what they're able to do as a team, where they're meant to be going from here, like what they expect. Because I think the expectations here is that they should be winning 3-0. If you come into a game expecting to win 3-0, then you've got to be confident in game number one. Otherwise, if you struggle in game number one, you start to lose that confidence, you don't have the momentum. But you said you saw a really heavy one-sided affair in the previous series.
Yeah.
I think it is going to happen again. I think that Wes was completely right. I think Timbers arguably could be the second best team that we see. Just looking at the players and what they've been able to achieve and this roster that's been put together, it wouldn't surprise me if they do just smash through this tournament. So I'd expect a one-sided affair once more, but at the same time, I'm prepared to be surprised. Like, I want to see what Internegra X can do. I think that when you get to LAN, online results suddenly are very different. Suddenly, those performances that you had in the Super, they don't matter as much, and you've got to make it count here and now.
You know, we're talking about the one-sided affair. So, oh, sorry, Claudio, you go ahead, man.
I was going to play devil's advocate here. I think Internegra X has actually got a lot of talent, and I kind of like the roster that they put together, knowing a little bit about the individuals. Having talked to a familiar person in the scene, Munoz, about some of these individuals, I think these guys are all young, they're hungry, and they have the potential to make this upset happen. I think I've heard great things about Sepstar's Dolan as well, and if these guys can get off to the right foot, I think that the upset can happen here. I think, like I said, these are two of our four best teams, and this Recharge Oddball is going to show you so much about how these teams are prepared, because we saw in the last series, the second two games were fairly close. The first game was not, because Oddball does bring out the dynamics of strategy and teamwork more so than anything else. So we'll learn a lot about how these two teams are going to be playing at their highest level very early on in this series.
100%. I think in that map one as well, I think it's really important to see how teams react to what each other are doing. And I say that in the respect of, you know, look, if you lose control of the map, you don't have the numbers, knowing how to be patient, not just running at the oppositions and losing even further down the line and wasting more time and kind of more points on the oddball round as well. Being able to remain calm, controlled, get your numbers back, get the rhythm back, and be able to actually make a push to break the hold that the opposition is seeing. That's something I didn't see happening in that first map of our first series. I'm looking for a bit of a turnaround there with both of these two powerhouses. And then when it comes to Street Slayer, obviously seeing that tie game, the second chance that we had, you know, coming across the board here for our team as well, for Sintenegra and Nubis. You know, I think Street Slayer, in terms of the way it lends itself to a kind of potential midway spin here in a series, Gaskin, what are we looking at? Are you looking for a, you know, kind of close Street Slayer, or are you looking for a potential another upset where we see just one team just running away with it?
Give me another 50-50 all day of the week. I mean, those boys were lucky to get something like that happening. I think they spoke about it. It's so rare for us to see a 50-50 trade. You couldn't even count it on your fingers. I don't think the amount of times it's actually happened in professional competition. No. So the fact that we had it today is amazing. If we can get it again, that'd be great. I don't think we will have a game that close, but I like that Wes is a little bit more in belief of this squad. That certainly is a good sign, right? I'm looking at the higher seed and maybe prepping and researching on the higher seed a little bit more, whereas Wes looks at the underdog, and that's great. That's what you need. You need someone to be kind of assessing what they can do. And if Wes believes they can do some damage, then you better believe you've got to trust it, because Wes knows his underdogs and Wes knows his teams as well.
Yeah, he certainly does indeed. I gotta say, with that Street Slayer, if it is going to be as one-sided as you kind of predict, Dan, you know, I'm hoping that we're looking at the team to kind of look at the power up, get the rockets, and we kind of saw that coming through in Street Slayer the first time around, which did take us to that tie game. Is having the rockets on B stairs. Pruno, his patience really paid off, making sure he wasn't peeking that heaven player too much, being able to be super patient, and both of those rockets in the chamber, they paid off, and I think it's what happened to kind of get to that point of that tie game. Unfortunately, didn't happen in the replay. But, you know, the patience is going to be huge, especially with the Street Slayer. And talking about the underdog clutch, how are you feeling that you want to see them play this one? I think Streets is going to be a big turnaround.
I think Streets is going to be the most important game in this series for these guys on Sintenegra X. I think, especially knowing Recharge Oddball is game one, that's a tough game type to try and upset the better team in, like Dan's saying. When you're coming in as the favorite, you're expected to not only win game one, but when it's in a solidified objective like an oddball, you best believe that the better team probably wins that close to 90% of the time. So that game two Slayer becomes even more important for these guys. If it's Streets like it's going to be, you have to control the power weapons, like you're saying, a lot of those rockets, the Bulldog shotgun. It's going to be so pivotal for these guys to stay in this series. If they fall down 2-0 against Timbers Esports, you can bet the series is pretty much over. Sintenegra X, if you want to extend this one, if you want to go the distance, typically the underdogs need to win the Slayers in order to do so. So game two is a must win for me.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be a must win, because as soon as you get to that CTF Aquarius, you're not hot off the mark there. It's going to be a couple of flags going the opposite way, and we don't want to be seeing that. I think something that I did learn from that first series, and just kind of going back to what we've seen so far today, and kind of mistakes that I really want to be corrected heading into some of our more competitive series, is that, you know, I think if you're going to get a ton of kills, I want to see objective work come across. You know, Gaskin, how important is it for Aquarius CTF, especially with this kind of arena-style map? Is it to, if you were getting kills, if you were leading the way and paving the kind of way for your team here, how important is it to really start to convert that into runs, to flag pulls, to counter-cap potentials as well?
Yeah, before pulling the flag, you got to pull your finger out sometimes. I think I've seen far too often players just expecting the objective work to be done by one player in particular, and you've all got to do the job. You can't allow it to just be one player anymore in Halo Infinite. Sure, previous Halos, you could kind of get away with one player being very objectively focused, but it's not going to happen nowadays. Looks like we might be able to get ready into this game soon, though, Lot. So I'm excited to see what's going down.
I certainly am excited. Boys, do you know if you're casting, is it yourself and Clutch going to be casting on the mics?
I mean, I think so. I think it is going to be us two casting, and we'll certainly have a good time with it, because we've been looking forward to having some more games together. I mean, historically, Lot, me and Wes do get game 5s, so if that's anything to go by, then perhaps we might have a closer series here today.
We call it a curse. We call it a gift. The game 5s typically happen, Dan's right. And this one, it could go the distance. Recharge.
I really think curses kind of come in the fashion of trying to curse it. I think you're good.
I'll take it. I'll take it. There's worse things to be cursed with, I would say, and spectator as a coach. There's nothing better. I think they're the two best words in esports. Game 5s, game 7s, you name it. When the series goes the distance, when the lights are the brightest, the pressure is the most. I feel like that's when we see the players step up and make the best plays. So an opportunity for these guys to make themselves household names. I know we've got a few already under the first series, but I mean, for these guys, for probably their biggest stage in career so far, for an opportunity to potentially make it to Worlds, or I mean to Orlando and play on a national stage, that would be something special.
Yeah, it would be something very, very special. I think, you know, the fact that 3 teams from this land, from this regional finals, are going to be competing at Orlando is massive. That world stage is everything to these guys, especially in their Halo Infinite careers. And we kind of talked about it. I heard Brav and Onset talk about it earlier on. They were doing a lot of talking, actually. In fact, they were doing a lot of talking, and something that they did say was that this is a huge opportunity. This is an opportunity to showcase what you've got as a player, what you guys can do as a region, who you're representing. Is a lot on the line here, especially heading to Orlando. So we need the very best for this region to qualify. But as we are waiting to get into game info, we're just going to talk a little bit further. And I want to talk about a little bit of the pressure that's going to be on Timber's shoulders. I mean, I feel like Timber Esports right now are going to be feeling a little bit of pressure. A lot of eyeballs, I think, in terms of the fans of the region. Look, Timber Esports was starting to get there against Knights, right? You know, they were looking pretty good. They were definitely a team everyone was watching to try and potentially knock them to the pedestal. We've seen it in many other regions as well. And now they've had a huge, huge change. You know, Gaskin, what kind of pressure does that put these guys under heading into day 1, match 1 of full play? You know, really looking to be that new Timber roster who can potentially win the entire weekend.
Yeah, when you look at pressure, it's hard to decide whether there's more pressure on Noble, because he is the last remaining member of that Timbers roster that did so well and is so successful in that Super, or if it's on some of the new players who have now arrived and joined him. The previous legends may never die. Pressure works in a weird way. I think it's a complete mental thing, whether you as an individual, whether you feel those pressures, whether the organization is putting any pressures, which I have no idea on. I'm sure that Timbers don't put any extra pressure on them. But I assume because they're coming in as 4th seed, they are going to have some of that pressure taken off them, because everyone looks and says, oh, well, they're 4th seed. They're bang average. They're middle of the pack. Doesn't really matter. They're not going to be, you know, one of those teams that gets to Orlando. But then they look at that 3-0 that Chosen Squad's just gone down, and they say, okay, well, perhaps we are far better than we've been seeded. We know that, and now people will start to realize that. I do think that playing on LAN, we know we've gone through all of the pressures, yada, yada, yada. Big crowd, sure, that's going to apply pressure, but a lot of these players, they're actually a lot older than some of the youths that we see playing video games nowadays, and they would have competed in these environments, and maybe not in front of a crowd this big, but they'll certainly know how to deal with some of those pressures that come along with being on
Yeah, they certainly will. And Clutch, you know how to deal with pressure. My gosh, you've been on the world's biggest stage. You know, you've done it all. You have so much experience, not only as a coach, but as a player, an analyst, a caster. You've literally done everything. How do you handle that? How do you handle pressure in so many different situations with so many different kind of like dynamics and outcomes and potentials, you know, in front of you? You know, roster changes can be pretty nerve-wracking. They can be an exciting kind of time for a team, but you know, how would you handle this?
Yeah, I think the short answer for me is the easiest way to handle with the pressure of any of those factors that can come in is preparation. And I think when you prepare correctly and you mentally set yourself up for success, you have success. But unfortunately, for the players that potentially could be given that message, it's a little bit late for that preparation at this point in time. But let that be just a message to those that are aspiring to be those competitive players that compete for the top. It's all about preparation. That's why you see the best in the world in North America. They prepare like they're the best in the world. They put in the time, they put in the work, they watch their theater, they go over strategies, they go over what went wrong. And because they do that so routinely, because they practice how they're going to play at a tournament, that's when the real success becomes, because it's so natural. So the pressure, even though it's loud, it doesn't affect them because they've been there 100 times, they've done it 100 times, because of that constant participation of the practice that they're going to have throughout their tournament experience. And I know that that's like a long, uneasy answer for some people, but there's no easy way around it. And some people, they deal with it much easier than others as well. Like throughout the history of Halo, you've seen how your first tournament might not be what you expect, but Dan, sorry to cut your question off while we're jumping into gameplay. Recharge is the name of the game. It's an oddball in the middle of the map, and right now Timbers Esports and Centenegra, they're gonna have to deal with a lot of the pressure of the tournament getting underway. A nice back smack's gonna reward Centenegra with some numbers advantage, but it's a 2-2 trade as Nugget goes down.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lot, and well, we're into action, ladies and gents. Thank you for sticking with us, and I'm sure you're excited for this one, as are we. Centenegra X versus Timbers Esports. Remember, this is pool play still, of course, on the Friday, even though there is a deceptively large crowd out there. You might think it is a Saturday or Sunday, but we're into things then. Still 0-0, but finally we see some ball time here for Centenegra X. And Wes, I'm interested to see how this one goes. You know, I'm big on Timbers should be winning this one, but I love what you were talking about Centenegra X. They've put together this roster. They've got some confident players, some historical players in this region as well. They'll certainly be feeling like they can do some damage.
A lot of players that are doubted, right? When we talk about what makes pressure, one of the factors I wanted to chime in with was the doubt that's kind of the rest of the scene has put on them, whether they were replaced on their original teams, whether they were forced to kind of look elsewhere for a different organization. Well, the Centenegra roster, they formed, and they may not be the original Centenegra roster having to be Centenegra X, but you can best believe they want to be the best team at this tournament. They have some individual skill in order to compete, and already trying to compete with Timbers Esports here early on. It is an early lead for Timbers Esports for now, but neck and neck as you see that ball being played, in a good position right now for Noble to try and potentially swing momentum in this team's favor.
Already seeing a big from one to the other as well. Some early time for Centenegra X. Thought they were going to be able to set up, but then Timbers really broke it successfully. And then Timbers had that moment where I thought, okay, well, this is going to be a little bit of a runaway train kind of situation. But again, Centenegra X, they pushed back. They were able to get the break. And both teams seem to successfully be stopping these holds now. And that means we're going to get quite a scrappy game, Wes. If you've got two teams who can break setups consistently, it's going to be very back and forth.
That's what I'm hoping for. I want Centenegra X to show us that that's what they're capable of, because Timbers, I think they're going to bring their A game all weekend long. It's just a matter of will Centenegra X be able to keep up with them. And if they can do that in the objective, I'm convinced this series could go the distance, Dan. Like we talked about in the pre-show, you know we're cursed with the Game 5s is the name of the game when we usually cast together. And I'm hoping we get just one of those here. And this setup looks like it's going to be broken as the pressure does come through from Centenegra, but it's being dealt with. A nice double kill here from Nugget on screen. Can he get the triple? Unfortunately, no. The predictive nade takes him down, and Timbers Esports are going to be able to break that setup and maybe potentially get one of their own.
Man, the Spanish announcer is so cool as well.
Yeah.
I think I might start switching things up so that I can have this, because he is hyping me up, getting things ready. But now we're seeing some good time from Timbers Esports. They're getting the ball over towards blue. They have got a little bit of a hold, but it's a 3 versus 3 at the moment, and you've just got to make sure that you don't allow any of Centenegra X to be able to just sneak through and get that ball off the map. That's a big win there to make sure that Noble gets shut down.
Centenegra X currently in the lead, or in the deficit right now. Timbers off to a good start. The Slays are about even though, Dan. Nugget and Sepstars doing work each of their own, 11 and 10 to stand this one off. Centenegra X are going to be able to get the ball into pipes. This is a massive opportunity to rack up some time. Does look like nobody from Timbers is really near them, and that kill is big, Dan, because when you clear long haul open, you think the rotation to blue is a reality, but somehow, some way, that ball gets top middle, and just like that, Hermagel there to potentially grapple it up. I thought he might have tossed it as well, but he's gonna have to double grapple it. Good job by him though to use that utility to secure the ball into pipes, and now this is a setup once again for Timbers Esports that could go the distance.
I think the team names might be the wrong way around, but we'll get that checked in a little bit. But at the moment, all I'm seeing is good grapple play. We know how important getting that grapple is so that you can utilize it, get that ball into goal, get away from the other team, and you can really pick up some very valuable ball time indeed. But the blue team at the moment is really starting to pick up some extra points, and unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be able to hold on to it. No, it's going to be a good play. I think that as long as both teams are aware of when they need to play the ball, they should be able to get us some significant time.
You're absolutely right, ladies and gentlemen. The team names at the top of the screen, they are going to need to be switched. So this is going to be Centenegra X in the lead right now. Sepstars with 13 under his belt. He's that young gun on this Timbers Esports roster that are on the Centenegro roster that we know has a ton of individual skill. I've seen him in the playlist. I've dealt with him myself, and let me tell you, it's not an easy time playing against him, but don't count Timbers Esports out yet. They have so much experience when it comes to this MX region. And this is just the first round, but it is continuing to go with just 10 more points. Dan, Centenegro X are going to take this first round.
And I guess it's easy when you look at Sepstars and what he's been able to do as a player, coming back into things previously on this Legends Never Die roster that now he's playing against. He's certainly having a good game. 14 kills really does put him in a good spot, and they only need a few more seconds here to take this round. But it's not going to be as easy as maybe you thought. All now in possession. You could see a little elevator rotation here. You've just got to make sure you get set up, someone to at least hold the top walkway so that you can stop anyone pushing you easily from control.
Yeah, great job by Noble there to stay alive, rotate this ball to elevator, but for how long is the question? He's lost every one of his teammates, and right now he's got to do something because that ball, he throws it bottom middle. Unfortunately, though, Centenegro, they're going to be right there bottom middle to pick that one up and close this first round out. It will be Centenegro X taking the first round, the underdogs. You wondered if they're going to compete in the oddball where they take round one. Now it's up to Timbers Esports to see if they can push this game one the distance with a round 2 victory. They need to pick it up now, Dan. It's not about the slays. It is about those rotations in that oddball time that was really the difference from Centenegro X's performance.
What a great feeling that is for Sepstars as well. After going up against your old team, just getting that first round under your belt, that will take all that pressure off that we were talking about in the pre-game. And that will make sure that he can just continue to play the way he wants to play. And honestly, if he keeps finding kills like this, he is going to put Centenegro X in a great spot to try and take this 2-0. And then that really will shake things up when we look at kind of seedings, when we look at favorites. I think that conversation will change very quickly, West.
Yeah, we can have that conversation about the number 2 seed already being upset in pool play. That was massive. So if the 6 or the 5 seed beats the 4 seed, that would be even bigger to continue to steer the pot here in the MX region. We saw pretty much a clean cut script when it came to the EU region, but already this region being turned up on its head. Is that bad news bears when you're talking about PK Knights and their story later on this weekend? We're yet to see them play, but you know they don't want to get upset with the entire dynasty that they've been able to run away with for what feels like so long. But as we get back into the gameplay, the shock rifle, the battle rifle, the mount to Nugget getting a killing spree there. He gets taken down. Unfortunately, we are going to lose a player from the lobby. Not too far into round 2, but Centenegro X are going to be kicking themselves because they did such a good job in round 1. A hot start of a 36-point lead in round 2. But this replay, you can almost guarantee they're going to be able to have an advantage in. It's just a matter of will they be able to keep momentum. And Dan, when you step back from the in-game performance right now, and as a player, you have to deal with one of the technology failures that we talk about so consistently in esports nowadays. Mentally staying in this series as a young, hungry player that wants to create the upset, how do you see the conversation going in order for these guys to stay locked in order to get back into the map and continue dominating?
Yeah, momentum, tricky thing to go by when there is a technical difficulty. I mean, we've been there as players. Sometimes a bathroom break we've seen can be a huge reset. I've seen teams go 2-0 down, bathroom break, win 3-2 in a series. Like, that's happened far too many times in esports. And I think that when you do get this kind of blessing of a break, it can be a blessing or a curse depending on which side you are. But I think this will be a good time for Timbers to reset a little bit. Hey lot, by the way, you can reset a little bit and you can make sure that you try and work out what was going wrong. But there was a lot going wrong for Lot. Hey, sorry, I think we caught you off guard there. Sorry,
Oh,
but it's
very
okay.
off guard, actually. Very off guard. That's all right.
Welcome
Don't
back.
worry. I'm ready.
We missed you.
I missed you guys as well. I do miss the gameplay just a tiny bit more than myself being on the stream. But hey, look, c'est la vie. I don't actually know how to say that in Spanish. I'd have to ask Brav for his.
Wait, what does c'est la vie mean?
C'est la vie means. Oh, never mind.
Oh, okay. So now we need to know what never mind means.
We do.
Spanish.
We do
Okay.
need to know.
You're asking me to translate 2 different languages, Lot. I'm not that special. Come
I'm
on.
so sorry. I know. I'm so sorry. Do you know what though? Exciting round 1, fellas. Exciting round 1 for sure. We did talk about how one-sided it was going to be. And Gaskin, I think you're onto something there, lad.
I am off and onto something as a lad. And I do think that when you saw how Sintenegra X played in that opening, not to be confused by the teams being the wrong way around in the color changes, that will give them so much confidence, and they are going to be a little bit annoyed that this is going to have to be restart just because they were playing so well going into round number 2. But you know, stuff happens, and you've got to just deal with it. And if they can continue to play that way, this is going to be a series, as kind of suggested by Wes, also by Lottie, that this is going to be a closer series than maybe I expected, Wes, because you know these guys just came out into round number 1 and have blown everything out of the water. My predictions just go bye out the window, and suddenly we're looking at a team that definitely can compete with this Timbers roster.
Some things change, some things never do, Dan, and predictions, well, I feel like I'm pretty good at them at this point, and you still trying to figure out when Optic's going to win the next tournament, so...
Still wondering.
Unfortunately, not this weekend, so at least you can stay away from those wrong predictions, but I mean, I'm honestly as surprised as you are to see Sintenegra X come out as strong as they did and had the dominant round 1 and the start to a round 2 that was looking very dominant at 36-0 already. I mean, I knew that this team was going to have a ton of individual skill, just looking at some of the players, talking to Gilbert Munoz, who's very familiar with the scene as well, and like knowing that Sintenegra X is going to be one of those teams that's there late on a Sunday. But did I think that they were just going to blow this Timbers Esports team out of the water in game 1? I would say absolutely not. That was the story that we were seeing. This is an opportunity now for Timbers to maybe catch their breath, realign, maybe take a sip of water, go to the restroom, whatever you need to do to get locked in and get ready for this game, because that was not the Timbers Esports I expected to see from the names on that roster either. And that's a little bit of a letdown. We want the series obviously to go to the distance, and we're not going to see that happen if Sintenegra X looked that dominant as they did in that first round.
I mean, if Sepstars carries on doing what he just did in that first round, I mean, we didn't get to see too much of his POV, but he had 15 odd kills just after round number 1. And we spoke a little bit about it, you know, previous team, that's going to do wonders for his confidence. But at the same time, if Sepstars didn't have a game like that, do you worry that maybe this roster would kind of falter a little bit, or do you feel like someone else in the roster can pick up the pieces? Is this the kind of Sepstars show, or can everyone do what he just did?
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of good things from Sepstars already, like you're saying, but when I was talking to Munoz, who's my go-to expert of the scene, he had nothing but good things to say about Dolan. He had nothing but good things to say about the entire squad. So maybe it was just the Sepstar shows in there in game 1. And if there's anything like some of the top teams we've seen from other regions, all of a sudden can be popping off at any moment in time. It's statistically just typically one of them in a game, but usually if individuals are stepping up like that game by game by game, that team can have so high of a level of success. And I'm excited to continue to watch these guys play, to continue to get opportunities with power weapons in their hands, see what kind of shots they can hit, see what kind of individual skill that they have, and what is the limit for this team. Because when you're talking about who can take down the PK Knights, well, if Sintenegra X is making Timbers Esports look this mediocre, or at least they did in round 1, I know it's still very early in the series, that gives me hope for maybe a potential rivalry there, a potential upset in the future.
Here's my question though, is do you think that maybe this region is falling victim to something that the European region is as well, that you have such a dominant force at the top? You've got the Pittsburgh Knights, you've had Ascend, unbeaten, don't lose online competition. Everyone else is trying to chop and change to try and find that lineup to beat them. But then does it hurt them on the international stage? Because they're not really getting to a point where they can compete with the international teams. Instead, they're just trying to beat their own regional team. And I worry that some of these regions are falling behind a little bit with all this chopping and changing. Would you agree, or do you think that, you know, some teams can maybe start to try and push themselves just like the Pittsburgh Knights and Ascend have?
See, I would disagree. I think for a lot of these regions, still you're just looking for 4 very highly individually skilled players. When you're talking about strategy and trying to compete with some of the world's best, yes, you are going to have to step up your strategy and find some cohesiveness, and the teamwork is going to have to get done. But a lot of the times it really is 1 or 2 players on some of these teams that struggle in series against more individually skilled players like they will experience when they go to Orlando to compete against North America's best. You have to have all 4 players on your team with the ability to hit shots that are necessary to win series. Top North American teams, they don't have to worry about their shots because everybody's clicking on all cylinders there. A lot of the times when we look at maybe like the Knights of the past, it would be Drift popping up, it would be tapping buttons popping up, but I'm like, these two guys, they need help. Atso has stepped this game up immensely. Have they found the fourth with Pelu in order to take their gameplay to the next step against North American teams? That's a big question for me. Ascend, I don't think that was a team change due to necessary individual skill. I think Legend's an incredibly individual skill player. I think Respectful is also an incredibly individually skilled player. So I think that Europe, they have that talent pool where you don't have to necessarily question individual skill on some of their top teams. But for the region of Mexico, I think a lot of these guys are still trying to figure out who are the best individual players that we can put on a team, and let's build cohesiveness and strategy from that point.
Yeah, I think that once you do find that team, and once you do start pushing, you know, the Pittsburgh Knights, for example, and then you start to get that belief, you start to practice. I would like to see, you know, a second team do as well as the Pittsburgh Knights did. I know that Team Cruelty also played in pool play back in Kansas City, but they finished top 24. It was a pretty lackluster performance, similar to what Na'Vi achieved, where they weren't able to win a series. I just love to see another team, you know, from this region push that top 16 as well when we get to international competition, because we've seen the players, Wes. Like, we've seen some of these guys hitting shots. We've seen what they've been able to achieve. They have what it takes to be pushing into those directions, but I think you're right. We need to see them find that right four, and maybe it could be this tournament. You know, maybe it could be this Timber squad. Maybe it could be this Internegra X squad, and that's what's so exciting about this regional, as we get to see these teams now show what they can do on a LAN environment in their region. We've had the Super, which is online. Now this is a completely different ball game, and I think that you know that we're going to be seeing perhaps results that slightly differ from what we saw in the Super.
Well, what I do know is we see all these team changes when we look at the Super compared to the regional in this region, right? We see every single team has changed. Even the PK Knights have changed. And what that tells me is everybody is understanding the magnitude of the moment that is this weekend for this region, right? There's the most prize money on the line for this region ever. There are the most teams competing. This is the biggest opportunity to get a chance to go to Orlando to compete for an even bigger prize pool and an even potential spot at Worlds at that extent. And it's like everybody has to be focused on what is the best potential team I can put together, and hopefully that's what these players have focused on. I know that that's what the PK Knights are prioritizing. The rest of this scene, you can best believe, needs to be prioritizing getting to these next steps, accomplishing these goals in order to have an opportunity to compete for that prize money, because all you need is a ticket to the dance if you believe in your team, if you have the skill to back it up and you put in the work. So I'm a big fan of the thought that this should be the best representation of competition we see in this MX region outside of the PK Knights. So if the PK Knights have ever been tested, Dan, I expect it to be this weekend.
Yeah, and I think that we are going to see a very close kind of situation where if the PK Knights do not find the same success they had previously, then they maybe will start to ask questions about themselves. And we're going to break. See you guys in 3 minutes.
We are back once again. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the MX regional finals. I was like, wait, where are we again? We're in Mexico City, folks. We're live. It is absolutely fantastic. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. Of course, it has kind of turned into a little bit of a vodcast right now. But do you know what I was going to say? You could have worse people chatting to you, couldn't you? Could have worse people chatting through the screen. I gotta say, I love you guys, and it's an absolute pleasure to be up here with you. And we're waiting for the game to start, of course. We're waiting to get back into the mix of things. Obviously, a couple of technical issues on the side. You guys know how LAN works. Sometimes wires get crossed, things happen, but we are waiting patiently for the game to start. And as soon as it does, trust me, we will be throwing that over to you, to your wonderful eyes, viewing that as well. But gents, you know, we've been discussing quite a lot recently. And I want to discuss big picture now. We're getting into the big picture. We're digging deep here. We're digging very deep. And I'm looking at Worlds by the end of this. You know, this is what we're doing. This is what we're playing for this season. It all comes down to that final hurdle, which is the World Championships happening in Seattle. We've seen it on the roadmap many times. I've talked through it. And, you know, there's some big things to kind of happen before that. There are some potential changes to be made. There are potential kind of switch ups happening as well. And, you know, you have to qualify obviously to get there, and you have to kind of be in your A game. But we've had a roster mania recently as well, Gaskin. Do you see any changes happening for any of our regions in terms of another roster mania? Is there one potentially on the cards, or do you think, you know, things have settled down now and this is kind of where we're landing?
Let me tell you a story, Lottie Van Prague.
Oh yeah, go on.
Of a thing called contracts. Now, contracts are both a blessing and a curse in esports, and I don't think are going to see major shakeups after Orlando and going into Worlds, depending on where those contracts lie for all of these teams. But after Worlds, I think we're going to see an absolute storm, right? I think we're going to see everything change after Worlds. But this season, I think that we're going to get big changes now coming into Orlando. We know that in all of these regions. Then afterwards, I would expect some stability along those top teams, because you don't want to give yourself too little of a time to actually practice going into the biggest competition of the year, the most prize money that you can earn throughout the year. But I will say that the regions are all in such an interesting spot at the moment. Like, going into Orlando, it is so difficult to call not just who's going to win, who's going to finish top 4, who's going to finish top 8, who's going to finish top 16, where do these Mexican teams end up, where do these Latin teams, where do the European teams all end up? Like, it's so tough to call right now, which makes Orlando so exciting. And then we'll start to get a bit more structure as we go into Worlds, and then Worlds perhaps we'll have a little better idea of where people kind of reside on LAN. But certainly, yeah, it's an exciting time for all these teams, and I'm looking forward to seeing where they end up.
Yeah, it really is exciting. We are starting to really get into that home stretch. We're close to it, not quite in the home stretch, but like you said, Orlando is kind of what we're playing for here. Obviously, the qualification coming out of the end of it, the top 3 teams being able to compete in Orlando, that is huge clutch. You know, having that opportunity to play against the world's best on the stage, you kind of said it so much, but I just want to make sure everyone knows what a big deal this is to qualify. The prize pool coming into this tournament is absolutely fantastic. It is the most we've had. Obviously, you have a huge turnout here and the most we've ever had at a LATAM event as well, but that qualification is everything. So what do you expect out of the top 3 teams, Clutch, to qualify for Orlando, looking at that bigger picture of Worlds as well?
Yeah, I think my big question is how good are the PK Knights going to be by the end of the year? Are they going to be potentially in that top 8? Or are the North American teams going to continue to build rosters that almost push other regions out? I think right now Europe has a very strong showing when you're talking about the likes of Ascend, Na'Vi, Quadrant. Those guys, they can come overseas and compete. The MX region doesn't have to travel too far for Worlds, having it be in Seattle, but the gameplay, are they going to be able to continue to adapt? Are they going to be able to keep up with the pace? Because I think what we see a lot of the time throughout new Halos coming out, like we did in Halo 5, it's not about how great the teams are at the start of the year. It's the meta evolving in the scene throughout the year, and how quickly can North America kind of separate itself from the other regions. Well, I think Europe's doing a phenomenal job to try and stay in it. I think on the other side, MX, can they continue the same kind of level and pace that we see Europe continue to compete with North America at? But I mean, Dan, I'll bring you back in here. We got gameplay on screen. It's going to be round 2. Fairly certain there's going to be a 36-point lead for Centenegra X, and Centenegra X trying to close this one out. We know Timbers Esports wants to push this to a third round here on All Ball Recharge. If you weren't here, ladies and gentlemen, the first round of this game ended in a dominant victory for Centenegra X. So it's up to Timbers Esports, our third seed of the tournament, to see if they can rebound here. And already Timbers Esports trying to compete at a high level, trying to get off to a good start here, because we did not see much of them in round one the first time around.
Also, by lot, she just gets stripped away from us sometimes. Big conversation. It's miss her already. But here we are, into game, and confirmation, as Wes said, it's going to be 65 points required for Centenegra to win this round, 100 for Timbers to win this round and take us to a round number 3. And already we can see in the early stages, Wes, that it is very closely contested. And despite there being 3 dead, Timbers still struggling to get hold of this ball. This is one of the difficult situations, and this is why we see so many teams go for that grapple and getting into pipes, because then you can just pull that ball away. Otherwise, you just end up in a pool of grenades and you can't really escape.
On the bright side, though, Nugget starting off this second round much better here in round 2 than we saw anybody on Timbers Esports really start off round 1 the first time around. 5 kills to his name. He's taken down, however, and just like that, a setup that you thought was going to result in Timbers Esports' hands is actually going to be the true case, as the rotation towards elevator for Noble. You saw how it was Noble the first time around, really prioritized the ball. Really, the only significant amount of time that Timbers Esports was able to rack up was in Noble's hands. Once again, Dan, you're seeing Noble really be the objective player for this Timbers Esports team.
And that time is very quickly ticking up, and suddenly this is going to be an even game when you look at the fact that Timbers Esports were 35 down technically. They managed to put 31 on the board, but there's Centenegra X managing to break this setup. But this could be Strikey's chance to really disrupt everything here. Camo plus sword is going to be able to at least get the entry, and manages to get some good clean shots, but not quite getting finished. Thankfully, though, a teammate did come in. And then now it's just Sepstars in a 1 versus 3 to try and keep this ball alive.
Yeah, but some of those players are going to be coming off respawn, Dan, so honestly, Sepstars did his job. You removed Camo Sword, which can be such a power curve that Timbers Esports was looking to put into the score. It gets shut down, but they do still hold that lead. Sepstars, he can't find any luck with the sword, however, off his life. He is taken down, and just like that, Timbers, they lose 3. It's going to be Centenegra X with numbers advantage, grapple in hand, and another grapple onto the oddball. We've seen it a few times in the first go around. Dolan showing you he's capable of it as well. Not quite sure where he wants to go with it as of yet, but I like the idea that this rotation, this consistent movement of the oddball is going to be difficult for Timbers Esports to deal with, and Centenegra X are right back in this second round.
Some good points and a good setup as well. Now over towards elevator. Everything goes a little bit quiet as Timbers look to try and break this setup in their own way. This is a very aggressive push coming through from Nugget, but he's got great support. It's a nice pinch, and they are going to be able to stop that ball. They can get 3 dead here. Just got to stay alive. They should be able to get some good time over towards blue, but it's a nice hold from Centenegra X. Getting into the blue spot, being able to grenade those doorways. Unfortunately, not enough to hold out that Timbers push.
There's one member alive from Centenegra that tried to make a play. He ends up getting a trade, but it was a good double kill from Noble in order to get Timbers Esports back in control of this setup. Camo is going to be up, so they're going to have to balance camo control and the oddball control, and they've already lost the oddball. It looks like they're going to lose not only the oddball, camo potentially, and all 4 dead for Timbers Esports, and a team that just had a full setup moments ago, Dan. It's wiped away. Complete control going to Centenegra.
Remember, Centenegra only needs 65 as well to win this round. And then they will win this first map, and that really would be an incredible start for them, especially when you look at some of the players that are on this Timbers Esports roster. Timbers Esports starting to get a little bit desperate now as well with their push as that time does tick up. And as long as someone rescues that ball, this could be the time achieved now. 62, 63, 64, and will tick over to 65. So if my math is correct, that should be the round, and that should be the map going in favor of Centenegra X here.
In my opinion, Dan's Centenegra with a dominant round 2, a dominant round 1 the first go around, and it's everybody on the team. So your question gets answered there with Sepstars being the superstar for the first round, but everybody having their fair share of the kills. The ball time goes into Dolan and Hermigale's hands, and with that, everybody on Centenegra X showing you that they're here to play in this series. They want to create this upset. And this would be a big one to start your pool playoff right, to start your Friday and your tournament off right here. We can't reference it enough. This tournament this weekend means so much to these players. There's so much money on the line. And you love to see Centenegra X starting off the way they just did.
Yeah, I think they're going to be delighted with that map, and especially after a reset like that, even though they had the 65 lead, it is always going to be a tough situation coming back from that break. And we saw the start from Timbers Esports as well in that round 2, right? They looked like they were suddenly awake, like they were going to be firing, but it seemed like the difference from the restart was just a little bit too much to them, and that final setup from Centenegra X was far too strong. So first map going in favor of Centenegra X, and they now can look towards Street Slayer. As this series, I think, is going to get pretty interesting. I mean, it was already interesting, Wes, let's be honest, with the back and forths we've already had, but now going into a Slayer with the underdog already winning, suddenly this begs the question of, well, what happens going into a Slayer when we usually say this is the underdog's best chance to win a game?
This is their opportunity to seize the series, right? This is their opportunity to gain so much momentum in this Slayer. And for the favorite, if you're Timbers, you're looking to fight back in this one, and to have to do it in a Slayer is not necessarily the road you want to go down, but it's the road that you've already started. And Street Slayer, it can get out of hand quickly. I know Andy and Mark, they touched on it. When you get control of on a map like Streets, when you can push the pace in a Slayer like you can, the score can double very quickly. The score can get out of hand so quickly with map control, with weapons control. So both these two teams are going to need to focus on that sandbox on the map. It's the Rockets, it's the Bulldog shotgun. And if you're able to control those, usually good things happen.
Yeah, I think that we've seen what the Bulldog control can do on Streets and how it can really affect not just Slayer, but also the objective games as well. And so many players now are prioritizing it, and also adding that to the movement that they've been able to secure just as they develop their skills, going through Halo Infinite, learning curve slides here and there. And I do think that we are going to see now these teams start to look at some of the movement and how they do get across these maps so quickly, how aggressive they can be. How quickly can I push a team? How quickly can I take a team down? And I wonder whether any of these LATAM players are going to have similar things to what we've seen from the North Americans. But Centenegra X will take a 1-0 lead in this series. Apologies for the color differences that we had in the original rounds, but we did manage to get it pretty spot on, and Centenegra X did take that first round. And Wes, they've managed to already get a little bit of an upset here. I was thinking this was going to be a very one-sided affair. You said it wasn't, and I get to say these horrible words that I have to say. You were right.
They're not that bad, and I don't really look for...
They're so tough.
It's not something that I bring upon. Like, it's not something I look forward to hearing or anything. It's not like you telling me I'm right is a thing. It's like we're learning about these players together this weekend, Dan, and when we're talking about an underdog creating an upset, I mean, that's the storyline I want to see anyway. So I enjoy being right there, but that being said, the players, they get to decide their futures. And I mean, from what we saw from Stars, Dolan and the boys, they're taking control. They've grabbed the wheel in this series. They're in the driver's seat now, up 1-0. An opportunity to take a Game 2 Slayer in their hands as well. I mean, the sky's the limit. And your goal here is to come out a Friday first in your pool, to set yourself up for bracket play with success. They've achieved one step closer to that goal, and that's the dream that all these players want to achieve, at least here today.
Yeah, I think that a lot of these players, you know, this is where it starts, right? You get back to LAN, you have that exciting moment, you have those maybe jitters because you're finally playing in front of a crowd again. It could be your first time on main stage for some of these players, but then you just have to calm the nerves a little bit. This is going to be a long weekend, and you have to make sure that you can just kind of get through this marathon, making sure you take every game as it comes. And even though that pool play very important, it's not be all and end all if you do go down, if you do lose a series here or there. But we are jumping into game number 2. Is going to be on Streets then. Centenegra X have a lead of 1-0 after taking recharge oddball. And already we can see the Bulldog in the hands of one of the players, but unfortunately taken down very quickly. And now Timbers Esports, they've got Rockets to work with.
Strikey in a good position to tie this series up, to get his team off to an early lead. Does just that with the Rockets, finds himself one. It's 4-2. Timbers Esports starting to try and dictate the pace. A little bit too aggressive, I'd say. Strikey gets taken down. And now Centenegro weathered the storm of the pressure that was potentially going to be on them from the Timbers Esports squad. How are they able to deal with it? A few kills and the kill feed go their way. They get another trade. And somehow, Centenegro X coming off respawn find a way to tie this one up. And that's a blunder from Timbers Esports. When you get control of those rockets, Dan, you think you're going to be able to take an advantage. Unfortunately, they fall short there.
Sometimes you can be too confident with the rockets. You think they do a lot of damage, but then suddenly you whiff one, and then you look a little bit silly. But already we can see both these teams very closely contested here on streets, but nice aggression coming out of Timbers Esports. Already a double, could be more as well, but shut down immediately. We do see Dolan getting a double kill, and that's what you got to get. You've got to have teams, and you've got to have your players who can pick up those multi-kills, you can hit those clutch moments, hit those 1v2s, because it really can make a difference.
Absolutely, it can make a difference. And speaking of making a difference, you're seeing Nugget on screen tried to make a difference in game one. Didn't matter. Was shut down by Centenegro X, even if he had a pretty decent start to that second round. Let's see if he can have a good start to this Slayer. Already his teammate Noble with 8 kills to his name. That's exactly what you want to see. Having a teammate, a great opportunity here for some good damage as well. And I love the aggressiveness. Timbers Esports, they got one, and look at this. They pushed together across the map, and these kills, they matter so much, Dan, because rockets are coming up shortly.
Rockets are coming up, and we said how much of a big focus it is going to be as well, and Timbers have definitely done that better so far in this game. They find themselves 5 kills ahead. However, that can very quickly be caught up, or it can start to snowball out of control if you can put these rockets to good use. But I like this from a Nugget, retreating, not getting too excited because you've got the boomsticks, and instead repositioning to try and make it count. Always a difficult angle to take it down here on Pink, but he will manage to collapse. He does get the double kill, and that worked out in the end.
The first one, maybe not the best. The second, perfect, as he finds one, takes down the second with the battle rifle. And you want to talk about swinging momentum. Well, Timbers Esports have done just that. Now up 6 kills, 21-15. And I love the aggressiveness from them. Unfortunately, taking a look at the kill feed, Dan, they lose all 4 members. So once again, Timbers Esports using the power weapons fairly successfully, but that second push to try and turn that power control, that map control in their favor, immediately shut down by Centenegro.
Lead's starting to get a little bit hefty now for Timbers Esports, and Centenegro X, they are stuck in station, and that's one place you do not want to be, especially with the weather that we've had in England recently. It's been very hot, no air conditioning in these train stations, and perhaps now Timbers Esports are going to show what they can do pushing in, and already they've been able to collapse so successfully. I'm actually really impressed with how Timbers have played this one in the early stages, whereas they could have allowed this series to kind of roll away from them after that kind of poor map number 1. But it seems like map number 2, they've started to wake up. They started to remember who they are.
Yeah, they've controlled the sandbox so far. They've kept the pace of the game in their hands, and because of it, now looking at a 10-kill lead as they cross the 30-kill mark with rockets coming up. The Centenegro want to stay in this game too. They're going to have to focus on prioritizing that. Unfortunately, the Bulldog shotgun, and it's in Strikey's hands, and he's doing work. He finds himself a double. Can he get the third? He's taken down, but damage has been done, and steps closer to that 50-kill mark from Timbers Esports have been taken.
Rockets again. And oh, okay, the nade will at least help. If they can get hold of those rockets, maybe this can be what Centenegro X need. But Timbers have been able to prioritize them a lot better. Centenegro X, unfortunately, have just been kind of caught in spawn trap after spawn trap. Because of it, they haven't really been able to get into a spot to watch those rockets. But some good kills going their way. And now the stalker rifle in the hand is suddenly going to change things up. And this scoreline is starting to get a little bit closer.
War showing you the drop chop mechanic. He's got it bound. 10-1 and 9 right now, leading his team in kills, but 9 deaths make it just a +1 for him. But good shots all around from him. That rocket, it's in the hands of his teammate. He's been able to put it to work, starting to chip away at this lead from Timbers Esports. Centenegro X want to keep the pressure on, but can they do it successfully is the big question. They catch the flank, and that's a big kill to sniff out. There's no reason that player should have been kind of turned around unless it was just game sense. And Centenegro, they did a good job to get the first, but they lose a lot of players in the meantime again, and Timbers Esports once again in control.
So many 1v1s being traded out at the moment. Neither team really been able to capitalize on that passage of play when there could have been quite easily 2 or 3 kills going in favor of either squad had they won those pivs. Still only a 3-kill game. Timbers be kicking themselves if they throw this one away, so they need to capitalize now on having 2 players advantage here. And they're trying to collapse quickly, but these trades are deadly. The melees are just so heavy, and they really do connect on LAN.
Not often these players play on LAN, but given the first opportunity, both these teams want to have early success, want to feel this LAN environment in their favor. Right now, Timbers Esports needs to put game 2 in their favor. They try to get to the Rockets. They end up having to trade. They lose 3 members in the meantime, and now all of a sudden it's a 3-kill game.
Ooh.
Make it just a 2-kill game now. 44-42. Syntenegra X are not going quiet in the night here in game 2.
Well, we talk about all the rocket control Timbers Esports had, but what a time to start getting some rocket control of your own. Syntenegra X suddenly making a game of this. We are going to see the Bulldog in the hands of Syntenegra X as well, trying to make some work done on the P side, but unfortunately with the player already falling, you've got to connect with those shots. Timbers Esports have lost 1, make it 2, and here comes the comeback then from Syntenegra X, 45-44. Maybe we could see another 50-50, dare I say.
Yeah, here comes the push. The Bulldog shotgun in hand, good damage onto a first. It's cleaned up, and now all of a sudden, 48 for Syntenegra X. They see multiple players. If they can finish these players off, it would be massive. He needs to stay alive, though. He does just that. Unfortunately, it's a shot behind him that takes him down. 47 now to 47, 3 kills to go. Timbers Esports find the first.
Almost a mirror match from what we saw in the previous 48-48 now. And it's all going to come down to maybe one last push. Timbers Esports are down 1, and he's down bottom middle as well. That's a great connection from Strikey to put them within 1. As Timbers Esports so close, you got to stay alive. But unfortunately, Syntenegra X are able to put that last kill on the board. 50-49. They'll go 2-0 up in this series. And that is an incredible comeback.
What a comeback. Oh my God, look at that. Showing it to the crowd too. He's here to play. Syntenegra X, they fell down 10 kills at the 30 mark. Dan, not often you see that 10 kills become at rest as quickly as it was, but it was around that 44 kill mark where we really saw Syntenegra X dictate the pace from there on out. They got map control, they got a little bit of the sandbox in their favor. And War was 17 to his name that game. Made every one of them count. They needed every one of them to count because it was a 50-49 showing. We've already seen a 50-50 here on Street Slayer. Now we're seeing a 50-49. So these game 2 so far on the broadcast, they've been absolute bangers. They've gone the distance. They've been as close as possible. And oh my God, Syntenegra X making a statement in the second half of that game 2.
And they answer the question as well. I said, what happens if Stepstars isn't the superstar? If he's not the one getting the kills? Well, Lua steps up, he gets 17. And they make sure they go 2-0 up in this series. And I think they are going to be feeling themselves right now. We're going to have to see a reverse sweep from Timbers if they are going to win this match in pool play. And this is going to be an upset. I know it's only 4th versus 5th seed, so you could argue that it was always going to be a close game. But I will say that after what we've seen from the MX Super, I was expecting a lot more from Timbers, even after the changes that they had. But with changes happening, with practice maybe not working out so well, or scrims maybe not going so well, one good thing about pool play, one good thing about LAN events is you can start to build that chemistry as you go throughout the tournament. And maybe we'll start to see some of these teams improve as the tournament goes on, Wes. But 2-0 to Syntenegra X. I mean, you saw it coming, sure, but I think that this is going to be another potential big upset that we've seen in pool play already. We saw Chosen Squad get eliminated 3-0 in the previous series, and now this one looks like it could be going the same way.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't see this coming at all. I think the players on Timbers Esports, the names on that team alone, you think are going to compete in this series. You think they're going to either win the series outright or at least push this one the distance. And right now, you thought game 2 was a must-win for them. Well, it got taken right from their very hands at the end, and that's not a loss that's easy to deal with, Dan. Some losses are easier to deal with than others. When you're up 10 kills and you blow the lead and you lose 50-49 at the end, that one can weigh on you mentally as you try to rebound going into a game 3. You're stuck thinking about what went wrong in that game 2, and very quickly that mind needs to shift and to reprioritize, hey, we're still in this series. How much experience do these players have in an environment like the one that they're in order to do so is a big question for me, because right now it's going to be difficult for them with the crowd watching. You know, families there, you know, friends are there, you know, everybody is watching. And unfortunately for them, not the performance they want to put on. But like you said, Dan, it is pool play. There are things to look at. There are positives to take away from this. You can lose a series in pool play and win the tournament. We've seen it so many times from the likes of Cloud9, from the likes of Sentinels back in the day. And pool play is just one step, right? And for Centenegra X, they've taken that step in the right direction as well. So very big props to them. If you're Timbers Esports, it's a step in the wrong direction, but it does not dictate your entire tournament.
And I guess the good thing is that game number 3 is going to be Capture the Flag Aquarius, and that is the bread and butter, right? That is old school Halo vibes. If you could put it and personify it in a Halo Infinite map, it would be Capture the Flag Aquarius. And I think that will bode well for Timbers Esports to try and reset here. You've got a solid amount of time to just kind of focus on your gameplay a little bit, try and make sure that chemistry is going down well. Just play Halo how you've always played Halo. I do think the Capture Flag Aquarius is going to be a good game type for them, and they should certainly be able to try and make a series of this if they are able to take it down. But for Centenegra X, momentum's on their side. That 50-49, the adrenaline will be flowing through them right now, Wes, and I'm sure they are going to be absolutely eagerly waiting to get into this game so that they can start to put on a show.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to get into this next game. You're riding Cloud9. You're as confident as you've ever been in a player, because the guys across the stage, those are familiar names, Dan. When you think about it, when you're playing your idols at some point and they become your rivals and you take the lead against them, and then all of a sudden you start to click in your head, hey, maybe I can compete with these guys. Maybe I actually am better than these guys. There's a moment for every young player's career that takes that journey. And this moment for these Centenegra X players is so massive for them to realize, hey, we are contenders. We are no longer looking up at these teams like this is a massive opportunity. You want to ride that wave. You want to continue the confidence you built. And what a better way to do it than to put a punctuation on the series that you've already had such a phenomenal performance under. So Aquarius CTF, it is going to be that opportunity for them. And on the other side, Dan, like you talked about in Timbers Esports, if you wanted to see one game type as game 3, it probably is going to be Aquarius CTF. The members of Timbers Esports, these guys have legacy. These guys have profiles throughout multiple Halos, right? This Aquarius CTF is one of the more classic style game types you could have, one of the more traditional style map mode combos we have in Halo Infinite. And because of that, that gives you hope that they may be able to have a leg up in the strategy and the understanding of the CTF game mode on Centenegra X, and they're going to need that leg up in order to get back in this series.
Yeah, we've got to remember, Gambino used to be on Pittsburgh Knights. He's used to winning. He's probably not used to losing a pool play game ever.
No.
Previously being on that roster. This is going to be brand new territory for him, so he needs to be able to pick up the rest of the team and say, look, we still have 3 games. We can still get back into this. It is not over yet. And maybe you can start to capitalize on some of that experience, because we've seen some of the biggest and best teams in the world manage to reverse sweep, even when their backs are against the wall, even against teams that they should be beating a little bit quicker. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. You've got 2 objectives now. If you are the better team, you will win these 2 objectives. And then you go into that Slayer and you've just got to throw everything at it. Capture the Flag Aquarius, as you say, is going to be a good one for them. But if Centenegra X, if they take the lead here, like if we see them an early 1-0, then I would worry for the confidence of Timbers Esports. Do they just start to crumble a little bit? But on the flip side, if Timbers Esports can not just take the lead, but if they can win this map, you could say the same for Centenegra X. Maybe they start to worry a little bit. Maybe they start to crumble a little bit under the pressure of a potential reverse sweep, which certainly could happen. We'll have to wait and see, Wes. I mean, are you leaning towards this potentially being a 3-0, or do you think we've got a chance to go a little bit further in this series?
I love everything I've seen out of Centenegra X so far. I'm thinking this is a 3-0, but I think you're absolutely right. As far as if Timbers Esports can find a way to take this game 3, how are Centenegra X's players going to deal with a little bit of adversity, right? Because they haven't really faced it yet. They were down 10 last game, and that's a little bit of adversity there in game 2, but you got that 1-0 comfort. The game 2 may not matter as much to you if you were Centenegra X there, but this is the true test. Can they close the door on the series, or are they going to allow Timbers Esports just stick their foot in it, keep it open for a little bit longer, and make that crucial mistake. We see so many teams that are on the verge of creating these massive upsets throughout Halo. Allow the higher seed, allow the quote-unquote better team back into the series, allow them to gain some confidence. It's going to be massive. One of the big things for me, Dan, as we look at this game 3, though, is that camo control and how influential it should have been when it was in Timbers Esports' hands on Rechargeable and wasn't. And then when it was in Syntenegra's hands, they started to run away with things. They were able to continuously hold stronger setups because of it. We're going to need to see much better power-up play from Timbers Esports if they want to take this game 3 and push this series a little bit further.
I think we are close to starting this game 3 as well, but you are right. I mean, when you look at when Timbers had all that rocket control in the early stages of Streets, but then they throw it away, are they going to do the same thing with the camouflage here as we do jump into game number 3 and could be our last game of this series if we see Syntenegra X continue their dominance. As for Timber Esports, we need to see something different. We need to see them show why I was kind of alluding them to be a god squad. While I was saying they could be one of the top teams in this tournament, but they have to prove why. But in the early stages, we already lost a couple of players, and Syntenegra X carry on that same aggression that we saw previously, and they've got that camouflage you were speaking.
All right, we haven't seen much of Dolan, so this is a big moment for Dolan's career here. First time really on screen. Got a nice opportunity with the fight with Camo. Thrust in his back pocket, finds himself a double. It wasn't the prettiest potentially, but it makes it work, turns numbers into his team's favor, and now look at how aggressive he wants to be, even if he's hit by a couple of nades. Wants to block these spawns. Needs to play his light, though. He's got a little bit of help, does just that. And if he can get a little bit more help, they could potentially get a flag on the move. And the rest of the crew, they're here to play. It's going to be Hermigel once again with a double, an assist bottom middle, but more importantly, the flag, and it's on the move.
It's a nice quick run, and Gambino, the last remaining player, was up and will do some damage, but he gets taken down before he can get that kill. And that should all but confirm this flag cap now. All you have to do is drop it into the spot, and Syntenegra X, they are carrying on from where they left off. A fantastic run. Timbers, they tried to do what they could to get that stop, but if you throw too much bodies to try and get the kind of flag stop there, then you put yourself on the back foot again. And once more, they find themselves 3 dead.
To be able to keep map control and cap a flag, it's something very difficult to do. Syntenegra X, they're able to do it with their first. They don't risk a counter cap, and now continuing pressure on the Timbers Esports closet. You can tell they've been watching a little bit of the best in the world play, because this is the strategy you want to display. You got Heat Wave, Dynamo in hands, the flag on the move once again, and when it rains, it pours Dynamo grenades onto you potentially. Nobody quite pushing pink yet, but if they can get a few more slays down, we're going to have that one question you asked as the game was about to take off, as far as if things look ugly early on for Timbers, do they just crumble away? Does Syntenegra X really ride that wave of momentum to the 3-0?
Raining dynamo grenade sounds like a nightmare that I've had a few times. It's going to be a nightmare situation for Timbers Esports. They find themselves 2-0 down. Syntenegra X have not slowed whatsoever. They want to get this done in a 3-0. They want to show why they are contenders to be one of the top teams in this event, and maybe a team that could even rock that Pittsburgh Knights boat that has been afloat and at top of the Mexican region for so long. Timbers Esports, however, though, will look to try and counter here. They have managed to get 2 dead.
Couple dead, flag on the move, pass halfway, everything going right. You hit the slide as well, so Strikey showing you he's got some movement in his back pocket as well. And this is a perfect flag run for Timbers Esports, and they need to punch this one in. He gets it. There was no shield, but he stays alive long enough to make this a 1-cap game now. Strikey bringing his team back into it with that one.
I think Timbers starting to realize they really need to prioritize this car side that they find themselves on at the moment. They were maybe pushing pink a little bit too much in the early stages, and they were just finding themselves not having that position where they could run the flag, let alone even get the kills, as Gambino manages to win that engagement thanks to the thrust. And now we can see Timbers Esports just try and stabilize a little bit here, whereas boy did they need that flag gap. Otherwise this was going to start to get a little bit ugly, but at least this brings us back within 1.
Similar to when we saw Syntenegra cap their first flag, Timbers Esports, when they cap theirs, they're able to keep map control. That's not something that's easily done, ladies and gentlemen. So for them to be able to do that, maybe a little bit of a blunder on Syntenegra's part, a much needed BR fight doesn't go Gambino's way, and The flag for Timbers Esports that was on the move is going to have to be stalled. Multiple members to try and deal with as well for Noble. He's only able to take down one, so the return is going to come through. And with the flag out from Timbers Esports, what looked like a real opportunity for Timbers to potentially tie this one up, squandered by maybe a couple of BR fights going in the way of Centenegra. The flag on the move could potentially push this back to a 2-1 or a 2-cap lead. But as I say that, Gambino hopping on the return. Oh,
wow.
War, he gets the touch, gets out of dodge, can't quite finish the last player, and I believe that flag is going to be returned, but not without a little bit of haste.
Centenegra X at least were able to hold on and get some very important kills in their base, though. Strikey just needs to be careful. Has this camouflage, just needs to be patient. I like this. Go back, wait for the rest of the team, and then put it to use. But unfortunately, the camo does run out. So now you just have to get aggressive because they've managed to hear you thanks to the audio cues. But at 2-1, this is still very doable here for Timbers Esports. They've shown a little bit better positioning when it comes to their map control now. And they are taking far better angles, and they're not kind of throwing themselves into fights unnecessarily.
Heat wave in hand. First one's an easy one. The second one, it's a trade, but that's a job well done. It opens up the base, and Timbers, they got one player alive. He's got behind enemy lines on the enemy flag. They're going to know he's there. No Sep Stars. He's caught off guard, knocked to no shield, and this flag gets on the move. If you're able to get a few kills, Centenegra X will take that 3-1 lead, but a beautiful job as the last player alive in the base was able to get good damage, find himself a kill, throw the flag out, just do about everything he could right now then, and Strikey in the enemy base still just being a nuisance.
Seems like both of these teams, when they do find themselves 2 dead or maybe even 3 dead, that final player is doing very well to just stay alive, either get behind enemy lines or be in the base to do some damage before that flag starts moving. That flag is still out at the moment, though, but it looks like it will be returned, and there it is. And we are going to now see maybe a chance for some damage here. The heat wave plus camouflage gets spotted out on the turn, and will go down into trade.
Still 2-1, Centenegra X in the lead. But more life than ever have we seen from Timbers Esports so far in this series. Right now, you're seeing Centenegra backed into their base. 2 members were down. And this could be a successful push that rewards Timbers Esports with the tied game here. They get a couple, but they lose a couple in the process. And those 2 players needed to find a way to have somebody stay alive in order to try and get a run. And unfortunately, Strikey, he looks around, sees a lot of X's on his screen, and that means his teammates have gone down. Unfortunately, he's wiped out as well. So a good defensive stand from Centenegra once again.
It's just a lot of bottom middle pushes at the moment from Timbers Esports, whether it be bottom pink or bottom car, throwing themselves into the courtyard. And okay, they're picking up some kills, but then when you're weak, because the damage has been done from the fight you've already had, you're such an easy pick off from the spawners because they're able to pull you out, they're able to bank nades off. And perhaps we need some more strategical pushes here from Timbers around on that car side. It looks like they're still going to be around that P area, but we are seeing Centenegra X at least answer them back on the P side. And it seems like this is a big battle for P at the moment, which is surprising. And certainly if Timber Esports have managed to find 2 players over towards car, they might be able to get a little flag run on the go.
Yeah, another great job by Timbers to find a few sways, and it's going to be 1 member from Centenegra X behind enemy lines here on screen. 16, 10, and 12. Where Miguel is, he's got a flag in hand as well, and he's going to have a P run potential as he's unscathed. Getting this halfway, that's usually never said, especially as he was the last guy alive. He is taken down as 3 also removed from the map from Centenegra, and this could be a counter cap opportunity for Timbers.
Oh no. Flag gets left up top. That is a huge fumble. I have no idea why he did jump up to try and go over that archway as well. Just throw it out, go bottom middle, that's a cap. And that is maybe just the perfect representation of what Timbers Esports have been in this series so far. Is, you know, so close to potential that we know that they can have, but just slipping up in those final moments, not quite getting those kills in the 50-49, for example, throwing away a lead and struggling there with that flag run. But 3 minutes still remaining, so still time for them to try and equalize.
Plenty of time, like you're saying. Unfortunately, the flag is going to be pulled for the moment. They need to get a couple of slays. They find 2. Is it enough to try and get this returns? The answer for Gambino, it's no. That flag, it's not too far out of the window, but in a favorable position if Centenegra can get a couple of slays. You know they want to push this to a 2-cap lead as it falls under 3 minutes here, Dan, shortly. And the big question to ask in moments like this is, who are you looking at to kind of dictate the pace? The map control has been fairly chaotic for the more recent times. It's all about who's been able to flank successfully. And taking a look at the kills, you have 2 on the side of Centenegra X with 20, only 1 on the other side of Timbers, but Gambino not far behind them. You want to see Noble pick it up now.
I'd be quite tempted to see Timbers, or if I was on Timbers, I'd like to see maybe someone anchoring a little bit to try and catch out this player who is often getting behind enemy lines whilst the rest of the team tries to fight for a little bit of car control. As I say that, a run comes through, maybe Timbers just trying to pull one a little bit hastily there, perhaps started feeling the pressure, the fact there's only 2 minutes remaining and they are still 2-1 down, but that's natural to happen. They are going to panic a little bit. Centenegra X can afford to play a little bit more defensive now and try and capitalize from some of these mistakes you're naturally going to see when a team starts to struggle.
A little bit more Slayer based in their approach to the map mode right now, as they understand time is on their side. Camo in their hands. Dolan finds one, does get taken down, so these are some big kills. A second is traded out in the closet, and Timbers do have an opportunity to approach the closet side of the map right now. Gambino doing a good job to find the first. Unfortunately, immediately met with a grenade, and if he can strike, you can stay alive. Magic can be done, but unfortunately, Luor takes both of them down, making it Nugget as well. And Luor with some massive kills to make 26 to his name. And with 1 minute and 15 left, those were the biggest kills of the game so far.
Not much time left. Nice grenades, though, coming out to just clean up that kill. What can Nugget do to try and propel Timbers into a direction of getting a flag capture here? Nothing is the answer. With only 1 minute left, Centenegra X, they do go all 4 dead, so this is the best chance, if ever, for Timbers.
You got to get in there. You got to try and block spawns. You want them spawning corner. Unfortunately, the first 2, they spawn up in the back of the base.
Oh, no.
Some grenades are going to push them back. There's still plenty of time, Dan. No need to try and rush in the base, but you are going to have to get another round of slays, and unfortunately, that's been pretty difficult for Timbers to be able to do without trading. Another trade on screen. It's a one-on-one striking versus Dolan, and Dolan is going to have full shield in this closet. Here it comes. Can Dolan put a punctuation on this series? He wisely tries to back down from a fight that was going to be very difficult for him to win. And just like that, his teammates capitalize on it, and that's great teamwork, the teamwork we've been seeing all series long. And because of that, Centenegra up 2-0 with 9 seconds left, looking to 3-0 Timbers Esports.
Yeah, this is the beginning of the end. Not enough time now to get across to the map. Not enough time to get a touch. They know it. They stand still, and Centenegra X get the 3-0 sweep. An emphatic performance here in pool play to show they are a real threat in this tournament, and definitely should not be understated. I wasn't expecting it. I will hold my hands up. I did not think this was going to be that one-sided. In fact, I thought it was going to be a complete other way. But sometimes I am pleasantly wrong. I'm always happy to see a team step up, manage to win, even if they are the underdogs. But they are not going to be the underdogs anymore with a performance like that, Wes.
No, not at all. I think they just put the entire tournament on notice. Everybody that was watching that series understands that although Game 2 was pretty close, and the score wasn't a blowout in Game 3, I felt like they were in control the whole time. Game 1 was not a close competition at all. Centenegra X showing you that they may not just be the best Centenegra team here. They may compete for first place by the end of the weekend. And this is a phenomenal performance from these young players to get in here, start off their lane experience on the right note, and they're going to be confident going into the rest of their pool play, and rightfully so. That was very, very impressive from everyone on the team.
And what a moment it is for Sepstars as well. Previously teaming with a few of these guys on Timbers Esports, gets on the new roster, shows them how it's done. Series layout does look very close though, and I will say I don't think this will be the last we see of Timbers Esports. I think they're going to certainly give their best, not just in pool play, but as bracket play starts this weekend. A 2-1 and a 50-49, whereas that could be very different on another day. I know that the Aquarius Slayer still felt very, very heavily in favor of Centenegra X despite that scoreline, but I think that they will be a little bit annoyed that they let some of those games slip, but at the same time, they'll just look forward to potentially a rematch once bracket play comes through.
You're gonna have to wait for bracket play for that potential rematch, but for now, Sintenegra X gonna take advantage of the full play format, gonna gain that 1-0 lead. As we take a look at some of the highlights, a player to watch on this team. I mean, everybody apparently had their moments in this series. Everybody showed you why they made the roster. But Dolan, he popped off with the camo, made some plays that created some openings for some flag caps, and those are the kind of openings that mean so much more than just your average single or double kill, Dan. It's the ones that transition to the objective that are so important.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed with how Sintenegra X were able to stabilize a little bit after some quite scary pressure coming out from Timbers Esports. At one point throughout the middle of the game, they were kind of getting 3 or 4 dead. They were getting those flags on the move, but there was always an answer from CNX. And often it was a flank. Often there was just one player last alive, able to get behind enemy lines, or able to just be a thorn in the side by staying alive. And sometimes you do need that. You need to have that presence. You need to be that nuisance to make sure that you at least do that enough damage so that the team off spawn can stop that flag, or maybe get that flag returned. Some really important 1v1s were also won by Sintenegra X, and I think they were so confident going into that game 3 that it was never really going to go any other way. I do think on another day, we might see something a little bit different, and we might see a better response from Timbers Esports, but right now, it was the Sintenegra X show. Lottie Van Prague wasn't what I was expecting. I'm going to put my hands up, and I will admit it. I thought it was going to go the other way, but I'm happy to be wrong.
Look, you're an expert in one regard, and that is the fact that it was very one-sided. You were right on that. Potentially not about the right team, but Sintenegra X, they showed up. My goodness me. I wasn't expecting it to be so one-sided. I really thought that we would see a pretty epic kind of series out of this, potentially even going game 5 with that. But I gotta say, like, the final map that we just saw, CCF Aquarius, you know, I'm really impressed with how that was played by Sintenegra X, trying to really just hold on to that lead that they had, because Timbers Esports, they were really coming back to it. Gentlemen, you guys had a phenomenal cast. Thank you so much for casting that incredible series for us. It's time to say goodbye to you though, because I need to bring in our 2 other epic analysts who are actually going to be talking to us about this match as well, and I believe that is the right thing that we are doing. We will be moving on, but gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. So on set, Robert, you're going to come join me on the desk, I believe.
We could do that.
Could you do that?
We're in the background. You might
We could do that.
Could you do that? Fantastic. Well, I'll tell you what, while we are getting you your fresh chairs out and getting ready to sit on the desk with us, why not talk about what you guys at home could be getting your hands on? And just by tuning into our MX Regional Finals, you guys can get some Twitch drops, and my goodness me, they're absolutely incredible. You guys can get a little coat for your Scorpion and your Armor Hall as well, but you also do get this incredible weapon charm, boots on the ground, of course, for watching one out of the grand finals on Sunday. So make sure you guys are able to get your hands on that by tuning in to the stream. That is all we ask of you to get those incredible as well. Gentlemen, welcome.
Hello.
So nice to have you on the screens, of course. Gents, what a great series that was, and I think for all the wrong / all the right reasons, if that makes any sense. You know, the team that we thought were really going to come out of the gates hot didn't, but Sintenegra X really turning up there. You know, I want to kind of know, you know, who we're looking out for here. I think it's really cool that we established as we go along some potential household names in the LATAM region. We want to be following, folks at home want to get behind. Who were you impressed by the most on set on Sintenegra X?
I think Luar's had a really, really good series, and I think he's a player for sure to watch. He's sort of one of those names that's kept cropping up. When we watched the MX Super, he was a name that kept cropping up for some big moments, and you saw consistency from him in that series as well. And when you're going up against a team that is a very organized team, that has a lot of experience, I feel like a player who's consistently playing well across all games in the series is certainly one to watch. You could have players who have the odd pop-off. You could have players who in the next game after that go a little bit quiet. So being consistently solid across the series and being in the right side of the stats screen is always a good place to be.
It certainly is, and looking at the pools right now as well, Bravo, I think Timbers Esports not expecting to be in this situation. They've got quite a difficult pool here, especially with Knights right at the top looming over them, knowing they're going to be going up against the absolute powerhouses of the LATAM region. Being 0 for 1 down, what's that going to do for their mental heading into that potential matchup soon?
Yeah, that's the question. It's a great point you bring up, right? How do they bounce back? Because yes, they have a lot of experience in this region and on land play. However, not the result, as you guys talked about on the desk, that they had expected here. And now when they look around the rest of the pool with Knights and you know, even an open bracket team that's going to come in pretty hot, I think they have to get pretty serious and buckle down about what the rest of their weekend looks like.
They certainly do. And talking about kind of standouts as well for some of the teams, for Timbers Esports, on set, what did you make of Strikey? He was being a real pain in the neck there, wasn't he, for Sintenegra? And we're talking about flanking and kind of creating situations, but in that final CTF Aquarius, he really started making the moves, not only flag runs, but just doing such a good job at trying to keep them in the game. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but Strikey is he one to watch out for on this roster.
Oh, for sure. I think there's a lot of players who are already kind of announcing themselves. You know, we've had historically a lot of players, very similar players at the top level of LATAM Halo, right? And now we're seeing some of the new generation start to come through. You know, these are hungry players. You know, they're not only young players, they're hungry players as well that really want to make an impact on this scene and really push maybe some of the more established names who have been kind of hanging off for a little bit out of those top teams and take the mantle for themselves. You mentioned flanking though. I feel like I love talking about flanking on this game because it's such a double-edged sword. And you know, you can look great yourself if you flank and you pick up 2 kills, but at what cost is that to your teammates? It's always a kind of a bit of a trade-off on Halo Infinite where you've got to make sure that if you are flanking, that your teammates are in a position to stay alive long enough for you to execute before they're taken down, because otherwise you end up losing that numbers game overall. So it's about picking your moments when to do it, and Strikey a lot of the time did it well.
He did. I think sometimes you kind of see that out of desperation as well, don't you? Things are going wrong, you're trying to look for a new kind of in to get yourselves back in the game and something kind of crazy happening. Flanking can sometimes do that, but like you said, double-edged sword, very, very high risk and low reward sometimes. But Strikey, yeah, definitely one to watch out for Timbers Esports. And I'll tell you what is to watch out for, folks. It is what's coming up on the other side of this break. We do have another series for you happening in Pool Play Day 1 here at the MX Regional Finals. We've got Chosen Squad versus Sintenegra OGs. We got the OG Sintenegra roster happening, so make sure you stick with us and we'll see you right after this. Hello, folks, and welcome back to the HCS MX Regional Final. It is pool play day. It's day number 1 here of the weekend, of course. My name is Lottie, and I'm joined by Onset and Bravo, who are going to be taking us through the action for the next part of this evening. Now, before the break, we actually did see Cinta Negra X take a 3-0 victory against Timbers Esports. You heard correctly, the underdog sealed the deal in a pretty incredible fashion. And we're looking for some more exciting games as we get through pool play as well. We got a Chosen Squad versus Cinta Negra next. We've seen a lot of Cinta Negra action happening in many different forms, but we have the OG squad here, the clear name. And Onset, what are you expecting? We've seen Chosen Squad, but we haven't seen Cinta Negra so far. So how are you feeling about this matchup?
I mean, Cinta Negra, I mean, you've seen their partner team, they just won their series, so they've got nothing else to do but win this series. Am I right? Am I wrong? You know, every single Cinta Negra team at the moment seems to be playing extremely well, and this is the premier lineup, so to speak. So you would expect them to certainly come into this series with confidence, having seen Cinta Negra and Nubis win the series a little bit earlier on against Chosen Squad. So no excuses really for this lineup. If anything, they need to be even more impressive than Nubis were earlier.
Yeah, they certainly do indeed. And I think right now, Brav, the way it's lined up with the pools, are you looking for Cinta Negra to be taking the top of Pool B, or do you think that could honestly be in the hands of Cinta Negra X?
That's a great question. I think on paper, it should be Cinta Negra, the team we're about to see, right? I mean, especially based on how seeds are. You got Cinta Negra with the 3rd seed, Cinta Negra X with the 5th seed. It should be Cinta Negra, but I do think that the performance was convincing enough from Cinta Negra X that maybe they might have a little bit more up their sleeve. That said, though, let's not forget the last 3 Pro Series, right? Cinta Negra found themselves in the grand finals of those Pro Series in the last 3 across May and June with the Pittsburgh Knights. Their performances varied all the way from getting 3-0'd to having a very close 3-2. However, that said, they still are the the number 2 favorite in the region, and we'll have to see if they can make that clear in this pool play match as well.
Very much so. There's a lot on the line for this roster, especially if they're looking to take the entire LAN. But as you can see, here is our entire day in schedule form. Currently, we are on Chosen Squad versus Cinta Negra. We've got Knights versus Timbers Esports coming up after this. Cinta Negra versus Cinta Negra Nubis. And we've got Knights versus Cinta Negra X to close out the night before we head into tomorrow. So really exciting stuff going across the board here as we are in pool play and very much in the mix of things. Hoping to kind of get our championship bracket raring and ready to go, and also have our open bracket teams join our 2 little spots in the pool play team. So I'm really excited for that round robin and see who can create some upsets. Now, coming back to Chosen Squad versus Cinta Negra, kind of talked a little bit about Cinta Negra, you know, being the 2nd team potentially here, trying to cement that right here, right now as we get into the pool play, and hopefully get to the top of their pool in terms of statistics by the end of today. Now, Chosen Squad have already had a bit of a rough ride earlier on. We actually saw them go up against Cinta Negra and Nubis. They didn't do too well, excuse me. Things could have been better. I think there's some fundamentals there on this that really could have been improved on. You know, what are you looking to see and get out of them this time around in this series? You know, they're going up against quite a powerhouse team.
They certainly are indeed, and I think one thing they can certainly take away from the series we saw a little bit earlier is aggression is great when you're doing it as a squad, but sometimes you need to know when to put the brakes on as well on Halo Infinite. And I feel like Chosen Squad kind of had one pace, and that was everything, 100% accelerated down, however you want to try and phrase it. And there wasn't kind of that slow it down moment until they actually made that comeback on the Slayer, which incredibly tied at 50-50. So they should learn something from not just that game, but the series in as a whole is when you make that aggressive push and you lose a couple of numbers, you need to stay alive. You need to just extend those final lives long enough to get those numbers back on the map. If they can do that, they can cause a few more problems for sure.
Very true, and as we're seeing this head-to-head on our screens right now, Chrono, actually somebody I talked about a little bit earlier on when I was comparing some of the different series layouts here. On Street Slayer, we're talking about the patience that you mentioned on set. This guy had it. Street Slayer, that 50-50 tie, I personally think was down to him. These steps with the rockets, knowing when to shoot the rockets, knowing that this power weapon, this set of rockets had to be impactful. If they weren't impactful, that was GG's. It was over. He honestly, in my opinion, brought it to that full replay. That gave us that beautiful 50-50 tie on that Slayer. And that patience is huge. Although going up against that head-to-head there, you see the stats aren't quite there for him. You know, Brav, sometimes stats aren't kind of a readable asset for a player in terms of what they can do for their team.
Oh, totally. I mean, you think about examples across Halo history, that some of the best players to ever play the game and some of the most impactful players to ever sit on some of these main stages might not be reflected in the stats, just what they bring to the table. And you think of North American examples, you think of the likes of APG, right? You think of the likes of players who, even Pistola, who has pop-off games, but I mean, 99% of what he does is not measured on the stats scoreboard. So it's I think it couldn't be more true for this Mexico region as well. And you hope that players are remembering that yeah, it's cool to have some highlight matches on main stage, and those might be on stream, but really at the end of the day, you want to be there for your teammates. You want to be putting up W's on the board, and that's what it's all about.
Certainly is why. Certainly remembered that from that Slayer game. A team that does want to be remembered, though, by the end of pool play today is Chosen Squad, and we managed to catch up with them earlier on to see how they're feeling about their regional final as a whole.
La primera vez que jugué Halo fue, digamos que de forma casual, desde que salió el juego allá por el 2001, pero compitiendo fue allá por más o menos como el 2012, 2013 fue mi primer torneo.
Estaba con mis primas, me enseñaron un juego que se llama Halo 1 y desde ahí pues me enamoré de la saga.
Creo que todos, desde que empezamos a competir o a conocer esto, es a donde esperamos llegar siempre. Está bonito, está chido.
Mi mejor anécdota es en un torneo al que asistí de Halo 4. Íbamos 4-4 en el score. Me aventé un overkill, no sé de dónde me aventé el overkill. Regresé a la bandera, me la llevé y todo el mundo estaba gritando mi nombre.
La mía fue en un torneo, también fue un LAN, donde nos enfrentamos contra un equipo que era algo fuerte. Nadie se esperaba que en ese entonces el equipo con el que estaba les ganábamos, y ganamos 3-2 por nosotros, y eso fue genial.
Pues la mía, sinceramente, yo creo que es esta, porque pues digo, llevo tiempo compitiendo, pero un torneo así de esta magnitud, creo que es pues hasta ahora lo mejor que me ha tocado vivir.
En el 2016 llegué a ganar la primera regional que hubo de Halo, el Halo World Championship. Fue el primer torneo, y el hecho de que justamente Chosen ganara ese torneo, nos ganáramos nuestro pase al mundial y pues todo lo que conllevaba eso, jamás voy a olvidar ese día, jamás voy a olvidar la experiencia de estar hasta arriba en el top y de que pues como el sueño de niño se haya cumplido.
Love seeing that, love seeing the experience coming across, the memories, pop-off moments that they want to remember, and hopefully this weekend will be one of them for these guys as well. I hope to see some incredible individual skill, talent, results for them as well. So really, really exciting stuff. And as we're looking at our map fly through right now of Aquarius, and a gorgeous looking map, may I add, let's talk about Sintenegra a little bit as well. And Onset, there is a little bit of pressure here. We've kind of touched upon this. You come into LAN and it's been a long time coming, and there's obviously qualifications on the line, and Sintenegra, having kind of already cemented themselves as number 2 in a lot of fans and kind of the community's minds, this is really where the cement dries, right? This is exactly where things will be placed, things will lie, and this is their big chance to take down Knights and kind of prove themselves here. So this is kind of the first hurdle, being able to do this. How much are you going to be reading into this series in terms of the convincing Sintenegra will be doing for you when it comes to that championship Sunday?
Well, firstly, I want to say the phrase "when the cement dries" is wonderful, and I will be stealing that and using that in the future, because that's honestly the first time I've heard that, and I absolutely love it. But on the back of your actual question, I think they need to win this in a 3-0 way, and they need to do it in a convincing manner, like you suggest, because as I say, they've just seen Chosen Squad lose their previous series 3-0 in what was, in a couple of games, pretty convincing, right? And even the replay of the Slayer was pretty convincing, the loss, unfortunately for them. So if you are the team who is expected to be maybe making that grand finals, taking on Pittsburgh Knights, who have been so dominant and giving them a run for their money, you cannot let these kind of games slip through. You have to be almost like ruthless in the way that you approach them. You need to just take every opportunity and make sure that you don't get into any bad habits, and the good habits are certainly there, and you're taking advantage of them.
Yeah, you certainly are taking advantage. We've got a replay from our previous game actually on our screens currently right now, but on the same very map, Aquarius. And kind of while we're talking about Aquarius DTF, something I did notice in terms of Chosen Squad and coming into that map mode there, there were times where I felt like there was a lot of desperate coming across from both of our teams, but I feel like we need to see some patience out of Sinternegra. And I know that sounds a little bit funny coming into things as kind of the more well-established team here, but I think it's easy to lose yourselves at this stage in time. And you can get a few kills ahead, but objective work and the efficiency needs to be there. And I think that's where you start to see teams really shine. But in pool play is when mistakes can happen. Brav, how important is it to not allow those silly mistakes to kind of affect how the rest of your weekend's going to go?
I mean, yeah, those are the true tests of the weekend, right? I think you cannot look past pool play, just as you had said so well. I think it's a big part of the weekend, and you can't be only thinking about Saturday and Sunday here and look at pool play as a box to check. No, this is your first test. Like, I think you called it the first hurdle. I think I've heard you call that the fertile before, and I couldn't agree more with that term as well. This really is their first hurdle. And I think you have to take these matches seriously. You have to come out and really start the way you intend to finish. And I think teams that have scarily slow starts, oftentimes statistically they will have worse weekends, right? Teams that start with great strategy, textbook gameplay, things like that, I think it goes a long way in terms of setting the right tone for the entire weekend.
Yeah, completely. When we're looking at, you know, in terms of setting things and the tone and what teams need to do here, Sinternegra, when it comes to this roster onset, what do you want to see out of them in terms of what they're able to put on our screens? With Chosen Squad, how can they punish them based on what we've seen so far? It's a numbers game, of course, we've seen that a million times, but what really needs to be done here to seal this deal really 3-0 for them?
I mean, I feel like especially in the first couple of games of the series, you need to just kind of put the expectation aside a little bit and play like you are playing in a grand final, just to get, like I mentioned, the good habits going, which means if you're in a 1v1, try and back down and wait for help, right? Don't just challenge willy-nilly thinking that you're the player who has a better shot, a better seed, and then you give away a kill because you get, unfortunately, forward, whatever it might be. You need to get into those good routines. You need to be, if you get into a game a little bit later on where you're in that same position, you can't afford to make that play. So it's all about routine and putting the ego aside a little bit and thinking, okay, this is another team, this is 4 Spartans, it doesn't matter what the names over their heads are, we need to make sure that we're in good shape as we move through the tournament.
100%. Well, ego is something that obviously you might have to get in check. We'll see how much comes through the screen though, because we did manage to catch up with Sinternegra ahead of this incredible regional final to find out how they're feeling about life.
Y yo conocí el videojuego fue por mi hermano. Después le cogí más cariño incluso que él. O sea, me volví súper de que iba así todos los días a los locales. Mejoré y ahorita pues ya el nivel que tengo ya compito.
Para mí es algo pues único que no todos pueden lograr. Necesitas un buen equipo, alguien que te lleves bien para poder llegar tan lejos.
Emocionado por vivir como otro año más y competir en juego que disfrutamos todos.
Para estar a este nivel pues tenemos que, sí, como tal, ser los mejores también. Y además que nosotros venimos de Colombia, entonces estoy más que orgulloso de representar a mi país también.
Emocionado por mi equipo, por representar también a Sinternegra y por representar el país. Feliz porque me encanta el juego y venimos a ganar.
And we do have our series layer on the screens for you guys at the moment. We've got a bit of a different one here. It is best of 5. Of course, we're jumping into pool B, but we're starting off with strongholds on streets. So we actually won't be seeing CTF Aquarius. So I don't know why I was getting into that one so heavily. However, street strongholds, this is going to be a bit of a whirlwind of a map. One, obviously streets being one of my favorite maps, but such a high kind of energy competitive map, which I think Strongholds plays really, really well on. This is going to be big for rotations, Brav, you know, looking at the team's kind of dynamic, you know, how well organized they are. Strongholds really does come down to what you guys want to do and achieve as a team, and it doesn't come down to just over heavy slaying and desperating. You really need to have some serious holds and knowing exactly what you want to do and accomplish.
Yeah, the kills you get, the timing of the kills, the place that you get those kills, they're going to be just so important here. And I couldn't agree more. I think starting this series off with a game type like Street Strongholds, I think is going to throw both these teams in the blender. They're going to have their backs against the wall, and we're going to see how the pressure builds against them.
We certainly will. I've just been told game is ready, so bravo on set. It's over to you guys.
Thank you, LVP. It's time to get into this one, Andy. I don't know about you, but I've been sitting here for some time, and I've been kind of watching, enjoying the games, but observing, feeling a little bit left out. So I'm glad that we're back. I'm glad we get to cast some gameplay, and also I'm glad we've got that Kenya vibe once more in our lives.
We do. We're back in the arcade game zone. We've got the Kenya vibe. We've got some cocktails. We've got some noodles. We're ready to go here. Game number 1.
Well, here we go then, straight underway here, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Sintenegra approach this, Andy. I think if you're going to choose a game type to make sure that you're not being lazy and you're not being a little bit, you know, off the boil, I think Street Strongholds is the best one, because this is one of the most punishing game types that you can find in the rotation at the moment.
Yeah, I think the perfect way to put it is this is not the first game I want to play when I get into matchmaking, right? I'd like something a little bit more chill, but if you and I find ourselves with this type of match, you got to hold forward, and you need to make sure that you're doing the damage across the map, because you know the other team is going to be raring to go.
Well, early on here, we're going to see a little bit of Johan. Let's see what he can do for Sintenegra. A double kill is going to be a perfect way to open things up. That's going to be Chosen Squad finding themselves 4 dead, and you can see the move already from Sintenegra here onto A, and already pressure coming in. Look at this team fire, use of the drop wall. This is looking really, really solid already from Sintenegra.
Wow, really nice stuff there from Johan, even hitting the slides off of Heaven to get back A to get an angle sooner on Neons. Really nice technical work from him and the entire team.
Spots out this player as well. Unfortunately, the leg just showing a little bit of leg, something that, you know, some of us like to do, some of us don't like to do, but in that particular circumstance, that's not what you want to be doing. The score is currently 46 points and rising, and this won't be the first time that we've seen this triple cap be a little bit scary. And also the Bulldog, the turnaround, the awareness. Johan's got it all.
Oh my God, just putting on a show here. This is a fantastic POV to start this one off with, and he's going to be really happy with how everything's gone for him as well. But we'll switch off of that over here to Kruno.
Let's see what Kruno can do there. See if he can get the kills required to get his team back into it. It looks like they picked up a couple more. The wall caller, unfortunately, just a little bit slippy as he slides off and misses that beatdown. You can see the idea, looking for that double beatdown before his opponent could get that trade. But there was a momentary hold there. It was momentary. It was exactly 3 moments long as 3 points are on the board. But business as usual now for Sintenegra, as Johan once again still has that Bulldog, and still looking to be that sneaky nuisance in the back of the base.
There was 3 dead once again for Chosen Squad, and still just being heavily outslayed in this game. Look at Johan already 9-0 in this game. He's 1 away from the riot.
Yeah, that's why he's sitting at the back on the commando here with the Bulldog in his hand and not over challenging anything, because he knows. I'm sure that he knows more than anyone. By the way, Elio just got his first kill of the game, so that was something I was also keeping my eyes on. And there he gets it. There is the killing frenzy, and there is the quite literally the perfect way to start a game.
I mean, this is nuts. You don't always see a 10-0 on main stage here, and I know it's only Friday, but this man is frying.
Oh, he certainly is. And look at the help coming in as well. Not only does he have the kills, he's got his teammates keeping him alive. He's also got the geometry keeping him alive as well, but this could be the end. It should be the end, but it is at the end. He stays alive.
Wow, gets the help, and he just clips the toes with the Bulldog there, and generally not something you want to see, but for Johan, it's not too bad. Still 2 dead, and I think this is going the way that we thought it might. Look at the scoreboard as well, 130-4.
Yeah, one thing that's already stood out for me here is the use of those spike grenades as well. You see a lot of the top North American teams, a lot of the top European teams, wherever it might be now, realizing that you can give up a little bit of time on B if you've got that AC hold to throw those into B and really cause the nuisance to push off the back off.
You can really spike it out, and the second that spike damage comes in, you know the entire team is going to be screaming there. Even though you won't get the hit markers for it, you know that statistically those spikes will hit. Even when they maybe shouldn't hit, the spikes will find a way to hit their opponents, especially if we're talking about an area that's as close quarters as B. It will be a flip there, though, here for Cooler.
Momentary flip, though. The thrust from Cooler isn't enough to get the beatdown trade. Sintenegra will continue to score, and it's an AB hold for them again, and Magico with those wonderful BR shots is going to cause a little bit of a ruckus on the driveway. Chosen Squad unfortunately find themselves with just 1 player alive as the rockets will be popping.
Kruno trying to win that one. He will fall there, and that will be a kill exchange at the back of Metro here, which we got if we're using Spanish callouts, of course. Johan right now 11-2, Guardian 13-5 as well.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad stats or whatever, as Magico now tries to add one to his tally. A little bit of help coming in as well, but he will be credited with that kill. And again, the drop shield being utilized so well at the moment by Sintenegra. And this is what I meant about making sure that you don't do anything lazily. You're taking every advantage that you can. That doesn't just mean sandbox, that means equipment as well.
Oh, without a doubt, and they're just controlling every time I look at the top of the screen. It's 4 dead again from Chosen Squad before I can even finish the sentence or the idea. Sintenegra continuing to dominate on the leaderboard. Look at this, they've crossed the 200 mark as well, and they are intending to make quick work of this game number 1.
We asked to see a performance, we asked to see some ruthlessness. We're seeing it right now. However, Johan is going to lose out in that fight, so
probably the first thing of note that really hasn't gone the way so far of Sintenegra in this game, as Elio is going to convert A, but a desperate push onto B here will be converted as well. So Sintenegra, for the first time really in this game, find themselves under a little bit of pressure here.
Oh, nice kill there from Elio. Let's not forget, we saw Chosen Squad with a pretty good performance technically in that first series on main stage, and even though it was a 3-0 on the board, anyone who caught that series knows that it was actually quite different in terms of the overall feel of the series, and you have to wonder if they have a little bit left in the tank to maybe try to bounce back, but with a trip cap at 216, it's not looking likely.
Looking very, very tough, especially with two players still having a little sleep in the respawn screen. So Cooler going to be last alive, and with the pressure that is coming in from Sintenegra at the moment and that triple cap handy, we could be certainly on the road home to 1-0 being the series score.
A lot of trades there at the end, and honestly, trades across the board are going to mean Sintenegra is only a few points away. 2:48 ticks the clock.
Yeah, that is going to be the game, and that is going to be 1-0. I asked to see ruthless aggression, and a little bit like John Cena in the promo with Kurt Angle, they do exactly that. So they are looking very, very good.
I was going to say that's exactly what we got there, was ruthless aggression from that side, and I love the way they played that, because yes, they were racking up kills on the leaderboard, but they were all intentional, very specific kills that led to more points on the board. Here at the Sintenegra boys on your screen, you saw the video from them earlier as well, but you've got Johan, Guardian Flies, of course, looking really good in that game, both of them.
Yeah, it looked like Guardian Flies as well. Like, you know, remember Magic Eyes? Remember those? This might be like not just like a Spanish to English, good like translation issue. This might be a US to English translation, like the things on the wall that you used to put like your face next to and then walk away. And it would 3D.
Yeah, of course, Magic Eye. We got it. We got it.
Okay, cool. That looked like a little bit of a Magic Eye. But anyway, let's leave the nonsense to the side once more. I've got distracted very easily today.
Those always were tough. We'll take a look at the score. Those were always tough for me, the Magic Eyes. They didn't come as easily. You know, you'd have kids in school that would look at a Magic Eye, step away from it, and be like, "Yep, it's a beautiful like rendition of the Louvre," and I'm like, "How? What?" And I'll sit there. I would sit there for so long with those Magic Eyes, but I would eventually get them. So. There maybe was hope for me, but I think historically I was not too good with the Magic Eyes.
I mean, it's a good.
How about you?
I was going to say it's a good kind of reflection on life sometimes, isn't it? Some people just have that natural talent, don't have to put the work in, but people like me and you, Andy,
we do.
We're going to put a little work in.
We really have to put the work in.
The same kind of results. So let's see if that has to be the case here for Sintenegra as they move in through the tournament as well, and if the hard work they've been putting in is going to be a challenge to Pittsburgh Knights when they do get to those latter rounds. And with the way they're playing at the moment, you would expect to get to those latter rounds, because that looked like a very convincing Strongholds performance, not just in the scoreline, but in the way that they were just moving around as a unit, prioritizing the right things, and just ticking all the boxes you would hope to see for a top team in the region.
Yeah, you can tell a lot about a team about how fast do they clean up the kills that they should in a Stronghold, and then right after that, off the back of that, how fast do they do things like convert the Stronghold that they might have just lost? How fast do they get the resets, right? There's a lot of technical data that won't be in the stats in terms of how teams approach the game types. And I think what we just saw from Sintenegra is they left no stone unturned. They made sure that whenever there was a little bit of a scuffle around driveway B, they picked up the kills that might be hiding around Red Room, and then they would get their reset. And all those little details really added up to a great game from them.
And they certainly, with this performance in game number 1 and in this series, you can understand why this is the Sintenegra squad, so to speak, with the official title, right? They look
the first team.
Yeah, as I say, even compared to Sintenegra, who we saw a little bit earlier, a little bit better, to be honest with you, in comparison to the performance we saw from them against Chosen Squad. But now, it's a chance for them to really drive a stake home, but a chance at the same time for Chosen Squad to once again maybe up a little bit of a surprise here in this Slayer, like we saw from them earlier.
Let's see if they can do it again here. Now starting things off with Guardian. Keep in mind, Guardian and Johan both with crazy numbers in that first game. Made it look easy. Nice little grapple of the shock as well. Will now rotate, and even looks like he's playing with his food a bit against Elio. Doesn't even shoot him right away, and in the end, makes quick work of him as well.
Yeah, the good thing about, that situation is sometimes when you miss a few shots on the players move, right? Grenades on the floor, they don't. So certainly the damage getting done as Guardian is going to keep holding forward for now. Also has that shock still to play with and the grapple, so an opportunity for what we'll call a highlight play. I think a highlight play is the good way to go. Unfortunately, it's just going to be the highlight up on the ceiling, which is going to be the only thing that graces our screens for now.
Let's see now, 8-3. Going to be a rotate here. Now back to Elio, though, here in pipes. We'll keep an eye on that shock rifle as well, just in case things heat up.
There's that teamwork. There's that baiting and switch. And even though one player did get taken down, it's a numbers advantage in the push that was successful and results in a 6-kill difference now between the two teams. But we are seeing Chosen Squad just slowing things down for a second here. Magico is going to be a player from Sintenegra
I think we lost somebody.
Oh no, we've lost them. They'll be back. Don't worry, we will find them. But for now, it looks like we'll be restarting this game with a with a 6-kill difference between the two teams.
Yeah, it looks like 10-4. We'll have to see what the station referees, good old station referees,
they're back.
We'll have to see what they think about exactly when the score might have been when we did lose the player, but we lost a very important criminal in that game, so we'll get him back in the lobby. Not too much to tell, though, if we're honest. Off of that opening, I think, sure, we saw, like you said, something like a 5 or 6 kill lead that might be going the way of Sintenegra off the opening, but game didn't really get to heat up just yet. We weren't able to see the highlight plays that we're hoping to see in that game number 2 with the shock rifle, but we'll have to see what the score will be when we get back in.
On station referees, I feel bad now. For no reason whatsoever, I've put station referees under the pump during this time. They are probably the most, thankless job in the whole of the
they work hard.
So do you know what? I'm going to change my tune here. I'm going to say shout out to all the station referees and admins out there. You are actually the heroes of Halo Esports. So
Truly the unsung heroes. We've had so many amazing, just as you say, tournament operators, admins, station referees. These are the people behind the scenes, especially when you talk about not just the main stage, but the open bracket as well. These are the heroes that are powering these tournaments and making sure the teams know where they need to be and making sure the tournaments run on time and things like that. So a big shout out to station referees and admins, and that's the reason we give them a hard time, because we love them.
Yeah, I feel like I've rescinded myself there. I felt like that was a dark path for me to start going down. You know what I mean?
I've seen you down many dark paths.
It's true. It's true. Anyway, let's go back to talking about this series, and let's talk about Sintenegra, because I think there is expectation on this team, right? And they have been the closest competitors to the Pittsburgh Knights, and I think that is going to be a recurring story throughout all of this weekend, because in any region, right, there's always the talk of that's online. Is it going to be the same on LAN? Well, this is the first opportunity that they're going to have, right, to go into a LAN environment on that main stage against Pittsburgh Knights on Halo Infinite and say to them, okay, let's see if you can beat us now when everything is level, when we've got no excuses to be had, because let's all be honest, we've been in games where we've lost and we've blamed online environments, whatever it might be. I mean, apart from me, I've never complained about online once in my life. And it's a great chance for them, right, to really push Pittsburgh Knights, and we'll be watching their games intently to think, are they able to as we get through the tournament?
Exactly. These pool play matches really are the seeds of what could be a historic weekend for them, and I think they need to make sure that they realize that as well, that they embrace that practice is really going to build perfection here throughout these matches, and I think the game number 1 was a good indicator that that's what they intend to do.
Well, I'm not hearing in my ears. I'm hearing via message. I'm not hearing via message. I'm reading via
carrier
message.
pigeon?
I'll get there in a second, everybody. Bear with me. I'm a thick man. I'm reading on my screen that it's going to be a full restart. We aren't going to have any kind of lead. It looks like an agreement was made between the teams to start at 0-0. So I would say from Sintenegra, that shows nothing but confidence, Andy.
Gotta say, you are a thick man indeed. The strength is pretty intimidating at times, but also I'm more impressed you have a carrier pigeon giving you score updates. You have a much better relationship with the station referees than you lead on.
It sounds like you're suggesting one of the station referees trains pigeons.
Actually, it's funny you say that. We'll get to that if we can, but it does sound like there will be actually an error in your carrier pigeon message, because it will be a 6-kill differential in favor of Sintenegra, which, to redeem you, is what you originally called early on.
Yes, that is true. Unfortunately, my messages are being delivered in Spanish. And as you know, my Spanish translation is wonky, to say the least. So apologies, everyone. It will be a 6-kill difference. I was right. Yep, I was right. See, we got to the right result in the end. No harm, no foul.
True.
All good. What will I say about it? Let's move on. I made a mistake, everyone. Sorry.
So Sintenegra,
I'm calling out station referees. I'm making mistakes on the score. I'm giving wrong information. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm doing my best out here. Okay,
You're doing great. I'm here for you. Sintenegra will need 44, which means Chosen Squad will need 50 kills. Of course, that will be how your 6-kill differential will be played out in this game number 2. And you got to think, just that little bit of extra padding might make it a little bit too easy for Sintenegra. But let's not forget that we did see Chosen Squad tie the game 50-50 in a pretty rare occurrence earlier on. So we'll see if they can bring back another Slayer that will go the distance here in game number 2.
I would say, without a doubt, and this is a statement I can make, at this tournament so far, that Chosen Squad are the most practiced team in replays.
And Slayers.
In Slayers.
Yeah.
Thank you for just making sure that was 100% correct. I appreciate
I was worried because I wasn't sure.
And then I was thinking, there's an open bracket going on. This could be completely false as well.
Yeah.
But
they definitely have the most, especially Slayer replays that went to 50.
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, between us, we've got there, which is important. And hopefully we can get back into that game as soon as possible. Apologies for the delays, everybody. We want to bring the games as much as anyone. Trust me, believe me. Although I've made it very difficult to believe me in the last sort of 2 minutes or so because I have spouted some nonsense.
It's true. It's true. You haven't done yourself any favors in terms of trust.
I don't know why. I've come in here like like a bull in a china shop, just calling people out. I feel like I'm doing a promo or something, and someone's gonna walk out and hit me with a steel chair.
Well, like you said, we've been watching when you and I are watching these matches, we get hyped up, we want to cast. So sometimes you come in a bit overzealous. You start making promises, you start making claims, and all of a sudden you're in hot water with the entire community. So
I need to like do this with a lawyer alongside me. Just whispers in my ear occasionally, going, "Don't say that. Don't say that. Like, retract your statement. You didn't mean that." And then maybe I'd be a little bit better.
Yeah, by the way, shout out to Beto and our entire Spanish-speaking broadcast team here and Spanish-speaking production team. Amazing friends here of Halo community, and they've done amazing stuff over the past few years. Of course, also in Halo Infinite as well, week in, week out with all their coverage of the Mexico and Latin American scene. But we're about to get back into game number 2, Mark.
We are indeed, and it's not just me and Andy, it's the recharge fly-through that we've become so accustomed to seeing so far today when we've been casting. So it's almost like a tri-cast at this point. It wouldn't be a series without seeing this fly-through. But if you are just joining us, it will be Cintanegra, who need 44 kills, and it will be Chosen Squad, who need the full 50 after the 6-kill difference when, unfortunately, we lost a player. But they're back. They have been found, and they've rejoined the server. So we'll get this game back underway, and I'm telling you what, I'm feeling a little multi-kill with that shock rifle. I'm feeling it. I'm going to call it right now. I'm making another audacious and a claim that's going to be based on absolutely nothing. I feel confident in it this time.
I think we're going to see it. Are you anticipating it'll be in the hands of Cintanegra?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it will be in the hands
These are safe calls by you.
Look, at this point, I'm taking anything. All right. I'm going to say it's going to be made by Johan. Johan's going to make the play.
Okay.
Okay.
I like that call.
I
do like that call. I think we could see him heat up with the weapon for sure. On the side of Chosen Squad, I think the one thing for them to remember is that a 6-kill deficit in a Recharge Slayer is not the end of the world. Sure, it's not going to help. It's not the anti-cushion that you wanted or the cushion that you wanted the other side to have, but I think it's doable. And they need to make sure that it's, as long as they play their game, they play the long haul, they might be able to squeak this one out.
Well, here we go. It looks like we're back underway, and it is going to be, like I mentioned, a 6-kill advantage here for Cintanegra, and a great start for them. Johan already with a double kill, already with a camo, and he's got the shock rifle. It's going to happen.
He's called it right here, folks. Oh, first shot does not connect. He's going to try again.
Line it up. Make it hurt. Second one available. Oh, it was narrow. Maybe the third. Who knows? Anyway, everything was lined up for him to do something special there. He got one and got some damage down. It will mean that Cintanegra do already go up by 3 in this game.
It kind of sounds like he had your commentary piped in and he was like, this is my chance. I'm going to go ahead and do this. And you got to appreciate Johan for going for it. And in the end, guess what? He starts off the game 4-1.
It's not just the station referees who can't understand it, all right? They have the stream open next to him. That's all it is. I've got connections. What can I say? Magico now. Let's see what you can do. And see if you can find anyone to shoot to start with. It looks like all the fighting is going on the other side of the map at the moment, around the pipes area. And unfortunately for Magico, I say unfortunately, his teammates have done such a good job that when he arrives to the party, all the birthday cake's already been eaten. For now, a beatdown's going to come in, which is going to mean that is the complete clear out this side of the map by the looks of things. And now he's just trying to stay alive and wait for those teammates to come and rejoin.
This one's staying pretty close here. Cooler should, whoa! Cooler should have been able to pick up that kill, but it's a great team shot from Cintanegra over on Danger to deny that kill as well.
Well, it's going to pick one up as well. A nice grenade and a little bit of damage done initially, and Cooler now finds himself as last player alive, stuck on respawn as well. So this has been ruthless, like I mentioned, once again from Cintanegra. And I like this from Bullet. Like I mentioned, get into good habits, get into good patterns. A 1v1 opportunity for him to take there, decided just to slow down, back out, give the information, and rightly so, because his 2 teammates have fallen elsewhere.
Couldn't agree more. And even though they have the cushion of 6 kills, and even though they find themselves with a 4-kill lead in addition, bringing that lead to 10, he's making the smart plays, right? Halo Infinite is not a game where you generally need to force 1v1s. There are oftentimes other ways to play pushes where you don't have to fight 1v1s, even though those do come up. In a situation like that, as you say, really wise to avoid it.
Well, Elio did get that camouflage, but was taken down almost immediately, so camo won't be too much of a factor here. As Internegra did make a strong push. Johan now moving in to clean up some damage, and when you've got that repulsor and you know you're coming under a little bit of fire, you're always waiting for that opportunity to send someone into the drink. There it is, and there you go. Fill your boots, my friend. If you're feeling thirsty, you're in the perfect place.
And he gets a double out of it as well, and he gets a shock rifle. Talk about all the gifts and all the goodies coming in your hands there at back C, and not only gets the repulsor mind the gap. I don't know what the mind the gap medal is in Spanish. I gotta look that up. Also, he gets the shock rifle here at control, and their lead will continue.
Now another opportunity for him to prove me right. Johan, do not let me down. Here's one shot. He connects with a second as well as he whips to the body, but a little bit of team fire coming in from Chosen Squad will take him down. Unfortunately, Chosen Squad just can't really find any map presence at the moment. They've gone 3 or 4 dead numerous times, and as we know on Recharge Slayer, if you find yourself 3 or 4 dead, it's so difficult to fight from a position where you're not coming under pressure off of respawn. You really have to just try and hide as that first spawner and just allow your teammates to at least support you in that fight that inevitably will break out.
Yeah, Mexico's going to get that trade up there on top goal, but let's talk about the player that you highlighted earlier. Johan is already 15 kills on the board, a massive margin, and Cooler doing whatever he can to stay alive in the back of elevator, but it's not going to be easy because just look how tough all the kills on Montenegro have been for them. They've really been playing this tight.
Yeah, something that's a little bit underrated, I think, in Halo players in general is knowing the angles to stay alive. Like that bottom elevator, if you can hug that wall and slide between the pillars, you become such a obnoxious player to try and deal with. And even though you know you're going to die probably in that situation at some point, if you're the low shield player, you can buy that extra 3 or 4 seconds that could save your life, could allow a teammate to get a shot in. A couple of shots, you get a beat down, and almost guaranteed death situation turns into a trade, and you walk away going, ha, outplayed you there, son.
Oh, absolutely. Now Mexico's still alive here. Nice little slide out of bat ledge there to pick up that kill and help on the mid bridge. 3 dead once again from Chosen Squad, which seems to be a pretty reoccurring theme in this series so far.
And you're trying to just stabilize for a moment. Unfortunately, just so much pressure coming in once again, and Johan with his second camo of the game should really be able to take Montenegro towards that victory line and that 2-0 score in the series. He's got the shock rifle opportunity. Oh, Johan, you let me. Johan. Okay, I see the plan here. He's going to pick up one here. Yep.
He's making a long play.
Oh, no. This isn't the script. Okay, he's going to pick up one here, then he's going to go back for the shock rifle. Okay, I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry, okay? Apparently I lied to you. He's going to do something with the grapple instead.
He's crazy.
He's a madman.
I love it. He's absolutely insane. That's what we love to see here, just flying in. He knows the teammates are going to be there for the damage, doesn't even worry about the shock rifle, and just like that, they're only a few kills away from closing it out.
Bruno gets snuck up behind as well and taken down. So now, as you say, is increasingly looking like the victory lap here, unless Chosen Squad can pull off a comeback of which we haven't seen in quite some time, and losing that kind of kill is certainly not going to help you as Johan now moves in again. He's got the shot. He's got the double. No! Yeah! Oh, Johan!
No way. Just in the nick of time, even gets a 49th as well. Might end it.
They have a crystal ball, everybody. Be terrified. Be terrified. Not just of me, but of Johan. What a play.
My God, you called it, and he waited until the last minute to do it. The man pops off with a triple, and then a beautiful double to close it out as well. The confidence coming out of Johan, that is wild. And I gotta say, in the 50 to 30 stake dinner, the thing I'm most worried about is the fact that you have a crystal ball.
I've never been happier. Honestly, right now, I'm in the pinnacle of my life. This is it, everybody. Calling something like that, that's a 1 in a million shot. But, I mean, it's fair enough. Johan went 23 kills. 1 in 8, yeah. All right, I told you maths is never my strong point. But, I mean, what a performance from Johan. Not just that play towards the end, but 23 kills, almost half of his team kills. That's the kind of game that you tell people about in the future. And you go, you remember that game on Recharge Slayer where I dropped 23? It's good memories, right?
It is, and it makes you think of the Recharge map fly-through intro as well. 23 kills on the board for Johan. That is wild, and I mean, keep in mind, Johan was only 7 away from tying all of Chosen Squad in that game.
I mean, those
That's
maps
freakish.
check out. That is impressive to say the least, and
freakish.
I love the fact that he went for that play at the end as well. So many players, maybe, actually to be fair, most players with the scoreline might have gone for that understandably so. But to hit it, I think you're looking for little signs, right? How much are they going to be able to challenge Pittsburgh Knights? Always looking at that throughout the tournament. Got a player who's doing things like that and is able to execute big plays like that. It's something certainly that puts you in good stead when you head into that series and maybe a little bit later on in the tournament.
Yeah, it felt like when he hit the double in Whirlpool and he started to look towards the B boxes and batteries that he might go for something, and he certainly does. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw it in the highlights package. Here to look.
Yeah, this is the grenades just getting tickled there and certainly splintering in to do the damage at the start of that game. But this was the restart. This is the perfect start as well for Johan, right? Gets the double, damage done by his teammates, simple cleanup for him. And then he went to work a little bit with his shock rifle. This was where I thought he was going to initially start popping off. But I mean, that couldn't have been far away, that second headshot, to be fair.
No, I think he was just heating up there. I think he was giving you a little bit of a teaser, like, here's what we could see later, but I'm going to surprise you at the end.
I mean, he's a smart man. See, Johan, I get it. You're, as you say, it's like a little teaser, a little trailer to what was going to be.
Dude, we got to get
it. See, already
someone's got to get those highlights.
Me to remove the fact that I called that play ever happening. That's what's happening right now.
I don't care. I don't care when. I don't care if it's tomorrow. We got to find those highlights from the end of that game. Johan with the 5-piece in the end to close out the game. Those 5 kills were beautiful. Also beautiful, if you're a Santa Negra fan, is the series layout. 250-27 on Street Strongholds, then 50-30. Steak dinner and a tasty one at that. Maybe it's steak tacos. Doesn't matter how you serve it up in Mexico City, but it's a big 20-kill win on Slayer Recharge.
And now we move into live fire oddball, and I just wonder if Sintenegra are once again going to show that ruthless edge to them, or if they're going to maybe just have a little bit of fun and play with their food. But as we know, that can be a little bit dangerous when you're in these kind of tournaments, and Chosen Squad will love that opportunity to really make them pay for that and send us to a game number 4. We'll obviously go to Bazaar, capture the flag if required. But Sintenegra, these are the game types, these odd objectives, these oddball game types where I really think, like Wes says, right, this is where you see the difference in gulf of class of teams. You can really see a team put another team under the pump here and not only put up big scores and good time, but a huge amount of kills as well.
Oh, without a doubt. And I think that's what we're going to be looking to see from these teams. And maybe not the last steak dinner that we've seen here on the main stage as well. And this next one, like you said, it's going to be an opportunity for a big margin to be established in a game type like this. And we'll have to see what Chosen Squad has left in the tank. You have to wonder just how deflating and tough that first one was, being the fact that they tied the Slayer, only lost the game 3 by 1 flag in a moment where they maybe could have had that game-tying flag on the board. You might argue should have had that game-tying flag on the board. So it's even tougher now with an even tougher opponent here in the Sintenegra first squad in this series. And they're going to have to dig deep in this game number 3.
By the way, I've got a new thing, because there's a little bit of time between games. You get to teach me a little bit of Spanish as we go through this weekend. By the way, shout out to you, all of you wonderful, lovely looking people in the crowd. I mean, we've got Chief there, Chief making the trip out. We've got huge Chosen Squad fans, by the way. Look at that. That is the Chosen Squad. That is the squad. Just there, right there, the Chosen Squad.
Sintenegra as well. Got to give them a shout out, of course, the banner in the house. And like we said, the community, the Latin American community, they show up in the biggest way. And to be honest, North American audiences, they've got something to learn from the Mexico City crowds, because like we said earlier, whether it's Halo, whether it's Gears, it doesn't matter. I know COD events as well. They just show up in a huge way, and gotta love it. So mad respect to the entire Latin American community, not just joining in the room in Mexico City, but everyone joining as well from home. We appreciate it.
Okay, can you teach me to say, I appreciate you, LATAM community, in Spanish? Or is that too difficult? Am I starting too tough?
No.
Maybe you should choose some phrases to teach me as we go through the weekend.
Okay, maybe you could say, Te amo la comunidad de Latinoamérica. Te amo.
Okay. Te amo.
La comunidad.
Can't, dude.
How about the community?
Okay, the community.
La comunidad.
Can't do it. I'm so...
Okay, hold up. How about this? We'll just do that.
Write it down for me. Write it down for me.
We'll just start.
We're going to a break, everyone.
With Te amo. We're going to a break. 10 minutes on the clock. We'll see you in just a bit. Nos vemos.
I've got you.
sword now as a reward.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've
Spartan there tries to use a thrust to get to the overshield quickly, then turn the corner, however, unable to do so. Now look at this Stellar push. Oh my! Here, double kill, killing spree for Stellar. Now up by 5. There's another one, triple kill.
He's trying to snipe a rifle. Oh my goodness me! Oh! Does have a shock rifle though. Grenades, Renegade will pick up that kill. Shock rifle out of their hands. Can they get the trade though? Rhino versus Renegade. Oh!
Getting connected is going to push the player back though and actually do a sizable amount of damage. That's 2 cleared out of that one from Falcated. Maybe a third 2. Yep, will kill for him. He's maybe looking for another one as well. The thrust is good, and that's a nice triple.
It looks like Sextals are getting the better of it. Here comes Trippy though. He's going to drop down for middle. There's a lovely kill from him. It's a nice double. He's looking to make it 3! Trippy with a triple.
Flank over for this power-up. But I just want to hear how they're organizing and coordinating.
Was that a premature play ball, or was that Optic sneaking behind them? Optic have the ball in their hands. They have the lead. It's a 4-point difference. Pistola, he's going to stay alive somehow. Oh my God!
The hardest kill in Halo so far in these first 2 games. Nick shows the United roster picked him to be their 4.
Yeah, and I think the shock rifle can do so much damage again and again as Nick's starting to really put on a demonstration of what the shock rifle can do.
Defense of this.
Oh my God!
They are always in the hands of the likes of Lucid.
Oh my God, Lucid, you are an absolute beast. They know they only have 2 seconds to spare right now as Optic is on the verge of a sweep. Nice double kill out of Falcated. Not able to get that against the triple kill. Falcated points will not be going to fade 249 to 248. Who is going to get this win? This is neck and neck. And FaZe gets the win. FaZe gives Optic their first map loss of the tournament. What a comeback.
That's 3 down for Cloud9. 1 last remaining player to try and get a touch. Stella does somehow get a touch, even as the last man on the map, and then hits the perfect.
It's a fresh can in the end of the shock rifle. Oh my word!
They absolutely do. Oh my gosh, here comes the grapple for Renegade. Oh my God!
Where's the shot and hide? Where's the shock rifle? Has the opportunity to hit a perfect kill, just like he hits there on previous World Champion.
Do it again. 7-2, Renegade, but Rhino has managed to get that sword. He tries to fly in. Will he get the kill? Yes, he will. In quick succession coming in from Rhino. Renegade!
There's so much to talk about there. Frosty with the combo. First of all, what the angle? Also get the remote detonation.
They only really have 1 or 2 pushes left.
Ooh, as well. Grapples in for the killing spree.
48 kills on the board. Just 2 more to go here. Make that 1. Mangler in the hands. And the grapple. C9 have been phenomenal so far in this grand final. But they can't find that last kill. Until now. Stella picks up the final kill. Cloud9 will be your champions here in Raleigh. Optic Gaming of 1. Now can you put this to use?
Renegade applying pressure right to the spawners.
This is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could decide everything. He misses the beat down, he snaps it.
Oh my God!
Wobbling them wigs is an overkill.
Normal gets the sword now as a reward.
Spartan there tries to use a thrust to get to the overshield quickly, then turn the corner, however, unable to do so. Now look at this Stellar push. Oh my! Here, double kill, killing spree for Stellar. Now up by 5. There's another one, triple kill.
He's trying to snipe a rifle. Oh my goodness me! Oh! Does have a shock rifle though. Grenades, Renegade will pick up that kill. Shock rifle out of their hands. Can they get the trade though? Rhino versus Renegade.
Oh! Getting connected is going to push the player back though and actually do a sizable amount of damage. That's 2 cleared out of that one from Falcated. Maybe a third 2. Yep, will kill for him. He's maybe looking for another one as well. The thrust is good, and that's a nice triple.
It looks like Sextals are getting the better of it. Here comes drop down ball middle. There's a lovely kill from him. It's a nice double. He's looking to make it 3! Tripping with a triple.
Flank over for this power-up. But I just want to hear how they're organizing and working.
Was that a premature play ball, or was that Optic sneaking behind them? Optic have the ball in their hands. They have the lead. It's a 4-point difference. Pistola, he's going to stay alive somehow. Oh my God, alive!
The hardest kill in Halo so far in these first two games. Nick shows the United roster picked him to be their fourth.
Yeah, and I think the shot rifle can do so much damage again and again as Nick's starting to really put on a demonstration of what the shot rifle can do.
Defense of this.
Oh my God!
They are always in the hands of the likes of Lucid.
Oh my God, Lucid, you are an absolute beast. They know they only have 2 seconds to spare right now as Optic is on the verge of a sweep. Nice double kill out of Falcated. Not able to get that against the triple kill. Falcon points will not be going to fade 249 to 248. Who is going to get this win? This is neck and neck. And FaZe gets the win. FaZe gives Optic their first map loss of the tournament. What a comeback.
That's 3 down for Cloud9. One last remaining player to try and get a touch. Stella does somehow get a touch, even as the last man on the map, and then hits the perfect.
It's a fresh can in the end of the shot rifle. Oh my word.
They absolutely do. Oh my gosh, here comes the grapple for Renegade. Oh my God.
Shot and hide. Where's the shot rifle? Has the opportunity to hit a perfect kill, just like he hits there on previous world champion.
Do it again.
7-2, Renegade, but Rhino has managed to get that sword. He tries to fly in. Will he get the kill? Yes, he will. In quick succession, coming in from Rhino. Renegade!
There's so much to talk about there. Frosty with the combo. First of all, what the angle? Also gets the remote detonation.
They only really have 1 or 2 pushes left.
Ooh, as well. Grapples in for the killing spree.
It's 48 kills on the board. Just 2 more to go here. Make that one. Mangler in the hands. And the grapple. C9 have been phenomenal so far in this grand final. But they can't find that last kill. Until now. Stella picks up the final kill. Cloud9 will be your champions here in Raleigh. The lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Then can you put this thing?
Renegade applying pressure right to the spawners.
This is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could decide everything. He misses the beat down. He snaps. Oh my God!
Try and get a touch. Stella does somehow get a touch, even as the last on the map, and then hits the perfect. Fresh kick at the end of the shot rifle. Oh my word! Oh my gosh, here comes the ground already. Oh
in quick succession coming in from Ryan Nubis.
There's so much to talk about there. Frosty with the combo. Well, first of all, what the angle? Also with the remote detonation.
They only really have one or two pushes left. Just 2 more to go here. Make that one. Mango in the hands. At the grapple. Seamus before so far in this grand final. But they can't find that last kill. Until now. Stella picks up the final kill. Cloud9 will be your champions here in Raleigh.
Sentinels need to find a way to shut down this momentum and this speed from FaZe Clan right now. They haven't been able to get a footing into this whatsoever.
Dead for the Savage Sentinels, and the ball time will continue ticking. Oh, Gilboy! That is a beautiful play with a repulsor stick against the sword player. Around elevator, they know they need to stack right here, right now.
Picks up one on the task to be trying to.
Oh boy!
The crispy and connecting from Stella.
Oh
my goodness, Lucid! Forget about the mango, that's much more fun to watch.
This will not end in 30 seconds if there is not a kill. Ryan Noob wants to make the play the game. Box control! Oh! What are you doing? What are you doing?
Nice bank shot there from Trippy to get that kill, get the double, and he just tosses one out towards Box there. Control indeed.
Triple!
That's 3 down though.
Who's gonna run away with the ball? Oh my, Royals 2, welcome back!
But now we're gonna see Royals 2 do something. He gets both of them.
Hey! And he does it again!
He's doubling Renegades. He is confident. But 2, securing a whole part of the map for his team to be safe in.
Somebody threads the needle right there. Seems like Renegade's gonna keep this going. Oh, I wish. Would have lost my mind. He gets the shot anyway, though. Not today.
When Renegade is on fire, he is literally unstoppable. This man is a beast.
Overshield going to be popping around 2 seconds time, and at the moment, unfortunately, here's a complexity. They're on the back foot as Gilkey. He's starting to not only get warm, but maybe he's not catch fire a bit.
Oh my goodness, guys! Quite a display from Gilkey there.
Shut down.
Oh my!
Instead,
Lethal knows this is the situation. Actually kills Snipe, then he turns his focus to Turbine, and now Sentinels are here!
Lethal has just done an absolute bamboozle job.
Man is still there, and Spartan still getting kills. What? What? He lived? Oh my gosh, he repulsed himself onto the sword platform.
Back to back for C9, the HCS NA regional champions. The lead here for Optic Gaming of 1.
This game type on this map, it's a 3 kills as Bohm gets caught off guard once again. That P3 push, Drug is there to pick up a double kill, looking for the triple. Drug putting on a show.
He comes up against another killing spree here for Formal Snipe Droid. It's going to be challenging, so is Shady. Shady's going to... Oh my god, do not challenge! Formal, do not challenge!
Formal fastly approached. Luckily, United were able to get away with the sword and grab the bad part. It's cold. Look at the Cloud9, but finds one.
Right now, Soulsnipe does have the overshield, but can you get to the flag quick enough? Spawn struggling a little bit in terms of... Oh! I tell you what, this could be another read!
2 go down! 4 dead! 4 back home to Kansas City! And on the move!
How when you run it through Boulder, you leave yourself so vulnerable to the other team pushing through the middle of the map.
It's a gaming of 1. Now can he put this thing
Here, it's a... Killing spree from Lucid.
Over the tires.
As his sights down rocket. Some beautiful business out of him. Picks up 2. Screaming, where are they? 3. Seeing any window spawners, does find a busy Recton. Wait. Might have hit the body shot through the other player, then get the cleanup. In the meantime, all of Sentinels in C9s.
You can't stop him. You literally cannot stop him, my guy. That's gonna be a double kill. Who said he just an IGL? The man's a slayer. A second player will fly in.
Well, you just taking full advantage of it.
There's a triple. It's some main stage energy for you. You love to see it. Royal 2, he
chick maybe starting to heat up. Wobbling them wigs, it's an overkill! Of the best players in Europe right now, and that's exactly what Quadrant needed. Triple kill on the other side. Oh, another overkill! Happening!
Theory's gonna be challenged. Monster gonna be challenged. You don't challenge Super CC.
Eagle shot, but that's a headshot. Gets a headshot as well, Frosty.
The fight up, he is the game changer. Goodness me, Spawn! We all know how big Penguin can be. It's good. Cloud9 jumping to B. Cloud9, too little, too late. Sentinels, they're back.
The multi-time Halo World Champions are your champions at the HCS Major, Kansas City.
Allow his team to get off to an early lead. That's just Evan Store. Two players are going to be pushing this ball carrier. He's going to get aggressive here. Finds himself the double.
Gameplay. Here we are, Banter with that sniper rifle yet again, and he lines up that so easily. Gets himself a double kill.
Somebody off guard, you would think. Oh my, APG.
Favor of J-Lings, but that trade keeps it pretty even across the board. 2-4 for Quadrant, 2-4 for J-Lings, but make it 3 now as Chick goes in and picks up an overkill.
And we're now moving over to Berserk. So a little bit of initial time for the Chiefs. Still hanging in there, beasting down in the hill, but it trips and we move to the big. Get the overkill. Finally, with the shock rifle, Justin. We almost had it last game. Adds
a little bit of a pest and hold it down. He picks up one teammate. Will help him with the other.
Ever agree with, so maybe Rory can do us a favor. Oh!
And taking out Tech rifle as well. One in the tube and gets the double kill.
From the other side, they want Lucid down, and that is an executed play of taking out Lucid, removing him from the map.
Fresh snipe in hand as well. If anyone can use it, it's going to be there.
Watching Snipedrone's POV, he listens so well, considering that he doesn't seem to speak the same language as two of his teammates. He's always there responding to those call-outs, and he gets
He's finishing everything. He's weak and make it a triple. Can he get the overkill? He does that. Able to make this just a 3-kill game. Knew the pressure was coming. You could tell by the way. Oh my God. That's a shotgun, by the way. My heat wave does not hit like that. Does your heat wave hit like that? More scared, but really thankful for Stellar that he had the surge. Oh, BG and the double. Unbelievable. As well as not done. One more player left. Can he get the over on Lucy? Oh my God.
Oh my goodness gracious. Double. Make it 3.
We'll win this fight. Overkill for Bound.
Black flag spawn, but it doesn't matter because off the back of the overkill, Bound will get the job done.
Stuff here. He's gonna do it. Let's go. Oh my God, he's doing it. Gonna grapple all the way back around for the flag as well. This is the Spider-Man nonsense I'm talking about. He's gonna grapple in all the way to the flag.
5 seconds forward. Someone needs to get to it. They get to it. It's down on the batteries. 1 point separates them. You gotta pick it up. They get the point. They get the point. 3 seconds. They drop it all. Warriors have done it. They create the upset against this thing.
This will be Optic's win once more. Optic go back to back. They are your champs here. Cloud9 just couldn't put up the fight.
And what a performance from Optic to not just do it for the first time last week against against Cloud9.
roster picked him to be their fourth.
Yeah, and I think the shot rifle can do so much damage. And again, as Nick starts to really want a demonstration of what the shot rifle can do.
you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the HCS MX Regional Finals. And thank you so much for sticking with us. Now, before we left you guys, we actually did start to see the series of Sintenegra versus Chosen Squad. We actually had that one off camera so that all of our players could get through their day here at pool play. That actually ended 3-0. Onset, Bravo, we're not surprised by that result based on the way that they were performing during that series. We actually do have the series layout for you guys as well. We did get to watch the first two maps there, but Oddball Live Fire, Onset 100-14. They started as they meant to go on, and Sintenegra looking absolutely amazing, and like we said, have really started to cement themselves as that second favorite team coming into this LAN event. Are you surprised with the results across the board here?
Not at all. Not from the series that we saw a little bit earlier on from Chosen Squad as well, when they unfortunately fell 3-0. That kind of result, though, from Sintenegra shows me that they're here to play, and they're thinking about getting to that grand final, getting one of those places to go to Orlando and playing the major, but also to meet up with Pittsburgh Knights, because I think that they, out of everyone who's involved in this tournament, want to show Pittsburgh Knights they are not just the only team to talk about in this region.
Yeah, very, very true. Bravo, obviously, you know, we do have Sintenegra going forward there, looking pretty good in pool play, but we're going to be seeing Knights very soon. This is the match we've all been waiting for versus Timbers Esports. Really excited to see how PK turn up today. What do you expect out of these powerhouses?
I'll keep it short, lot, because I know a lot of people want to get into this match. I'm expecting Knights to really bring it here. I think they're going to be on form. They need to. This is their region to lock down and remind everyone why they've been on top so long, and I expect them to do that starting here.
Amazing stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, Onset, Bravo, thank you so much for joining me. I'll catch you guys after this series. I'm going to say goodbye to you as we look at the pools right now. We do have A and B on the boards. We do have some results coming in. Chosen Squad, unfortunately, not having the best pool play day. They're actually down 2 games so far. They will have that open bracket team to play as well heading into tomorrow. And then Pool A, we have Timbers Esports already down 1, which is a little bit surprising. Going up against Sintenegra X earlier on today. They did fall short there, and Sintenegra X are up 1-0, but we will be seeing that crazy matchup of Knights versus Timbers Esports to see exactly how this one goes. And bringing into the conversation, I do have Gaskin and Clutch to talk about this as well, because we have a team here I think a lot of people are waiting to see. We have Knights, obviously, and looking pretty good, undefeated in their region, really impressive results actually in Kansas City as well in their pool play. And honestly, I'm just excited to see where they're at so far. You know, heading into the first day of LAN, it's obviously a little bit different to online, but we know that, you know, the results are there for PK. They are there. You know, they took Sen to 5 games when they were in Kansas City. They beat J-Lings 3-1, so we know that they can do it up against Europe as well. They beat BBG, who's a North American team, 3-2, who have notable kind of up-and-coming players on that roster as well. So looking really good heading into this one. I'm bringing Onset and Bravo back into the conversation.
Can't get rid of us, lot. This is like a lot of people have tried over the years to get rid of Andy and I, and yet we are still here. You're not the first, and you won't be the last.
That is very true. I think, you know, notably though, Bravo, they're growing, which is really big to say that about a dominant roster like Knights, and you kind of see that through the Pro Series. Talk to me about what you've kind of noticed in terms of this team's growth.
You bet. At first I thought you were saying the inability to get rid of us is growing, because I think that unfortunately for you, I think that's also growing as well. Honestly, unfortunately for everyone involved in the program and all of our viewers as well, Mark and I continually apologize for the way that we are.
Just continue to apologize
for the way that we are. But I couldn't agree more. Let's talk about Knight's performances. You might have heard it earlier on, but it was several hours ago. Knights really, as you say, they're getting stronger and stronger each week, and that's terrifying for a team that's already #1 in their region. Let's talk about what they did end of May, right? They won 3-2 over Sintanegra, a nice 5-game final. They close it out with a 50-29 live fire Slayer. So it's still a convincing game 5. They felt good winning that. They go from that to the early June Pro Series where they 3-1 Sintanegra, and they don't even have to get to game 5, and it's a pretty convincing recharge strongholds to close it out. And even more terrifying is 1 week later, mid-June, they 3-0 Sintanegra. So as we said, they're just getting better and better. Their score lines look great. I will say that set was a little bit closer than the other series, so it's a 3-0 on paper, but still close games. Regardless, though, Sintanegra, they're in the finals. They are the #2, but Pittsburgh Knights really does look better and better.
They certainly do, and you're looking at a couple of things as well. The Slayers have got better, which we all know Slayers can sometimes be a little bit of a toss-up, but the fact that we're seeing growth in such like a difficult kind of game type and mode right in the middle of a series is huge as well for this roster too. Onset, what do you make of Knights?
I think that Knights are a very interesting team on the global scale as well to keep an eye on. I think, like Andy said, they're not only getting better and better in their region, which sometimes is difficult to do. Sometimes you can take your eye off the boil a little bit, and a couple of teams can steal away a couple of games, but you're seeing them becoming more and more ruthless. They had some decent performances. I'll say decent because I'm sure they would have liked to do even better than they did at the last major, but I think the team change signifies everything you need to know, right, about this roster. The fact that they've picked up Halo, who's a player who has been one of those standout Slayers, right? And maybe that's an area they thought, if we add another player in who's gonna win his 1v1s and just give us a little bit more map presence and a little bit more map space, maybe that's the missing piece for us. And when you're a team dominating your region, like Dan said earlier with Ascend, you can't be afraid to make a change if you still think it's going to make you better. It's easy to be comfortable in a region if you're winning every week, but how happy are you being, with #1 in your region? These teams that are outside of North America want to keep pushing themselves on the global scale. They want to push into the top 12, the top 8, the top 6, and then that golden top 4, where if you manage to beat one of those teams, you have a chance of winning an event. So it's a step-by-step process, and I think that the players on this team, they know that process is in front of them, and they want to do everything they can to make that next step, and a team change might be the thing to do.
Yeah, 100%. I'll tell you what, we actually got the chance to catch up with the Knights to see how they're feeling about our MX regional finals. Going into this LAN, obviously 3 big days here and qualifications for Orlando on the line. Let's see what they had to say.
De Halo 1 empecé a jugar así con mis primos y mis amigos, y ya después desde ahí ya pues me gustó.
Mi primera vez que tuve interacción con Halo fue en el Halo 1 por culpa de mi hermano, y desde ahí ya empecé a jugar en todas las campañas hasta posteriormente matchmaking en Halo Reach.
Digamos, yo soy de Colombia, entonces los conocí a ellos como hace 5 años. Primero jugué en contra de ellos y ya después a los años pues, me uní al equipo de ellos.
Una regional que íbamos a jugar en el 2017 y nosotros no podíamos jugar porque éramos menores de edad. Como 5 días antes de ese evento nos dejaron jugar y la ganamos y no habíamos entrenado nada.
Pues que me diera pick-up un team de Estados Unidos. Es que los entrenamientos son contra gente mejor, entonces pues uno aprende más.
There we go, a little bit of background on that one as well from Knights. So just kind of figuring out, where they've been, their experiences, and how much really is on the line for these guys. There is a lot of pride, I think, and pressure for this Knights roster. I think it was an interesting conversation with Knights as well about the team change, because I think a lot of people in their region might be looking at them being like, you haven't lost anything. Well, actually, this team is gearing up for the bigger picture, which is going to be Orlando. It's going to be Worlds. It's going to be trying to compete with the best of the best. So I think that's a really interesting conversation, and very interesting now in this series to see where they're at, how much more growth in this roster. On the flip side of things, though, we need to look, of course, at Timbers, Esports, and Brav. This is going to be a tough one. They've already had a little bit of a disaster in their pool play. I think this roster was trying to compete with the likes of Sintanegra in the opposite side of things. Unfortunately, they've fallen to Sintanegra X, and things haven't been going to plan so far. What do these guys have to do to really turn this around up against Knights?
Yeah, I think in this series, just play the best Halo you can, and I don't think the result really is what they need to chase. I don't think they need to think, okay, now that we fell early on in pool play, we have to beat the Pittsburgh Knights here. I think instead they can realize if we're playing our best Halo, we'll get out of the pool just fine. We'll get wherever we get in the bracket, and then we can advance from there. So I just want to see them playing their best Halo. The score lines are going to matter less to me. They have 3 days of Halo that they need to get ready for.
Yeah, I just want to jump in off the back of that very quickly. Like, I think if you can't get motivated to play against the best team in your region, then you're going to be in a difficult situation for the rest of this tournament, right? This is a huge opportunity for them, for Timbers Esports. You've got to get fired up for this series. You've got to play like you want to beat them, and you've got to show that you have what it takes to compete with the best. I think if you don't have that in mind as a team when you step on that stage, then you might as well just chalk this one up as a 3-0 before we even get started. They need to have that fire, and they need to try and bring it to Pittsburgh Knights.
They certainly do. We'll find out in just a moment if they do have that fire ready to go facing Knights. But first, let's talk about this team a little further. Let's talk about who they are, their experiences on Halo. Let's check out Timbers Esports.
Siempre hay que dar lo mejor de nosotros, no importa realmente el resultado, simplemente hay que dar un buen espectáculo y hay que intentar hacer el mejor trabajo posible.
Y llegar al campeonato o al regional, pues normal, o sea, no es la primera vez que juego esto.
Pues un poco nervioso porque sientes como que todas las miradas en ti, entonces lo único que yo espero de mí es hacer lo que siempre he hecho bien desde mi casa, venir a jugar aquí y hacerlo bien como lo he hecho ya. Y lo importante es que aunque tú llegues más alto o llegue a convertirse en un trabajo, lo que es un simple juego, es que siempre lo veas como algo divertido y que te apasiona.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. That is a good way to look at it. Passion, fun, don't lose that. That's exactly what you were saying as well, Onset, is, you know, the mindset going into some of these games. And it is difficult because you look at pool play and it's difficult. You know, you need to finish top 2 in order to get into the better part of that championship bracket, into the winner side of things. You don't really want to have that elimination start. It becomes really, really tricky, especially with qualification on the line, right? But having that really important positive attitude, that mindset, is going to really drive these guys forward. Looking at the actual fundamentals of things though, Bravo, Timbers Esports, we've seen them play earlier on today. What do they need to really clean up in terms of their act, in terms of what they're delivering across the screens, across the sticks?
For me, it's pretty simple stuff. I think they found themselves repeatedly with 2 dead, or maybe they're on the receiving end of opening damage. I think simply knowing where you stand at any given moment in the game, right? Knowing exactly how you need to push. Where can you find those picks? Where can you get that early damage? Yeah, you might be down, say, by a few kills or by a few points on a game on streets, but if you're spawning tram, it's the same textbook, right? You get someone to balk, you get someone to see stairs, you get someone looking driveway, you get damage that you can capitalize on, and when you do, you take advantage of it. So I think they just need to go back to the basics, and as long as they start there, they'll have a pretty good path forward.
Yeah, they should do indeed. I think it does come down to some of the basics, just like you said. It is that kind of numbers game again. We've talked about it so many different times. Onset, is there anything you're noticing in particular that you want Timbers Esports to clean up on, or to get a little bit better at, or something that is just going to kind of start to convince you that this team can be taken seriously?
I think they almost need to heed their own advice, right? Which is have fun. You're doing something you're passionate about, and you have to play against 4 Spartans, not the 4 names that the Spartans have next to them, right? Because a lot of people do that. They see the name, they play differently. They're playing against, you know, tapping buttons who they've been playing against online, and then obviously he's there in the flesh. It's a different proposition altogether for some players. And I remember the first time a team with some of the more established players in the European scene, one of the first things they said is, we're just playing against 4 Spartans in a video game. We're not playing against these megastars. They can do the same things that we can, right? They move the same way, they shoot the same guns. Once you break it down to that kind of thing, all of a sudden it becomes a much more simple game mentally to kind of hype yourself up for and get yourself into. You kind of realize that you're doing the same things as these guys, and you have the opportunity to do the same things. You've got to try and bring it to them in that kind of way. So I think getting over the first mental hurdle, it's important for them. And I think by doing that, or to do that, is just keeping game 1 as close as possible for as long as possible. If you can do that, then all of a sudden you start to find you might win a 1v1. You might get yourself into a position where you scrape up a bit of objective time. You might get control of a stronghold. Whatever it is, it's every single little win that you can pick up is a huge thing for the team's mentality. If you can get over those hurdles, you can extend the series. It's funny how the little things start to translate into the big things.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think, you know, some of the other things I think need to get translated is, you know, noticing when some of your players are making really good decisions and capitalizing on them, right? It's a team game at the end of the day. You can have so much individual skill, but I think if You know, players are making certain plays and they are executing them well. It's what you do with that outcome, right, and how you kind of use it effectively. And we saw that really with Strikey. I noticed in their game versus Internegra X, like he was being such a nuisance to the opposition. It was so difficult at certain times, but unfortunately it just wasn't really capitalized on effectively. And I think that's something that they really need to take, because you make a moment like that against Knights, you need to try and take that opportunity to make something happen, to make it worthwhile. It's the same when you get power weapons, right? You know, power-ups, power weapons, whatever it is, use them to their full capability and use them as a team, and you're going to see that a lot going into this series. Trying to take those out the hands of Knights is going to be a huge priority. On the other hand though, Knights, you know, Brav, how easy is it for these guys to get complacent? You know, they've been playing with the likes of Timbers, Esports, and a makeup of this team, and players know what they want to do and what they like to do. Yes, they have made a change, but you know, how easy is it going to be for these guys to kind of fall into a rut potentially?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be different, right? Because they've been playing online for so long. It's been a very long time since we've seen them on LAN play in their region. So that being true, I think they could potentially come out a little flat if they're not careful. I think you need to just realize that the game ones, they really do matter, especially when you're looking at games that can snowball fast. You don't want to find yourself, say, letting 100 points go in Stronghold or letting a round of oddball go, and then all of a sudden there's a little bit of a different mood on your side of the stage. So I do think that it's possible. They'll need to make sure that they're on top of it to make sure it's not a factor.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think it's going to be imperative for sure. I'm really excited. I'm really hoping there's going to be a big series here on site. I can see
I think if you're Knights right now, you've got to look at Sintenegra and what they've just done, right? They're your nearest competitors in the tournament. They're the team that's been matching in the final week after week after week, and you've just seen them crush a team in Chosen Squad 3-0 without looking like they were missing a beat. And you have to come out with that same energy. You need to make sure that you aren't complacent, that you are just as, I keep using the term ruthless, but using that term again, they have to be ruthless. They have to make sure that every second of time is picked up in the objective if they get the numbers on their side. They have to make sure that every flag cap is converted in the most efficient way possible, because when you get deeper into the tournaments, if there is a disparity between these top 3-4 teams and the chasing pack, then all of a sudden you find yourself in that game against one of the high seeds, and that mistake gets capitalized on. So these games, even though they might seem like a win here comfortably 3-0, what kind of 3-0 is it? Is it a dominating one, or is it one where we worry about what we're seeing from Pittsburgh Knights?
No, very true. And as we take a little gander of the main stage live from Mexico City there, we see the prize pool. We see exactly what is on the line here. We see a lot of money on the line, just to remind these guys on that main stage what they're fighting for. They're not just fighting for that gorgeous bag, that cash money, they're also fighting for pride and also a package deal heading into Orlando. I mean, our top 3 qualified, that is absolutely huge. If I know, money's great and everything, but personally, if I was, players on that stage, that's exactly what I'd have my eyes on, that prize, that top.
It's a good trip
finish.
to Disney if you get to Orlando. If you've got 20K in your pocket and you go to Disney,
so
you're going to be in a great position. It's like you get the queue jump. Snacks are expensive in Disney.
They are.
You should treat yourself. Like, put on some weight. That's what you got to do when you get to go to Disney.
You know, it's funny. Q jump to a North American audience sounds like a move you'd do in a first-person shooter, or maybe like a MOBA. Q jump.
It does. Yeah, you're right.
This is true.
We have, yeah. Fast pass.
Yeah, fast pass. It really is. That would be a fast pass to Orlando.
It's true.
Well, they got to get there first. And talk about fast pass though. Knights looking to fast pass themselves to the top of the pack, and by doing so obviously made that change. And I kind of want to pick your brain about that, Brav, because you mentioned it a tiny bit earlier on in passing with Pelu. Is it Pelu?
Pelu, yeah.
I'm losing it at this point in time. What does he bring to the team? You kind of talked about the main slayer aspect of him and the slaying ability, but what else is it about this guy? What made them make that decision to be like, right, this is how strongly we feel about having this guy on our roster, changing out Gambino for them. What was that kind of notability of this player that they were like, we need to bring him on board?
Right, I think it says a lot about him. I think this the way that he meshes with this team. I think the way that he's played historically as well has been a factor. And just for those of you who might have a little bit trouble with the eyesight here, a little zoomed in view on that same prize pool that you just saw here, but lots to play for. As we said, the largest prize pool in Mexico and LATAM history for competitive Halo. But to get back to Pelu, like you said, we've seen him play with this team back in Halo 5, right? He had left after that, and I think that these players have a long history together. And as you guys alluded to, it says a lot that as they look to the second half of the year right now, as we find ourselves end of July, almost into August with this event, and then 2 very big events on North American soil thereafter, it says a lot that they said this is the roster that we need to go into with this.
Yeah, it certainly does say a lot about that. Is this going to tell you a lot about this team on set heading into potentially Orlando? You know, looking at the bigger picture, I think for Knights, I don't think it's out of the realm of impossibility to say that these guys probably will be going to Orlando and qualifying. We've seen crazy stuff happen, but in terms of their track record so far this season, it's been pretty lights out. So, you know, is this, you know, the way that they play on pool play day, especially how they handle kind of that day one jitters, that day one feel through into the bracket, is that going to tell you a lot about their potential performance in Orlando?
It could do. I think we have to see them win. For me to believe, and I'm saying this with all due respect to the players on Pittsburgh Knights right now, taking nothing away from their achievements in the region, but for me to believe that they can push on into the top 12 and top 8 in North America and on the international scene, I should say, then they need to win this tournament in not just a way where I'm going, congratulations, you won the tournament. I'm going, wow, you just dominated this tournament. And I think we'll only really have that answer on Sunday, right? When we get to that grand final, and if they're in it and they win it in a convincing fashion where I'm like, okay, this team looks like they are separate from the rest of the region. They look like they are the standout. Then that's where you have to believe. But then it's such a step up when you get to that top 8, that top 12, wherever it might be in international competition, that you know, it's difficult to see how the mistakes they make will be exposed on that level. So they have to perform at a level that we haven't seen them. They have to not drop games. They have to be completely and utterly dominant in this region for me to believe that maybe there is an opportunity for them to step up to that next level on the international stage.
Yeah, without a doubt. And talking about stepping up, we do have the schedule up for you guys on the screen as well. Just to let you know what we have had so far today, where we're at currently. We're on Knights versus Timbers Esports. And just FYI, folks at home, obviously we've had a couple of technical difficulties happening in this first day of pool play. So we will be stopping the stream at Knights versus Timbers Esports. However, the 2 games you see below will be happening behind the scenes. Those will be updated on socials, I am sure of it. And as we get into tomorrow, we will have our results for pool play, as well as the open bracket teams that will be coming in to face one more round robin against the teams in A and B in the pools as well, to find out exactly where our champ bracket lies as well. So just a little update for you guys, and thank you so much for sticking with us and through all of the tech issues and the difficulties we've been having. You've been so patient. We love you so much, and I hope you guys are enjoying all of the action so far today. It's been pretty awesome, honestly, to see all of these guys. And yes.
I got a question for you. Okay,
Yeah.
so obviously we're waiting for the game to start, which gives me a terrible opportunity to start just talking nonsense, right? And just
Go on.
completely derail the show.
I was about
as
to
I like
talk
to do.
nonsense too. Go ahead.
Do you know where the term round robin comes from? And this is a genuine question because I don't. And like, how is that a thing?
You guys keep talking. You guys keep talking. I'm going to work on it.
A robin's like chest is extremely round. You know, when they are like chirping, their
I've got the answer.
their chest fills up. You do?
You do have it.
I have it. Yeah, Andy,
what
do you
the-
know what? You go ahead.
Oh, no. I don't even know it.
Okay.
I don't even know it. You go.
Guess.
It's time to educate the masses, everybody,
Go
as
on.
we wait for Halo, because why not, right? We've got a bit of time to fill. The term round robin is derived from the French term ruban, meaning ribbon. Over a long period of time, the term was corrupted and idiomized to robin. In a single round robin schedule, each participant... That doesn't explain it at all.
It does.
Does it? Ribbon?
A ribbon?
It's
So it's a round ribbon, not
it's
a robin.
Ruban.
Ruban.
Which
Okay.
is French.
Well, if anyone could tweet us and let us know the full explanation of where the term round robin came from, I'd like to know, because it's a very strange visual for teams playing each other. You know what I mean? Like, anyway.
They play like a ribbon.
Being really cute round. I don't
yes.
They play like a ribbon.
know.
Right in the
Oh,
eldest.
the way it's like
Logic.
rolled up. Maybe.
As I always say, Ruban.
You do, obviously.
Yeah.
Round ruban.
Round.
You've said that word more than any other.
It's hard to say now. Round
Well, maybe
Ruban.
I need to go with that one. But I'll tell you what, chat, I've got a little bit of good news for you guys. If you have been tuning in and you have really stuck with us through the stream, through the broadcast, then you guys can get your hands on some free stuff in
God
game.
bless.
Of course, in Halo Infinite. Yeah, God bless the Twitch drops. We love it. And all you had to do is watch the MX Regional Finals, of course, here at Mexico City to earn that Hammerhead Squadron, the Scorpion, and the Rakshasa armor coatings. Obviously on twitch.tv/Halo or twitch.tv/Halo_ES. You can also get boots on the ground, the weapon charm to have on any of your weapons in game. And all you guys have to do on Sunday is to watch an hour during the grand finals, which, come on, let's be honest, like, that's the easiest weapon charm you're ever going to get. Who's not going to be watching the grand finals on Sunday? Just saying. Just absolutely saying. And while we are waiting for the match, though, I did actually want to ask you guys a question. That honestly is a little bit irrelevant to the game we're about to be watching.
That's fine. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at
Yeah.
round robin examples and how they
was
look like
thinking
ribbons. But keep going.
I was thinking it earlier, and that's a little bit of you know, superstition. I feel like we do have a lot of superstition in esports, right? Whether it be wearing the same shoes, the same clothes, the same hat, the same necklace, whatever it is, or not wearing shoes. I've also seen that as well. But Chico Bounce was shooting bodies pretty early on, man. He was shooting bodies.
She scared
early.
the junk out of us.
This was going, but we're good.
That could have been bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got in my notes shooting bodies, smacking bodies, all over the map. So it really is just quite intense. What do you guys think of that? Because I have spoken to a few pro players who kind of feel like that is almost digging a grave early on. Like you just shouldn't be doing it unless you are. I mean, unless there's a serious rivalry going on or you're winning so significantly, there is no way you're going to be losing the map. But
I'll let Mark go first.
I was going to say,
what are the thoughts and feelings on that?
it depends on who you're playing against.
Yeah.
Because some players, it does get in their head. And I don't care who you are, how many games you've played, If someone teabags you, your reaction is immediately, why are you teabagging me? Right? And that's all you need.
I've heard Mark say that a lot.
It fires me up, though.
That's not the exact phrase I will use. But like, one team that always used to seem to struggle with it a little bit was back in Halo 5. I remember when the Sentinels lineup, the current Sentinels lineup, used to play against Envy, and Frosty would shoot bodies all the time, game one from the off, because he knew it would be something that would get under the skin of some of those players. And you have to pick your targets, right? And you have to pick your targets. But also, one thing I've always found in history is the players who do it are the most emotional players on their team a lot of the time. They don't like having it done back to them. So if Paleo God, it's not even talking about him right now. If Chico bounces, gets it done to him a little bit in this tournament, and who knows, Paleo might do it as well. I might be looking to the future again. Then it could be a way to get under his skin. So I always kept my eye out when I was playing, like who's the player who's doing it, and you would do it back to them. You would that'd be them done. They're gone.
Yeah.
That's it. It's over.
On the contradicting side of that, which I do agree, I feel like that is also something that players, I think, take into consideration. We saw that happen in Valencia, where Ebby was doing the exact same thing, the body disrespect, and they lost. They lost a really close game 5. And I know that there were a few comments on it, like, oh, dude, you can't be doing that. Like, you know, it's bad chi. You know, you're losing out, bro. What do you make of the flip side of it, of losing out when you have been doing that, you know, in mid-game, mid-map?
It's pure karma. That's what I say. I mean, to be honest, to shoot a body in a game 1 or a game 2, you have to absolutely diggity dunk on someone in the most embarrassing way, and it better be a really good one to be able to shoot a body. To me, it's like stepping onto a basketball court, a football pitch, whatever you might be, and in the first 10 minutes, you're talking smack. Like, relax. Let's let this game breathe a second. Let's see how this is going to go, right? I mean, it's a little over the top for me. But guess what? As a commentator, I love it because it's absolutely absurd and these kids are nuts. So it's fun to watch.
If I was playing against, let's just pick a random player who, you know, just the first player who comes into my head that I would teabag. Let's say I was playing Wes Clutch in the playlist for whatever reason, right? I would teabag him because I know it would get him annoyed. It might fire him up, but he'd be so determined and focused on killing me the next time he saw me that could change the way that he'd play. Those little things. And I'm the same. If Wes did it to me, everyone else on the map is irrelevant. I'm coming straight for him again. It's the kind of thing that just is a little mental game that does get played between players. Some players it affects, some players it doesn't. But I used to do it all the time because it would give me a little advantage in battles. Players would play a little bit differently. They'd over-challenge the next time they saw you. It was just one of those little things.
And I tell you what, speaking of players maybe being in their heads a little bit, this is probably the most warm-up time ever granted to a main stage pair of teams in history. So someone's asking to shoot a little bit, and I'm kind of worried that if their hands aren't hot, if they aren't hot within 45 minutes, your hands aren't getting hot. That's it. They're not going to be hot. So you can shoot as much as you want, but you got to be ready for game number 1.
Yeah, you certainly do indeed. Yeah, this warm-up is quite significant, hey? I tell you what, though, the stage looks pretty damn good as well. You can see all of our players there warming up, getting ready. You can see them on their setups. We've got Timber Esports on the left in red. We have Nikes on the right in blue as well. So yeah, really exciting to see like them at LAN. I just love that LAN environment. You see the crowd also getting ready. They're ready for the action. They're watching. There's a lot of lasers in there as well. And hey, look, I'm hoping the players get lasered too. I want to see some beams coming out of them. Yeah, this is also very true. I do need to relax. I'm just a bit excited about the series, to be honest. This is one I think everybody's been waiting for. We do have Pittsburgh Knights showing up for the first time today, of course, on broadcast.
By the way, Lot, I just want to give it. I've been giving like unnecessary slack to stage referees today, and I don't know why, because I love them and they are amazing.
Yeah.
But I also want to give a shout out to all the Steadicam operatives around the world. Those guys who have to wear that rig.
Do you remember the
that
Wembley Steadicam guy?
I nearly died. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I nearly died at Wembley, where there's a clear distinction of place not to walk, and I was running, and the Steadicam guy literally backed away and then grabbed me and was like, "That could have been the end," because that is some serious kit. Let me tell you, it's got some weight behind it.
That Wembley guy, for those of you, it's important to mention, for those of you who don't know what a Steadicam is, if you ever see it like an award show, an esports event, etc., there are people who have cameras attached to their entire bodies and to their torsos, and that's how they navigate the camera and they keep it really steady. So these Steadicam operators are very talented. It's a very specific skill set. The guy at Wembley was spinning it. Do you remember? He was spinning it like this on his chest. Like we're talking a, I don't know, right, 100, 200 pound camera spinning on his chest. He's like spinning around.
Like,
man was nuts. He was amazing.
And it weighs a ton, by the way. It's and if you ever see a Steadicam guy or girl at the end of a show, when I tell you that is pure sweat. Like
they fall to the ground when they take it off.
It's pretty incredible. I also want to say as well, you know, while we're talking about broadcast equipment and we're really getting into things here, has anyone ever been hit by a jib? I have.
Yes, I have.
I have.
I've ran into a jib. But a jib can kill you. It really can kill you.
Now, before we get into this lot, I'll let you tell your story. But the jib, for those of you who aren't aware, is
this is the jib.
This is the jib cam. So this
looks like a jib.
Crane operative, basically the big camera that you see at events on the big arm. That's the jib. And now I want to hear your story.
Shots, aren't they? They get great shots.
He's about to get a good shot.
They do say to watch out for the jib. It is a constant call that happens on broadcast. Folks, it is, because it is a huge, it's a crane, it's a massive crane, which is obviously really, really dark because it's meant to blend in, and so it's very hard to see, obviously, with all the laser beams. And the jib was swinging, I was walking, I got swept up in that. No concussion.
Carried away.
I really did.
There's a Steadicam guy. There's a Steadicam guy.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. Lot actually spends 3 months attached to a jib. No.
Many people questioning why there was some strange small woman riding a crane.
I want to thank everyone. I want to thank everyone for tuning into our watch party, which is now what this has become, which I think is it was Gaskin's idea. It was Gaskin's idea, and I want to give a shout out to Dan. Dan, I know you can hear us.
Yeah, no problem. I'm here.
It's good having. Oh look, and now we get to see the jib op. Oh gosh, the jib op was jib opping, but we got cut away.
Yeah, pretty much a watch party at this point in time.
I got hit by a jib. It was the Halo World Championship. Let me tell you a story, everybody.
I'm leaning back. I want to hear this.
On the 2016 Halo World Championship London event, the European qualifier. Okay. I think that might be the first.
Is that
we worked it.
Wait, is that Wembley?
No, it was at the arena in London.
Chief in.
We were doing like a little powwow meeting, and I ran down the stairs after doing something, and the jib just cracked me in the back of the head. At that time, I still had some hair, but there was so much blood, and I was so nervous because it was like one of my first events.
Was there?
Yeah, but it was fine because I had like ginger hair, so you couldn't really tell.
Just to highlight
and it was at the back, and it was like all covered up, and no one could tell that I'd been hit with a jib. But like I got back to my hotel room that night, and I was like, oh my god, like. So if my performance was slightly subpar at that event, it's probably because I was concussed.
I was wondering why you were speaking so slowly the whole time.
You don't remember that,
I did great.
You don't remember
great.
Don't remember a thing. Should we take a look at maps, gentlemen?
Why not?
Have a little look.
Yeah, let's do it.
Have a little look, see the maps as well. We actually will do our jobs quickly. I have also been told that Gaskin and Clutch are ready as well to go, which I can throw to them after our series layout. But taking a look across, what we do have coming our way in this best of 5 against Knights versus Timbers Esports. We do have Stronghold Streets kicking things off. We have seen that earlier on today as we change things up for the series layout. We saw a Slayer recharge as well as Opal Livefire. Haven't yet gone the distance to a game 5. Could this be the time on set, do you think? Not sounding too convinced.
No, I don't think it'll be the time. I'll be honest with you. I don't think it'll be the time. I think Maybe somewhere along the way in a parallel universe, possibly, but I'm living in reality for now.
Just going chili peppers on us.
Yeah, you are stone cold.
I think with Mark ending on a Red Hot Chili Pepper quote, that'll do it for Mark and I.
Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us on set. Bravo, you guys are absolute legends. We're going to throw on over to our casters now. We have Gaskin and Clutch on the mics to take us through this final series of the night.
Thank you so much, Lottie. This is what we've been waiting for. We have two teams who last played each other in a grand final, Wes, but now they're going to be competing in a slightly different circumstance with a slightly different team. But allow me to tee this one up. We're going to have two teams who know each other very well, but they will try and measure their success through different forms, trying to control themselves and be at a point where they can finally get into game. Anyway, let's start focusing on the good stuff, Wes. We've got Pittsburgh Knights, arguably one of the best teams in the region, one of the best teams internationally. They are a top 16 team. Do you think that the Timbers Esports that you saw a little bit earlier can genuinely compete against this squad?
Yeah, I'll be blunt and say absolutely not. Not playing the way they were earlier today. From what we know about the Knights, they're the world class when it comes to the region, and Timbers, they did not impress us. Centenegra X did look good. I was hopeful that that would be a good series. Unfortunately, it was not, and that was because Timbers Esports really didn't show up. So looking for them to rebound, looking for their experience so far on the main stage to kind of weather the storm, take a deep breath, get back to what we know Timbers is capable of. Because when you look at this roster, they really do have a lot of experience, a lot of individual talent from the scene. You just wondered where that was in the previous series.
So Pittsburgh Knights, they've made a change since we last saw them on our big screens. Is it going to be the change that continues their success and gives us belief that they can push their way up in international competition? As for Timbers, of course, they have that player that was dropped from this team. There is going to be a chance that maybe you've got that drop off and you've got that possibility to try and get the comeback story against old teammates. But certainly the Timbers Esports we saw early on today were not very impressive and they really struggled. But it could have been just a slow start for them, and they have been warming up for approximately 3 days. So hopefully they can now put their guns in the right places, get the BRs out and start hitting some shots. Stronghold Streets is where we're starting things off. Where's Clutch? I mean, talk to me. What is the importance? What are the keys to victory here in Stronghold Streets?
I think the big thing for me is, can Timbers set the pace at any point in this series, right? I think when we watched them play the Slayer earlier on Streets, they did a phenomenal job in the first half. Up 30-20 at the 30 kill mark. Everything was going right. It was because they were getting the rockets. They were making plays with the Bulldog. They're going to need to do that twice fold in order to try and compete with the PK Knights, and they're going to have to figure out ways to set the pace to continuously keep numbers in their advantage. And if they couldn't do it against Centenegra X, I'm worried about their chances here. But new game, new series, new mindset, hopefully for these guys. They had a 15-minute warm-up on the main stage, as we were all hoping that these guys can come out shooting a little bit straighter than they were earlier. And if they are able to, we could have a good series on our hands. You're almost hoping that the Knights kind of come out a little flat as well in order to make this one as interesting as possible.
Yeah, I think if the Knights do come out flat and Timbers find some sort of momentum that they weren't able to earlier on, then yeah, perhaps we can get a closer contested series. And everyone will be scratching their head saying, well, where is the Pittsburgh Knights that we know? Where is the Pittsburgh Knights that we've seen dominate online competition and dominate this region for what feels like forever at this point? But I think that the story will probably go back to where it was. But thank you so much, everyone, for bearing with us during that downtime. We've got some gameplay. It's Knights versus Timbers. It's Stronghold Streets.
Stronghold Streets already tapping buttons with the good assist there as they had a successful push down to bottom middle. He's going to find himself, reward himself and his team with some rockets. And we know anything about tapping buttons, he's usually good for a couple of kills when he picks up a power weapon or two. Finds one with the battle rifle. Nobody home with the first rocket, but already you're seeing the Knights being able to dictate the pace. And Timbers Esports, they're on respawn once again. It's going to be an early A-B control for the Knights.
Great positioning here with the rockets as well. Now you can just cover A as the team gets C. This is good movement from Knights. And now you pinch, you get them out of A, you get the reset. It's a triple cap. It's perfection already from the Knights. This is what you want to see if you're a Knights fan. You want to see them coming into this confident, pushing in the right ways, the same way they had been previously. I was curious, how is Pelu going to fit into this squad? And at the moment, early stages, it looks good.
And I am a Knights fan, Dan, so it is good to see them coming out swinging. I want to see them dominate all weekend long because I am one of those people that want to see some of the foreign regions step up to the NA rosters come Orlando. And I do think that this Knights team, they played Sentinels well at Kansas City. They can do better than that, I think. I think that they can potentially create an upset or two on that global stage. But in order to do that, they're going to have to impress me all weekend long, show a level of consistency that maybe they haven't had, because they put in the work is one thing I will say about this team. Ever since the end of Halo 5, they've been in the Esports Arena tournaments. They've been grinding online. It was this set of 3, Atso, Drift, and Tappings that's really been together for a long time. They've had a couple of different forces, but Pelu back on the roster has been the strongest showing from the Knights on the global stage. So I'm glad to see that he's made his way back to the squad. And already up to 108 to 4-point lead now. Knights have no shot of slowing down.
Would you say they put in the work, put in the hours, and they take what's ours? Or was that Dwayne The Rock Johnson that said that? I think it might be
that
Dwayne.
wasn't what I was going to say.
I do get mixed up with you and The Rock. You are a similar size, and you both are fantastic wrestlers. But now we can see Knights have managed to get BNC once more. They are scoring again. Timbers did get a little bit of a tippy toe into one of the strongholds, and they were able to pick up 5 points. But Knights have continued their domination, and already we can see how one-sided this is. Timbers are going to need to find something off spawn to just try and get maybe all 4 dead on the side of Knights so they can reset this and start to get a little bit of control of their own.
And that's a big kill on a tapping right there. That's the one that kind of staggers the amount of pressure that the Knights are going to be able to have on the map. And just like that, there goes 3 down. And Timbers Esports, they're able to stop momentarily the bleeding from happening, but they got to defend A and B, and unfortunately the resources, they're not over towards A, and that's immediately the Knights' opportunity to once again continue scoring. However, on the other side of the map, it has been able to look like C was transferred in this side. Timbers Esports, unfortunately, they go 3 down the second they get a couple of points on the board, and because of that, it seems like their run, their stint of control was just momentarily.
He almost fell victim to the old, thought I had a frag grenade, but it was a spike grenade. Stuck to the floor. I've done that many a time, but he was wiser than I was. And usually I just arrive and then get destroyed by my own grenade. But we are seeing Timbers Esports starting to put some points on the board here, Wes. And if Knights keep taking these 1v1s, I was going to say they might struggle, but I tell you what, Drift showing why he's one of the best players in this region.
Yeah, we haven't had an opportunity to really talk about the individuals on this Knights roster, but when you're talking about tapping buttons and the superstar in this region that he is, you got to talk about Drift right next to him. It's really the LeBron James, Dwayne Wade. I know you don't watch basketball. You probably know who those two guys are, though, right? Like, you got to know that that was one of the most dominant duos in the last 15 years of basketball. Well, when I think of the MX region, I think of Drift, I think of tapping buttons, and it has been everything for tapping buttons to find himself a player like Drift alongside of him to allow the slaying presence to exist for this Knights team. When they play against some of the better North American teams, it's those two that are making the individual plays that make the difference. And already Tapping has 15. He's doing his thing. Drift has 9. He's starting to heat up as well.
Of course I watch basketball. I know that a duo like Joe Montana and Tom Brady, you know, those are the guys that dominated for ages, for years.
Don't you dare disrespect
in basketball. Right, so, but we now seeing, you know, we speak of domination. We speak of people doing it for years. The Knights have been doing this for absolutely ages. They've always been at the top of this region, and it looks like they're going to continue their form into this first map. 245, and it is going to tick over to 250 very shortly. So Pittsburgh Knights, even with their new look with Pelu, are still looking like a dominant force here, Bludgeon.
Yeah, no surprise. The Knights are going to take game 1. It was just a matter of in what fashion are they going to do it. I'd say 250 to into the final score, but I think it was in the 20s. Is a dominant score line, and that's exactly what you expect when you're talking about these guys and their impact on the region, their legacy that they're leaving in the MX region. And right now they're continuing to turn the page and continuing to add to the book that is their story. I love the fact that it is only Friday, it's only pool play, but these guys, they've come out hungry, they've come out vicious, and they have come out swinging, slapping, tapping buttons, leading the charge.
We can see the stronghold captures there. Maybe we can see kills as well, perhaps. But I think that you got the general gist of things. 250 to 28. I think that tells enough of a story on that screen. I did see that. Are they casting from the analyst desk in Mexico there, Wes?
I believe so. I think they did that last time too. It was
Yeah.
actually kind of fun. You have a
Maybe
little
that's something
monitor
you
in
could
front
do.
of you.
I think that, you know, as you're home on the analyst desk recently, maybe we could get some casts up there, you and I. How do you feel about that? Wow, you've frozen on my screen. I think genuinely Wes may have just left because I think I've insulted him, or maybe I've just upset him because I started talking about the analyst desk. But alas, here we are, and I will carry on until maybe Wes is back. Wes, you there? No, cool. So we can just start looking at game number 2, which is going to be, I imagine, a very similar story here, ladies and gents. We have got, I don't really speak Spanish, but that is going to be Slayer on Recharge, and I know that just purely through eyesight and my maps, and that's going to be what we're playing. So Slayer on Recharge is going to be a chance for Pittsburgh Knights to once more show us what they are made of. And I tell you what, game number 1, guys, was, I guess, what we expected. You look at Pittsburgh Knights and their history and what they've been able to achieve in this region, even with the change, I think this was always going to be a likely story when we get into pool play. There's confirmation in English for you guys who maybe don't know your maps, but I know you do if you're here. And then we go into Oddball Live Fire, and then perhaps, if we need it, Capture the Flag Bazaar and Slayer Catalyst. But I will be honest,
I'm here for you, Dan.
I can't see it happening.
Dan, I'm here for you, okay?
Oh,
Don't
who's
worry,
here?
I'm here.
These voices in my head?
It's Mark. It's me. It's me, aka Onset. So don't worry, I'm not going to leave you hanging. Wes Power's just gone out for a few seconds. He'll be back, but in the meantime, I'm just going to allow you to breathe for a few seconds. But, you know, give you that moral, emotional support, physical support, if you need it as well. I know it's been a long day for you. But, I mean, what a dominant performance in that game number 1, Dan. You couldn't really poke a hole in that night's performance at all.
No, and I'm thankful that you've given me a breath. I was going to do one of those like really long, awkward pauses for about 5 seconds. As I learned as a caster, sometimes silence is golden. But it would have just been so that I could stop talking for a period of time and catch my breath. But yeah, it's difficult to look at that performance from Timbers Esports and suggest they're going to get back into this series comfortably. But alas, here we are, into game number 2, and already some early kills.
Yeah, already some early kills, and it's actually going to go the way of Timbers Esports. And what a way to start things off, right? Get the opening strategy right, get the split spawns, or an opportunity to collapse, on some of those split spawns, and give yourself a little bit more of a healthy lead. Make your opponent sweat a little bit, and Slayers, as we know, can be a way back into the game. And a 6-2 start here, Dan. I'll tell you what, I've woken up a little bit, and it looks like Timbers Esports have woken up a bit as well.
I take everything back. This is going to be the closest series you've ever witnessed in your lives, and Timbers Esports are here to stay and here to play. And I tell you what, the shock rifle could maybe be a real thorn in the side here to the Pittsburgh Knights. But there we go. There's a couple of kills going back inside of the red team, and they needed it.
Oh, there's one from Noble, though. Maybe an opportunity for 2, and I think he had a cheeky little collat on both those players that were actually crossing a few moments ago. It would have been nice if it was a double headshot for sure, but 9-5 is the score. And I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, that my voice is going to become ever more slightly kind of Tennessee-based in the next few seconds. So we'll have to see if that does happen. Let me try and focus. Let's see if it happens.
I believe the word is manly is what I was going for right there. And just like that, I have a little bit deeper of a voice, a little bit more muscle on my body. And all of a sudden, a little bit better of a scoreline here for Timbers, as they've started a completely different pace, a completely different game here in game 2. Something has woken them up, at least for now.
Tell you what, it was perfect timing that your PC reset when I started talking about the analyst desk. Genuinely, I thought you were just angry with me, but I'm glad that you're back. I'm sorry, and hopefully you can forgive me for that one. But I mean, wow, 17-10. You have to imagine if Knights keep running at Timbers like this is just going to play into the hands of Timbers. Knights just need to kind of slow this down, assess the situation, and try and really take control of the map.
If I had to make a public service announcement, I would allow Richie Hines, I know he's somewhere in the building there in Mexico. Your cats turn the internet off once again. Your cats turn the internet off again, this time not in the video game, but actually in the middle of a cast. So it's starting to become a problem. But more importantly, as we praise Timbers Esports for coming off to a hot start, it looks like that hot start's starting to slow down, starting to go in the hands of the PK Knights, but a more highly contested game still here nonetheless, Dan. And as you've seen the first 20 kills kind of devolve here in game 2, what's the reasoning for Timbers Esports' success so far that we saw none of in game 1?
Timbers just had a starting strategy that worked. They hit a couple of nades that really rocked the Pittsburgh Knights, and then off spawn, Knights just running so confidently into fights, taking too many 1v1 engagements, and they were just walking into Timber's trap, really. It was too easy, and I think that now we're seeing Knights start to stabilize a little bit. I'm going to be curious as to whether Timbers are going to collapse similarly to how your Cats did, or Richie Hines' Cats did, onto the internet box, and really just ruining your day ever so slightly. But now, it's just a 2-kill game, and there you go. Knights right back into this one now. Timbers starting to struggle a little bit.
Starting to struggle a little bit. This is the moments in these series, in these games, where Timbers have Esports. If they want this series to be interesting, they're going to have to figure out a way to have success. So it's good that we're on board with Noble. Spots Pelu. Some good shots from Noble, but unfortunately Pelu with a few better. And that's the new addition to this Knights roster, showing you that he's got an ability, like Mark was talking about before the series, to win some important gunfights that could dictate the outcome of games.
It's 3 dead for the Knights. Tapping buttons, even though 3 of his teammates were down, still jumps top, middle, and challenges. But here's Noble, has the shock rifle to work with. He's been hitting a few already. Very confident player. We saw what he was able to do previously on Timbers during the MX Super. He needs to be hitting some more of those shots to keep the Timbers ahead here.
Yeah, definitely one of the more impressive players we saw during the Super. Made a name for himself. Had a slow start to today's tournament, but it's Friday, it's pool play. Slow starts can happen. You can still rebound. We saw it from Triggers Down back in the day. We see it from Sentinels, even in their prime, from Cloud9 in their prime, where a series might get out of control early on in the tournament, but you don't sweat it. You learn how to rebound, learn how to warm up. And given the fact that these players were able to warm up, you're seeing a little bit more higher of a competition here in game 2. 31-30, still Timbers was the first team to cross that 30 kill mark. And this is the moment where we always say the Slayer starts.
Slayer starts, and the push comes through from Knights as well. 33-33, we're all tied up, and now finally Knights take the lead. So it was a very impressive start from the Timbers Esports roster, but Knights slowly but surely worked their way back into the game. As a reminder, if you're new to watching Halo, just watch that little white arrow that's next to all of the player names. That's how you'll be able to tell who you're watching at the moment. It's, of course, on tapping buttons with the sword, picks up a kill, and now suddenly it's a 4-kill advantage. The Knights have finally woken up in this game.
Yeah, look at this, Dan. You have Drift with the shock rifle, tapping with the sword. He's got Repulsor as well. Drift has been ripping heads off in the kill feed as we switched over to tapping, but tapping's found himself a few as well, and that's why this score is starting to get out of hand. Dan, it's up to 5 already, make it 6. Tapping buttons with an easy 1-shot. 3 go down for Timbers, and what was once looking like a potential upset here in game 2, Knights have taken control.
Just look at the way that Tapping Buttons is moving around this map. He's not thinking about positioning. He's not thinking about where are my teammates. He's just looking for kills. He's genuinely running around the map looking for the kills. That's why we saw him jump top, middle, and challenge. That's why we just saw him face top gold there and top glass, just because he's more than happy to take these fights. I think that Knights are so confident in this game that they are treating it almost like a matchmaking game at times. They did have to slow it down in the mid game, but now they're feeling themselves once more here with a 6-kill advantage.
If you play as a team in Infinite, you're so much better off than worrying about your positioning. Your positioning should always be according to where your teammates are, what damage are they doing, and can you capitalize on it? We saw just briefly there from Tapping's point of view. It was a perfect display of maybe not the greatest positioning as far as map control, but the map control doesn't matter when you're able to get the kills, and this is what the Knights do best. They get the kills. They need one more to take this series to a 2-0 lead. And it's suddenly stopped, at least for now, as a few go down. Timbers Esports not done yet, it seems, but Gambino, he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to try and create this miraculous comeback here and now.
The previous Knights player trying to do what he can, but unfortunately cannot do anything because Tapping Buttons, as he has done so many times, gets the final kill in this match to make it 2-0 to the Pittsburgh Knights. And maybe it was just a blessing of Onset arriving and commentating for a short time that we had Timbers Esports show up and start to put on a little bit of a performance, but unfortunately it dwindled away, as did his voice as he converted into US. But at 2-0, I think we're starting to realize how this series is going to go. We thought it might, but with an early start like that from the Timbers Esports, we were maybe hoping there was going to be that chance to put a map on the board.
Was hoping, but that was a lot of coping to hope that the Knights were going to lose that one, especially with how well it feels like they played. Honestly, if we can, the next time we see that winners graphic for PK, Dan, I want you to pay attention to, I believe it's Pelu checking his pulse, and it looks like he's almost checking Atso's pulse because he's standing right next to him, and the fingers just barely don't go across, but it would be actually kind of sick to be checking your teammate's pulse. Like, is this guy conscious for how well he's playing? Speaking of checking the pulse, unconscious players playing well, tapping with another dominant game too. And when you look at tournaments and statistics for this team, it's always tapping buttons popping off statistically, and I feel like in just the first 2 games we've learned that tapping is here to play. He's playing at a very high level, and he's led the team both in kills and KD ratio in the first 2 games. That bodes well for the PK Knights' chances to take this whole thing. And if he can just get a little bit of help from his friends over there on the PK Knights, they're going to take this entire tournament this weekend, and I'd say they may do it without dropping a game.
Oh, that's an old, No, that's not. It's a bold was where I was going to go. Sorry, my brain starting to not work now. A bold call very early on from you, Wes, but I guess see how that plays out, because I guess it's a confident one, because they have been, 3-0ing a lot of teams through a lot of tournaments. So I guess it's definitely possible, and certainly from what we've seen so far, looking maybe probable. As we look back at some of the replays, there were some highlights from Timbers Esports. They definitely looked like they were going to give us something. Unfortunately, the Pittsburgh Knights just too good. Even when they're maybe not playing at their best, they're still able to focus up and ensure they are able to get those final kills to just take them around, take them across the finishing line, even if it was closer than maybe they would have liked. But you spoke about tapping buttons a little bit, and we saw the interview and heard the interview from him earlier where he said, he got to play on a North American team. He got so much valuable experience from that, and now he's bringing that to the rest of the squad. They just need to be dominating these tournaments. I think this is what Onset was saying, that he wants to see Pittsburgh Knights dominate this tournament for him to then believe that in an international competition, they can start pushing into that top 12, maybe even into that top 8 and be in that discussion. So there's a long way to go just yet, but they're certainly putting themselves in a good spot already here with the 2-0. Oddball Live Fire is going to be map number 3 though, Wes, and I think that Knights will be looking to try and close this one out very quickly.
Yeah, no, we didn't get much of a chance to banter on the map layout for this series, but I loved every bit of it when we saw it, because I feel like there's a few players on this Knights roster that when you get the shock rifle in their hands, they pop off. When you get the S7 in their hands, they go absolutely bananas. Atso and Drift, those are 2 of the players in this region that really start to make plays when they can get that. Look at this, Drift with snipe in hand. He's able to win his 1v1 as we switch to his screen. But this is actually going to be Strikey. I'm sorry, I thought for a moment it was Drift Strike. He's got a lot of responsibility to get the first pick, to relieve some of the pressure. He does just that. It's a beautiful body one-shot snipe VR combo, and that may have just awarded him overshield as well.
Spanish oddball man's back as well. That makes me happy. And Bravo's gonna have to give me some of his lessons later to realize what he is actually saying. But I guess it's like full grab, gain the lead. I don't know. I'm trying to even remember what it is he actually says in my normal games. But Timbers Esports, it's not going to be the hot start that they had in the Slayer game, but they have been at least able to keep Knights off of this ball in the early stages with a couple of trades here and there. And this sniper rifle just can't find a home at the moment.
Now it seems to be cursed, and sometimes it's like that, right? Especially on a close quarter map that a lot of live fire is. It's difficult to try and find yourself in a comfortable situation, but if you hit shots like that, you're going to be much more comfortable than second player he did damage to earlier. He must have killed himself with a grenade, a nice body shot, while the stick takes out the rest of the damage. So Drift not only hits the no-scope, hits a couple of bodies in the meantime, takes down 3 members of Timbers Esports, and although he gets taken down, Drift has done every bit of work to award the Knights, you would think, some amount of map control for now.
It genuinely could have been like one of the ugliest triples, but also one of the most magnificent triples as well if he hadn't hit it. Just pure betrayal, allowing him to get the initial kill and then a stick body shot. It would have been something for the highlight reel for sure. But 11-8, not really anything to separate the two at the moment. Knights have lost a few players. Timbers are definitely better in the early stages of all these games, it would seem. They really have got their starting strategy down, and when their things are a little bit all over the place and kind of scattered, Knights seem to struggle. But as soon as Knights get that little bit of security, they start to set up, that structure arrives, that's when they really start to shine.
Yeah, for me at the start of the Slayer, it really appeared that Timbers was getting the camos, was getting some of the power weapons, and because of it, they were able to really compete. The second Knights started achieving some of those goals and acquiring some of the sandbox, they started to actually run away with it. Timbers has done a phenomenal job so far throughout this game. They've had the overshields. Although Drift did pop off with Snipe, they weathered that storm. And because of it, we're looking at a 5-point game still. But for how long can Timbers continue to acquire some of these weapons, some of the power-ups at this percentage? Because you know the Knights are going to get their fair share. You'd have to think that, at least, with the amount of slang we've seen them be capable of throughout this series. But Timbers so far doing a good job to only make this a 20-point round as of yet. If they can break this setup, they can get a setup of their own and actually take the lead here momentarily.
Yeah, setups seem to be what everyone desires here, but no one is really able to achieve it because it's kind of madness. Everyone sporadically running around the map, just trying to look for 1v1s, look for kills. There is everything but structure at the moment between these two teams, but I guess that's what to expect when you've got the likes of Tapping Buttons and Drift pretty much playing Slayer. They are running around just looking for kills constantly. Here is Drift, has the sniper rifle, trying to listen to Tapping Buttons. You can see just with where they're placing each other, they are kind of taking angles to watch each other's backs here. See whether he can get some kills with the sniper.
Player's spawning pretty close next to him at green. A nice perfect on a Noble, but Gambino, he's kind of crossed through the night onto the ball, and right now Drift, although he's gotten a kill to his name, he's hitting some great shots. You want to see him located a little bit closer to the ball. He does hit 2 body shots with the snipe, and those are easy kills for the teammates to clean up. The ball gets played, and it is going to be another overshield going into Noble's hands to try and keep this scoreline even closer. Still just a 19-point game, Dan, and as many snipes as we've seen Drift hit so far, to be able to weather that kind of damage and stay in this one and make it close, that shows you a lot about Timbers Esports' opportunity if they can just get the snipe out of the Knights' hands.
And those sniper body shots, they really do make the difference. You miss those, it could be a completely different game. And now it's Gambino's chance to try and show us what he can do. The amount of times we see people with sniper rifles just whiffing those shots and then the teammates can't clean them up. So important that you've got someone who's confident to hit them, but also good enough, of course, to connect with them as well. And it doesn't always have to be headshots. Could just be bodies. There you go. Like, those are the difference makers. That makes the player back off. You can communicate that with the team. Now they can get aggressive bottom middle, and maybe they can get some ball time purely just because of that body shot.
Yeah, unfortunately, nobody actually finished Drift off, and because of that, he's been a nuisance back tower as the chaos has ensued. He was able to play the ball, so it's going to be no ball time really awarded to Timbers Esports just as they were about to take the lead. It's 39-39, make it 40-39. So Timbers Esports does a phenomenal job to get back bottom middle, get that ball into house, and now potentially get a house set up of their own, but they're going to have to get some slays first. And Noble, he's found one, but one's all he has. A nice brute grenade to do some damage, but his teammates need to find some kills.
Ooh, would have been 4 dead, but Gambino manages to just have a little last stand there to get a trade. But now Knights can retake the lead. Knights are outslaying Timbers ever so slightly, but Timbers have been far better at getting that scrappy ball time. Only 1 minute left as well on that clock. Both of these teams have been quite slow to actually get that ball into a position where they can set up. But finally, Knights now in a spot where maybe they can get some serious time on the board here, Wes.
Yeah, and overshield's coming up right now, Dan. So this is the most important overshield of the game. I believe it is going to go into the hands of Timbers Esports as the last couple of players for Knights, they're over towards green. Both of them are no shield, but Nugget can't find the kill onto either player, and because of that, he pays for it with his life. He gets caught kind of trying to do a little bit too much out of position. Because of that, that makes this setup so much weaker. Luckily, Gambino with that overshield, able to find the first, able to back down a couple, but in the kill feed, it's tapping buttons to find 2. It's a one-on-one between Nugget and Drift, and this could decide round 1.
A 1v1 for the ages. Repulsor sends him back, but can you get the shot? No, you can. That's a big old win by Drift. And that will just stop Timbers from being able to set up, but they've got the better spawns, you could argue. They can just manage to rotate their way over, but Tapping Buttons is also spawned behind them, and Tapping Buttons hits shots, but not enough. Nugget, the last remaining player.
Massive by Drift to find that kill. Even better job from the rest of the Knights to come off respawn and award Drift with some support as he's did that. And with 9 seconds remaining, you got to pick up the ball to stop this timer. But it looks like the Knights are in such a good position to fight this one. They're going to not worry about the ball. They're just going to be focused on slaying, and that's going to get the job done. 3 to go down for Timbers Esports. Nobody could get that ball out of the reset position, and because of that, the Knights are now just 1 round away from taking this entire series 3-0.
And it wasn't pretty, nor was it a dominant performance from Knights in that round, but I think that as long as they get over the finishing line, they're going to be happy. Sometimes we see in pool play from the very best teams, not showing too much strategy, not maybe putting everything into it. I know they took a long time to warm up because they were probably a little bit concerned about being cold going into this series and throwing away, you know, what should be a certain victory. But it looks like they have found their form and they can just kind of play Slayer for a bit and then pick up the objective here or there. They haven't had to think too much based off what I've seen so far. As for Timbers, I'm actually quite impressed with how well they've played here against the Knights. It's so easy to get run over by a team who plays this way, who is always looking for those kills. But Timbers have done well to play the objective, to actually go toe-to-toe, to hit some of those shots, and that's why it's been close.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a little bit different of a Timbers team than we saw earlier in the day against Centenegra X, but also then take into account for what that could potentially mean Centenegra X has in store for us for the entire weekend long as well. Having just as strong of a performance against this Timbers Esports roster, you really wonder what's going to happen in that series against the Knights during their pool play match later on, potentially. But for now, the Knights are going to try and close this one out. And with Snipe in the hands of Pelu, the new man to the roster, what can he do? Can he show us a little bit of individual skill? Why'd they pick him up? Can't quite hit the body on the Nugget, and because he lost his teammate, this is going to be even more difficult of a situation. But what did he know? Tapping buttons still around the corner, still making plays, makes Pelu's job a lot easier. And you know, he's finding it very comfortable to be on a team with the likes of Adso, Drift, and Tapping.
Great support there from Pelu. It's very easy with a sniper rifle after taking damage that you back off, but he trusted that tapping buttons was going to get the rest of the damage. Similarly there, he did the same thing, but on this occasion, tapping buttons does go down. But a nice early lead for the Pittsburgh Knights, 34 points on the board, all 4 dead though. So now this is Timber's opportunity to get set up. I think he saw the spawns over towards green there, so this should be a chance to get the overshield as well. But look how quick Knights have traversed the map to ensure they can fight for this one.
Yeah, they've got a pretty favorable spawn to be able to compete for this one, and they may do just more than compete as Drift, Atso, they both get kills. It's 3 dead for Timbers, and that is going to be the overshield shortly going into their hands, unless Strikey can just deny them both. But just too much pressure, too much firepower for Strikey to deal with. But he bought time for Noble. Coming off spawn, picks up a kill, picks up the overshield, and once again, Timbers Esports continuing to really dominate the power-up story. I think that's why this series, this oddball game, has been a little bit closer than you would think. It's because they've been able to kind of dictate, even with being outswayed. When these power-ups are coming up, they've made the individual plays to acquire them, and look at what it's turned into, Dan. It's a full setup for Timbers Esports. All of the Knights coming off respawn.
Certainly seems like Timbers have got more strategy when it comes to how they want to approach some of these situations throughout this game, whereas the Knights still look a little bit all over the place to me. But 29 kills for tapping buttons, I don't think he's going to care too much. Sniper rifle now in hands of Pelin once more. Manages to get the assist. Heatwave also in the hands of Noble, so those are the 2 key weapons at the moment, and that's going to be dealing the damage, but the grenade sometimes is the key weapon of them all.
Great predictive grenade from Timbers Esports, relieve some pressure, get the snipe out of Pelu's hands, and it's now or never for these guys, and they're starting to make a little bit more plays than they have been throughout the day, so maybe they're starting to woke up just when you thought it was going to be all she wrote. Power up coming up in about 20 seconds. So if Timbers Esports can get another round of slays, potentially continue the setup over towards this overshield, this is where momentum in this round and in this game 3 could shift, and dare I say series, if they're able to turn this one around.
Ooh, series. Imagine a world where they not only reverse this game, but reverse sweep the whole series, and just the entirety of Mexico City erupts. The crowd that's there in the arena would certainly knock the roof off of that arena. But 33-34, it has been closed, has this gap, but the Pittsburgh Knights, this is what they do. They go a little bit behind, they allow the gap to be closed, and then they come back into things in the late game. But it's another overshield to work with for Strikey, and the Knights certainly gonna have to be aware of his positioning here.
Another overshield in the hands of Timber Esports. I'm getting tired of saying it, honestly, because they've almost had every single one of them this game. He's got a couple of players to deal with. You know, Drift is there, and still Drift somehow with the repulsor in hand able to find a couple of repulsors in the middle of the overshield battle. That overshield, it's negated completely because he kept repulsing him back, and the grenade wasn't great onto the teammate, but it's not going to make too much of a difference. The Knights come through off the beautiful play with repulsor from Drift, and they got a setup of their own now.
Where does Pelu go? He's already got the call to come back and support, and oh, this is the perfect backstab. Should be able to pick up a double. Oh, nice repulsor onto the grenade as well, just to keep himself nice and healthy so he can get involved in this fight, but he forced them right back into his teammates, and it worked out as a perfect pinch. So the Knights really starting to get close to closing this one out, but maybe with the heat wave, Timbers can start to try and break this setup.
Honestly, Pelu getting one, knocking another player to no shield, that's the job well done from him before he gets taken down. And Timbers Esports, the second round, it was close. It was in their favor when they picked up the last overshield, but ever since then, it's been all nuts all day. 61 to 33. It's a 28-point lead for now, and you lose the heat wave, the repulsor in hand. You know how impactful that's been so far throughout this round. You have to think the Knights, with under a minute left, are going to once again be able to focus on slaying, letting that time just tick off the clock, and now Timbers Esports is really going to start to feel the pressure.
Yeah, Knights just do what they've been doing this entire map, slay. They are outslaying Timbers Esports by around 15 to 20 kills just off of quick eyesight math. And with only 40 seconds left, they can certainly just continue to do that. They can play Slayer, they can hold the ball, and they can really make life a living hell here for Timbers Esports. As Timbers, they do get another overshield to work with, and I don't think it's going to be enough to help them get the victory. Certainly can stop that clock for now, but really there's too many Knights players around as they just suffocate this overshield player.
Great movement there by the player from the Knights, able to once again just... They're not good at securing the overshield, but they're good at dealing with the overshield. Tapping buttons finds two on screen. They're actually going to opt to pick this ball up, and as I said, if they drop it, they know 10 seconds is all they got. And Tapping, he wants a few more kills to his name. Can't do it with the battle rifle. We'll do it with the plasma nade. We'll do it with the second as well. It's an easy double for Tapping, and the KD ratio, it's up to 10. Another positive performance from him, and a dominant performance from the Knights as well. 37 and 27 was Tapping buttons, and we call him a superstar in this region for a reason. This whole team is a dominant roster here in the MX scene, and they're showing you on Friday that they're here to play.
I think that warm-up was actually longer than the entire series itself, with how quickly that one went down. 3-0, and the Pittsburgh Knights, as you said, the dominant force that we love and know, but the biggest question that we had answered, how is Pelu going to fit into this one? The first time we've seen him on the big screen, he certainly showed that he is a perfect fit for this roster. But I think that as challenges start to come a little bit more as the tournament goes on, we'll see him tested a little bit more. But for now, he certainly ticked the first few boxes. 130 to 85 is the final score. Of course, 2-0 with how Oddball works. As for their opposition, for Timbers Esports, it's not been the best of days for them, unfortunately, losing to Sintenegra X, and then, of course, losing to Pittsburgh Knights, but we've been talking about it all day. Ball play is not everything. You can kind of eye up the other teams. You can start to get a feel for how things are going to be playing on LAN. No reason why we won't see Timbers Esports make a dent in that bracket once they get into it this weekend.
Yeah, you know, they're not happy about their Friday performance, but that's okay. I think that they showed a little bit more promise in the last two games of this series. I'm not going to talk about Street Strongholds, considering it was, like you said, shorter than the warm-up time. But overall, you saw more individual gunfights being won by Timbers against what I would argue is a stronger individual team in the Knights. So that bodes well. But they also got just about every overshield, and they still end up falling short. When you're able to have that like 100% ratio when you're talking power-ups, and you still can't find a win, you're wondering to yourself probably, what's it going to take for us to get over the hump? A little bit more strategy, a little bit more cohesiveness is going to be needed from them, but heads in the right places and a good job doing some of the right things. You just got to figure out a way tomorrow to improve on that and potentially start off to a better bracket play performance.
I will say I really do enjoy getting to watch some of these Pittsburgh Knights players and their POV, but I will say, as we get further in this tournament, I don't think they'll have the freedom to play in the way they did. They were kind of running around playing matchmaking a little bit at times, just looking for kills, looking to slay. But I mean, that can work, right? If you've got three teammates around you who are in a similar mindset and you all are just flowing naturally, you don't necessarily need that raw structure. As long as you've got the ability to all work together and know where you're moving next, and that synergy is there, it most certainly can be good enough. There is an update on how the polls are looking then. Knights get their first win on the board. Timbers unfortunately find themselves at 0-2. As for the other side, Chosen Squad have also lost both of their games to Sintenegra and Sintenegra Nubis, and they await the open bracket teams to join them a little bit later on. Of course, the open bracket has been playing throughout today. Very excited to see which teams are going to be able to make their way into pools after their open bracket success, and what can they do to contest these teams who are already in pool play. Whereas, I mean, it's always an amazing experience to play through an open bracket, and especially qualify out of the open bracket to pro. Do you think that maybe we'll get some surprises coming out of it?
Honestly, I think we've seen a few teams in pool play already look, may I say, fairly weak, or vulnerable is probably the better word. And that gives you hope, right? If you're an open team coming in, you want to see opportunity. You know you're probably not taking down the Knights. You know you're probably not taking down the likes of the Sintenegra squads or Timbers Esports, but the way Nubis played, they should be fairly concerned about an open bracket team coming out, especially if they are well-practiced players that have been putting in a lot of time. Sometimes the open bracket can have those hidden gems in there, so I wouldn't say never here for the open bracket teams in the regional.
Never say never. Never say die. Legends never die. That was a team name once, but the Pittsburgh Knights, they are back on top. Time to go back to Lottie and Onsa and Bravo to see what they think about that series.
Thank you so much, fellas. I'll tell you what, Knights picking up right where they left off, and that was winning. Unbelievable from them. A very, very swift 3-0 series. We kind of talked about that previously. We thought it might be a little bit one-sided. It certainly was. Onset, quick question about the final map and mode that we saw of that series there, that live fire ball. You know, something that was a little bit notable from both rounds was that, you know, really Timbers denied Knights from getting the full scoreline. You know, both times it went down to the clock. Was that more so from an angle of preference of map and mode and not being preferable for Knights, or was that all down to Timbers and having a preference there and knowing really what they wanted to try to do to Knights, although albeit not successfully?
I think it was a combination of maybe Knights knowing they're 2-0 up in the series and feeling extremely confident about how they could play how they wanted in that game, but also Timbers giving them a good fight. You know, I think it's a combination of both of those. I think one thing to certainly take away from that last game was a concern over the power-up control for Pittsburgh Knights. I think they very rarely got hold of an overshield, if any, in the 2 rounds that we did see. So that's something they'll have to tighten up with. Wes was completely right, though. They dealt with it perfectly. It might have actually been Dan, he was saying they dealt with it absolutely perfectly when they didn't get it, and they managed to eliminate that player without taking too much damage. But against a better team, an overshield's a difference maker. As we know, especially in oddball, it's such a powerful thing to have in your hands. And as we share a screen, Lottie, for a few moments here. You can see we're sharing a screen. I'm sure that that's something that the Knights coach will be sharing with them and saying, hey, we need to get on top of that a little bit more and deal with it a little bit better.
Yeah, 100% sharing definite sentiments there, I think, with Knights for sure. And you know, when it comes down to Knights, although we saw a fantastic series from them in terms of the scoreline, a little bit more on the scrappy side, I feel like, for Knights. And you know, the boys kind of mentioned it casting, gonna have to get a little bit more shapy as we get into the rest of the weekend. You know, we need to see a little bit more of a kind of fundamental Halo game being played. It looked a little bit like matchmaking. They're running around having the best time tapping. Looked absolutely insane, of course, just getting ridiculous kind of stats and frying in the series. But Bravo, when it comes down to where this team fits into things here, and we're looking at the bigger picture, I think, for Knights right now, I think comfortably, I think this LAN, they're looking really hot. They look really good. I think they're feeling really good quite clearly. But when it comes to Orlando, what kind of things do you need to see cleaned up, especially looking at this series here?
I think a lot of the guys talked about during the game, I think Mark highlighted it as well in the power up and control, because when you're playing as dominant as they were and you have that much room on a map, you actually have the forgiveness where you can get away with missing those things, where in tighter games, like Dan was saying, towards the end of that game 3, or maybe it was the end of the first round of game 3, you maybe have a little more room than you should and that you will later on in the bracket. So I just want to make sure that they're playing really clinical Halo, that they understand what's at stake. This is not just about them securing the prize pool here. This is not just them reminding people that they're #1 in the region. It needs to be really a building block, a stepping stone for the rest of the year for them, because I think it could be very different when you think about the next few years of Halo Infinite, right? If they're able to have impressive performances, they're not only going to take home big cash prizes in Orlando, maybe even Worlds, they're also going to like see, you know, even better contracts for the years to come, right? This is all going to snowball, and it starts right here. So I just want to see great Halo from them, and I want to see them look just as good, but maybe even tighter in terms of cohesion on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, and talking about cohesion, Onset really quickly before we end things here. Palu, we got to talk about him, how he fit into the team. The boys kind of said that he was looking really good. We saw some really kind of great indicators, I think, from that series that things are going well and smoothly. But the bigger picture for this team, you know, how are you feeling about it?
I think he was a great damage dealer for the team, and like I mentioned earlier, he's a player that can win important 1v1s. You go back to that game number 2, the Slayer on Recharge, a huge 1v1 that he won. He was down a shot, he fought the player that was below him in bottom tower. From there, that was kind of where the game was tied up, and Pittsburgh Knights were able to extend the lead and take that game in the end looking a little bit more comfortable than it was. And those little moments, that's all you need sometimes from a player, just to create something out of nothing. And I was looking at his assist stat in that final game that we saw on Oddball as well, and he had a lot, I'm saying, of assists in comparison to everyone else in the game, and was going positive. So if you've got a player running around doing that much damage on a map, for a player like tapping buttons, that's a dream, because you know he's going to be in a position to clean up all those kills.
So really good dynamic happening, and hopefully we'll see more of that as the weekend progresses. Well, that's going to do it for day 1, folks. Tomorrow, we're going to find out the rest of our pool play results, as well as our open bracket teams who are making it in and looking to create an upset or 2. But thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you guys had a blast watching some of the series that we've had. Brav, Onset, Clutch, Gaskin, thank you so much for handling the desk with me and casting all of the games. We will catch you guys at home tomorrow as we head into day 2 of the MX Regional Finals.